And welcome back to Games Done Quick, our very first hotfix since SGDQ. I hope everyone had a fantastic time, but guess what? The party don't stop. It actually starts now. Because we've got for you the block party, community block party, featuring all of the wonderful communities of GDQ, including Frame Fatales, Black in a Flash, GD Queer, the Asian Speedrun Alliance, and Latins and Hispanics in speedrunning. Kicking it off today is going to be a very special run. The wonderful James Swan, reppin' GD Queer, will be running Metal, Hellsinger, All Torments. Take it away.
Thank you so much. It is an honor to be here back on GDQ Hotfix, and yes, I will be repping the GD Queer community. Thank you so much to the team that was on the selection committee. This is a genuine honor, and I am excited to show off Metal Hellsinger All Torments. It is probably the most dynamic and difficult. And Metal Hellsinger, if you didn't know, is a rhythm action title. Rhythm action titles are hard to commentate on your own, so I have one of my best friends, rivals, and fellow runners of Metal Hellsinger here to back me up on comms, if they would like to introduce themselves.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Cheeky, like James said, also a Hellsinger runner. We are definitely competing in All Torments, which is what we're going to be showing you today. And I'm also very honored to be here. Super happy I get to be part of Block Party on Hotfix for the third time ever. So happy y'all keep letting me come back. And I'm looking forward to seeing a great run with y'all today.
Alrighty, I think without further ado, we're just going to load up the first torment. The torments are these three little interstitial levels beneath the main level. It's in the first 7 of the 8 levels of the game that you go through. First one up, Killing with Rhythm 1. A little self-explanatory, gotta kill enemies on the beat. Time will start when I click Enter Torment. So everyone ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Alright, jumping in. Now, what we love about this is one of the hardest ones to fully optimize because this run is so RNG heavy. At the moment, we have Paz and Persephone. Persephone is the weapon that James is currently using. It is a shotgun. And Paz, we're not going to really see much yet, so I will wait till a bit later in the run to explain what he's all about. But yeah, we are just trying to stay on beat as much as we can. We're also going to try and get some collaterals where we kill multiple enemies with just a single shot to help those enemies spawn in a lot faster. Because, of course, we're speedrunning. We want to go as fast as we possibly can. We're hoping to one-shot marionettes, which are those thin, skeletal guys. Oh, there we go, lovely.
Solid start, solid start.
Very solid start.
Beautiful.
If we end up failing any of the torments for any reason, taking a death for any reason, thankfully we do have a quick reset, but it is a major time loss and is the leading cause of run deaths.
Onto weapon trickery. So now, every time James gets a kill, his weapon is going to switch. We have Terminus and Persephone. Terminus is the sword that you're seeing in between these shotgun shots. Ideally, we want to have the right weapon for the right enemies. So we want to use Terminus on the marionettes because it has area of damage. It's possible to kill multiple enemies with one swing of the sword. And we want Persephone for the tougher enemies. The Cambions, which are those guys with the guns here. And the Behemoths, they're the big, tall guys. Yep, there's a Behemoth there, those big, ugly fellas. And we just need 2 more kills. Lovely.
Nice.
Little bit messy there, a little bit messy, I won't lie. Got a couple of offbeat patterns, but that is a-okay. We're still in the first 2 stages. We're warming up. We have not hit any of the major RNG checks or time loss portions yet. As we get into Relic Thief 1.
Yep, Relic Thief 1. This is a bit of a reset point for some of us. Let's see. And, oh, look at that. Beautiful. It's quite
I got the fast
easy.
pattern, yes.
Yeah, you did. It's quite easy for one of those behemoths to jump down off the ledge, and that'll cost you a little bit of time. But nah, James managed to jump up real fast, clear them nice and quickly. We're now starting to see the use of ultimates. That's a special ability that every single weapon has. With Terminus, you essentially get to just spam the sword on beat, and it will slice through pretty much any enemy you use it on, significantly clearing enemies a lot faster than normal. And we're going to be using ult cancelling. As you might notice, James is ending his ultimate before that golden gauge has gone all the way down. That's so we can really maximise the amount of ultimate we have and refill it as fast as possible, since we can only activate ultimate when the gauge is full.
That was a very good clear of Relic Thief 1. If you
was.
don't know what I meant by the fast pattern, one of those behemoths that spawned at the top of the stairs can jump down and lose you a couple of seconds, and most often they do. I don't really consider that time loss. I consider it a lucky time save if they all stay up at the top.
Oh, here we go. We're now into the karaoke levels, Stygia. We all love this. So now we've got another weapon in our roster. We have the Hounds, 2 revolvers, but we are mostly going to keep using Persephone and Terminus and using those ultimates and the ult cancels. Now, as this is Giant Slayer, the goal is to kill 10 behemoths. So we're really just trying to make those behemoths spawn in as fast as we can. Get collateral shots by using the ultimate. Persephone's ultimate shoots straight through enemies, which can really help to save time when you can line enemies up. We lose weapons progressively. Oh, no, sorry. You go ahead, Miss Me.
Oh yeah, just you mentioned the RNG of making them spawn fast. Is there anything you can do to make them spawn faster?
For some torments, killing the right enemies will trigger the next enemy wave to spawn earlier. But mostly with this one, we just need to go after those behemoths first and foremost.
Gotcha.
We just need one more, we're nearly there.
All
There
right.
we go.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all.
Nicely done.
Managed to keep the spam in beat with the Terminus ultimate too, which greatly helps. You don't lose damage on the spam if you do it out of beat, but you do lose the amount of spams that you can do if you do it off beat.
On to Death's Edge. And we've got a little bit of a dev oversight in this one, so we are going to abuse the heck out of it. You'll see that James finally used Paz here, our little skull friend. He crystallized those marionettes because when they explode, they deal you damage. And the lower your health, the more damage you deal. Except when we heal up using Terminus' ultimate, we still have that damage increase. So as soon as we're ready with our ultimate, we can safely refill our health. We don't need to worry about dying anymore, but we still have that damage increase.
Gotta say, this is extremely satisfying to watch, and I can imagine it's even more satisfying to play.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, the amount of PBs I've lost because I was too busy singing along to the music in this game, like it's truly a challenge to lock in. I can say that much.
You're jamming too much.
Exactly. Like, this isn't just speedrunning, this is speedrunning whilst you're headbanging.
Exactly.
As you can see in the top right hand corner there as well, we are just going for a total kill count. Any enemy counts here, and we're not too far off. We're at 85 out of 99 right now. We are definitely getting there. There we go, using that ultimate to just absolutely, beautifully done.
I went for a little bit of a showy strat there. If you're really, really lucky, you can collateral all 3 of those behemoths with Persephone, the shotgun's ultimate at the end. Didn't quite get it. Only got 2 out of the 3, but hey, 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Yeah, that's still great.
And it looked really, really cool, so.
And we get points for style, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Well, you actually
No,
do,
I'm-
kind of, in the game.
Well, yes, no, that's very true, actually. The scoring system does give you points for combos, so you do technically get points for style.
Amazing.
Doesn't mean you go faster, but we like the style points, so it's okay.
Ah, dang it. Didn't get the jump.
Ah. For the most part, at least, Relic Thief 2, this Torment right here, it's pretty much a breath of fresh air. You still need to be quick, but for the most part, you're just using the Hounds here and their ultimate, which is essentially an auto turret. As you can see, it places down a copy of your character, the Unknown, and starts firing at enemies for you. And you just want to make good use of the Hound's ultimate and your Terminus ultimate, and just really wipe out those enemies best you can. And you'll notice there are these floating symbols that James is picking up. They activate the ability to build up ultimate to do more damage. So we're strategically
Nice.
picking those up.
Got a fast pattern there at the end, so managed to save probably about 3 seconds.
Nice.
At least compared to what you would averagely see. Ultimate Mastery 1. Here is where the big time losses start to come into play.
Yep.
Alright. I'm going to log in here.
Lock in. You got this.
You got this.
This is the first time we're looking for a quick, clear strategy, which I will explain as it pops up, but essentially we're using that Terminus ult, we're making sure we're utilizing our ult cancelling to maximize the ult that we have, because in Ultimate Mastery, only kills with our ultimate ability count. But we can't just mow through enemies here, we have to make sure we're doing it with our ultimate, which is why you'll see that we're damaging down that behemoth first before activating the ultimate, really making use of it.
So, Cheeky, update on that new fast clear strat we found. You can do it with even one less enemy
Yep.
beforehand. Normally we go for that with 8. I just went with it with 5.
Amazing.
You might not know, but that just saved us 20 seconds.
That is fantastic. That was so lovely to watch. I am going to be trying to copy that in my own runs.
We love that. Brand new time save tech discovered live during a marathon run.
Love to see it. Now we're back to Killing with Rhythm 2. This is pretty much just like the first one, the Torment that we opened up the run with. We're just using the Hounds to make sure we fire as on beat as we possibly can to deal the most damage. And we're gonna use the ultimates here and there. We're gonna make use of our Hound's ultimate, of our Terminus ultimate, and just focus on staying on the beat. It's the closest we get to a bit of downtime in this run, really.
I love how you call this downtime.
Oh yeah. For us metalheads, this is downtime.
It's just chill time, you know. Ooh.
Yeah. We're seeing no enemy. The
Not too bad.
stalkers there, those green guys.
It really just becomes a fun little torment of just click on the enemies. Once you get used to their spawn patterns, Destructor is extremely good at it. Destructor is the current world record holder, based out of France.
Mm-hmm. Now we're on to another weapon trickery torment. Again, our weapon's going to change with every kill, except this time, as well as having Terminus and Persephone, we have the Hounds and the Vulcan. The Vulcan is, there you go, you saw it there, the bolt crossbow. It does area of effect damage, and it is a speedrunner's best friend. It is the main weapon we use in 8 Hells runs, because you can collateral so many enemies in a single shot. And we're really hoping to get Terminus and Vulcan when we've got big groups of enemies like the marionettes, because of that area damage that we can do with them. The main thing is we need to be on anything but Persephone for the final enemy, which we are. We're on Terminus. Perfect.
That's always nervous when you get down towards the last couple enemies and you're like,
Yeah.
ooh, do I have the right cycle going on weapons? Did I get enough collaterals or did I get too many? Because that one loves to clip into the stone right beneath it and lose time. And if you're using Persephone, you just die. You run out of time and you have to restart and you cry.
Yep,
Ooh.
that is a big reset point. Right, Slaughter Mastery number 1. So, similar to Ultimate Mastery, except now only Slaughters are going to count towards our kills. Slaughters are where the Unknown does this super stylish move. She runs up to the enemy and slashes them with Terminus. And the strat for the Slaughter Masteries is to know exactly how many shots of each weapon is needed to prime an enemy for Slaughter, to get them into Slaughter state. So we're looking at 1 swing of Terminus from the Marionette, we're looking at 2 shots of the Hounds for Cambions, and we'll see more enemies later on which require slightly different amounts. But as long as you like to count and you enjoy a bit of maths, you'll have a lot of fun with Slaughter Mastery.
Uh-oh. Enjoying math. Okay, well, I know this is not the game for me. It is delightful to watch, though.
To be fair, I don't like maths, but I do find counting the slaughters satisfying, so...
That was about as optimized as I think I could have gotten a Slaughter Mastery. That was pretty darn good.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
We're doing pretty fast right now. Giant Slayer 2, let's go.
Super fast right now.
Giant Slayer 2 is fun because you get to see the dynamic skill of the Hell Crow boomerangs.
Yes. So the Hell Crows are boomerang weapons, and because of that, you don't have to worry about reloading them. The closest to reloading you get is just waiting for them to come back to you and for you to catch them. And the great thing about Hell Crow is when you're at the right distance from an enemy, you can get 2 hits on the enemy in a very small amount of time, because it does damage as it goes through an enemy and does damage when it comes back the other way, as long as it hits that enemy again. The Hellcrow ultimate isn't particularly useful. It sort of forms a shield of blades around you, but unfortunately it's just not very fast at clearing enemies, so we tend not to use it all too much. And we're just going for 10 Stalkers, and there we go.
I got pretty lucky. Got one of the Stalkers down pretty low with the Hellcrow before losing the Hellcrow and switching to Terminus. So I was able just to finish off that Stalker with Terminus beforehand, which gave me a little extra ultimate charge, meaning I could use Terminus's ultimate there at the end.
Now onto Relic Thief number 3, and this is where you get to really see why we love Vulcan as speedrunners, because we can just spam this thing and enjoy watching all of these enemies die before us. As long as your aim is relatively good, you can get plenty of collaterals and rack up that kill count as fast as possible. As long as we have those relics picked up and active, we also don't ever need to reload. So we're making sure we pick up these relics at strategic timings, so we're not losing time to reloads, because Vulcan only has 2 shots before it requires a reload. And we're using Vulcan's ultimate there, where it creates a void that sucks enemies in, making those collaterals even easier as well. Just 1 more to go. Oh, got unlucky with the
Of course it was
there.
a freaking Stalker. That's actually a fun little interaction that happens with the Stalkers if they get caught in the ultimate of the Vulcan while they're in their teleport. They can just get stuck in their teleport and just locked in there until the ultimate runs out and you lose time. That is just bad luck.
Yeah, unfortunately. Right, Death Edge number 2. Again, we're going to damage down so that we can get that lovely, lovely damage increase. I'm going to use that Crystallize to get some more damage. We're going to go for it Again, there we go, lovely, and look at that, that's what we like. A little more damage, as low as we can get our health before we start to heal up. It obviously gets quite dangerous, because if your health gets too low, it's very easy for enemies to kill you. But that's why we heal up and we abuse that death with oversight. So now we still have that damage buff, even though we've healed up. So now we can feel quite safe. And we're mostly using the Hounds and Terminus here. A mixture of their ultimates, using that ult cancelling again to make sure we make the best use of our ultimates as we can.
I will say, dev oversight is probably the kindest way I've ever heard a glitch be referred to.
We like to show our appreciation to the devs of the game.
True,
true. We like to say thank you for leaving this in the game and not
so we
patching
can have
it
fun.
out.
Yeah.
Exactly. Because if they patched it out, then speedrunning this particular torment would be a lot more difficult.
Mm-hmm.
And we would die a lot more often.
Yeah, because you'd have to do the entire thing with 1 HP, right? Like, very low HP, right?
Yep, exactly. And
We would be one shot by most enemies, yes.
yeah.
Not great.
I have lost more Death's Edge Torments to marionettes in the charge-up phase than I would like to admit.
Oh dear.
And
It happens.
marionettes being the easiest enemy in the game, but they can still kill you in one hit if your health is low enough. Got 10 more kills to go. Making sure we have that ultimate. There we go.
I missed
Love
my
it.
Ambien. I thought I'd gotten it earlier. Such is life.
Yep. It happens.
It'd be like that, as they say.
A
There
little
we
slow
go.
on Death's Edge 2, but Death's Edge 2 is probably the least optimized torment still out there. So I'm okay with that. I'm okay with
Yeah.
that. You have a playbook you follow as opposed to a set script that you are following.
Yeah.
It's more like guidelines, anyways, some people would say.
Pulling with rhythm number 3. And again, we're just being as on beat as we can, because the closer to being on beat we are, the more damage we deal. And we're really making use of Hellcrow's range. You'll see that we're getting that perfect distance so that those 2 hits that each Hellcrow blade can do are happening preferably in the space of just 1 beat rather than taking 2 beats to go forward and back. And we're lining up those enemies as well so we can hit as many enemies at the same time with just 1 throw of our Hellcrows.
A lot of love for the music in this game, and yeah, I gotta say, super
yeah.
cool soundtrack. You were not wrong. You do have good music.
Oh yes. Like if you like metal or you're on the fence about metal, just please listen to the game's soundtrack. Even if you don't play the game, listen to the soundtrack. I promise you will love it. It's got one of my favorite final boss themes of all time, which we unfortunately don't get to hear in this run, but it is beautiful. Like I will start a propaganda page to make you all listen to the music. It's that good, trust me.
I'm already listening. I'm in.
Yeah, sadly you will not get to hear that in this run. All Torments only goes through level 7. There are no Torments in level 8, so you do not get to hear Dennis Lixon's voice or Serge Tonkian's voice. But you can, if you try out the 8 Hells run or any of the other runs in this game. They are all extremely fun. New file is still being routed, so there's a lot of stuff to go. There's a lot to go.
Absolutely. Weapon trickery number 3, the last of the weapon trickeries. So just like before, every kill, our weapon is gonna change. And we now have every weapon available to us. We have Terminus, our sword, Persephone, our shotgun, Vulcan, our crossbow, and the Hounds, our revolvers. The main thing we need to work on here is managing our Seraphs, and they are the big, flying, angel-looking guys, because they are angels. And you might be wondering why are angels in hell, but that's why you need to play the game to find out.
Ooh, we need to get the lore.
Yes. Oh, Hellsinger lore is amazing.
I can imagine.
It is so
lovely.
much fun, especially because some of the lore is told to you through the songs that you hear.
Yes.
that's
Don't worry,
amazing.
the songs are not really spoilers, but it elaborates on the lore that you already see and gives more depth to the story that you can hear.
Absolutely.
Ultimate Mastery 2, here we go.
Oh, here we go. We are primarily using Terminus again. That is kind of our best friend in the All Torments runs. And we want to make sure we charge it up and utilize that ult, cancelling as much as we can, because with Ultimate Mastery, only kills with our ultimate attack count. If we were to just kill enemies without the ultimate attack, nothing would happen. The timer would just run out eventually. So we want to line up those enemies. Oh, beautiful speed. Want to line up the enemies to hit as many as we can whilst we're using our ultimate. And we want to cancel the ultimate as soon as we're done with our current set of enemies. Make sure we charge it back up for the next big wave.
Dang it.
Oh, the pillar's got you.
I tried to go for a quick movement thing that I'd learned,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, it's tricky. We do have Hellcrow as an option for this Torment, but it really isn't much faster, if faster at all, than just using our trusty Terminus. It's what we've used for the majority of the run, so we're going to stick to it. We trust our sword.
oh, misremembered the pattern.
Yeah,
That's fine.
unlucky.
Lost about 3 seconds there from misremembering the pattern. We're fine.
Yeah.
Not that big of a deal because I kept my ult cancels going, and we
Yeah.
are a-okay. Fun fact about Nihil, or Nihil, however you want to pronounce it. It is the fastest BPM in the normal game at 140. That may not sound like much, but, well, when you're mashing...
Yeah, you're gonna feel that 140
Oh, yeah.
BPM.
Yep. We're into Slaughter Mastery 2 now, where only our slaughter kills count. So this is where we're doing more of that counting and knowing exactly how many shots and with which weapons we need to prime enemies for slaughter. So we're going to keep using 2 shots of the hounds on Cambions, a single swing of the sword on marionettes. But now we have Seraphs to worry about, and they're going to take 4 hits of the hounds before they are primed for slaughter. Thankfully, Seraphs do have a little bit extra time before their slaughter state ends. So if it takes you a little while to get to them, there's no worries there. It's also very possible with some enemies to deal too much damage and just kill them and miss that slaughter. Thankfully, Seraphs are a little bit kinder. They can take an extra hit or 2 before they just completely die and you lose that slaughter state.
Yeah, I'm literally just sitting here headbanging.
So am I. I'm having to try not to hit the microphone in front of me. I'm just very aware that there's a microphone right there. Let's not get too hyped.
Yeah.
That was a rough one. I lost my rhythm a little bit.
Yeah.
But that's a-okay. I kind of got lost in the music. Nihil's is probably my second favorite after Stygia's in terms of the level songs.
It happens to all of us.
And when it's going that fast and you're firing on beat, it can get a little tight sometimes, but hey, that's life.
Yep, exactly. Giant Slayer number 3. We now just need to take care of 10 elite enemies, and these are essentially upgraded versions of enemies we've seen before. So now here we have a Siege Behemoth, which just suck. That's all I have to say about those. And we've got to take out 10 of them, so we've got shield cambions here, like a regular cambion, but as the lore book in the game says, when in doubt, give doubt a shield. That's exactly what they've done here.
That's amazing.
Yep. And we'll see some Void Stalkers. There we go, one right there. Blue versions of Stalkers who fire electricity at you and are even tougher to beat.
Oh, dang it. I was trying to get a slaughter in. I was trying to get a slaughter in the refill health, but we're only about 15 seconds in. That's A-okay. We have a quick reset here. That's
okay.
A-okay. While we're resetting, host, do you have anything you want to say? Any messages you want to send out to the GDQ chat?
Absolutely. I know we are on the tails of SGDQ, but guess what? We've got a lot more IRL GDQ action coming up. So Games Done Quick will be returning to PAX West from September 4th to September 7th. You can go check out gdq.gg/submit to submit your runs, and visit west.paxsite.com to learn more about PAX West as a whole. We are looking forward to seeing you there.
Using that ultimate to take out those shield cambions in one shot there. Lovely. This is definitely the point in an All Torments run where you've really got to, make sure you're not getting too cocky and taking too much damage. As we saw, James did die a moment ago. Got just a little too excited.
Honestly, if the music was this good in the games that I speedrun, I think I would get really excited too.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like the only problem I have with speedrunning this game is that it means you don't hear as much of the music because you're going so fast.
True.
There we go. Nice and clean that time.
Nicely done.
Yeah.
Textbook.
You were just showing us the best track in the game twice. So
Exactly.
for that, we thank you.
And also just the fact that, hey, I'm currently less than a minute away from world record time, and even I make mistakes. So if you want to get into speedrunning, do it. You're gonna have a good time, I promise you.
There you go.
And if you're worried about keyboard and mouse being optimal, don't worry about it, because I speedrun this game on controller, and I'm in top 3 for a couple things. I'm in top 3 for all torments, and I do a lot of Archdevil, which is the hardest difficulty in the whole game. So if you don't like playing these games with keyboard and mouse, you don't have to. You can use a controller for this as well.
Nice.
We're on Death's Edge number 3 now, so we're deliberately damaging down, and then we're just hoping to get that Terminus ultimate to heal right back up. But we've got to be super careful to not take any hits.
I know, I took a little more damage and almost took a double shot because very few iframes, if any. I'm not sure that we actually get iframes, so...
Yeah, I was a little nervous when I saw your health there, I won't lie.
I got nervous too! Because I was not planning on taking 2 behemoth attacks instead of 1.
Yep. And sometimes it's very difficult to gauge just how much a behemoth is going to damage you. It's very easy to underestimate. This is one of the very few torments that isn't yet fully optimized. We're still sort of experimenting with it a little bit. We're mostly sort of following what we've done for previous Death's Edge torments, while still seeing what we can do with Hellcrow, as well as using our Terminus ult as always. But other than that, this is pretty much the last chance to take a little bit of a breather, as much as you can in a torment this intense.
Once again, shocked at what y'all call a breather, but...
What do you mean? This is perfectly relaxing. We've got heavy metal music on and demons everywhere.
Yeah. True,
exactly.
Yeah. Very relaxing time.
Yeah, heavy metal music blasting, slaughtering demons as we tear our way through hell. What's more relaxing than that?
You're so right. Sounds like a vacation, right?
Exactly.
I mean, Nihil even has snow, so I mean, it's
Yeah.
better than the temperatures we've been dealing with in this heat wave recently.
True.
Oh, Lord.
Like, this game heard hell is freezing over and took that literally. Oh, one more kill to go. You got this.
There it is.
Yeah.
A few of those spawns were not in the usual spots, so that actually threw me off a little bit. I'm
Yep.
guessing because of when I used the Hellcrow ultimate, since I used that earlier in the run, that might have been what threw off the ultimate path, or the spawn path, which, hey, cool to know that happens. Just another RNG check in this run.
Ultimate Mastery number 3, the penultimate torment in this run. And again, we are just making sure we get those kills with our ultimate attacks. But this time we've got a lot more enemies to take care of, and a lot tougher enemies to take care of. So this is where your ability to effectively charge up your ultimate and cancel it effectively is really tested. And there is a quick clear that we're going to try and go for, which we saw in Ultimate Mastery 1 present in this one as well. And that is where we take out a behemoth that might do damage to its fellow enemies, which will cost us time, and then quickly swipe out a whole bunch of marionettes. And we'll see if we can get it.
Nope, not quite.
Not quite. Ultimate wasn't quite there, but still a good attempt for sure. And those quick clears, they sound quite simple on paper, but they are very tough to pull off.
There's the backup for what I was going for originally,
Yeah.
but I did get a slower pattern earlier, which loses me about 5 seconds. That one isn't as punishing as long as you get the second phase of it and cancel out of your ultimate at the right time. So down to the last one, Slaughter Mastery 3. So I'm going to be trying to stay on tempo while doing math and clearing extra difficult enemies, because now we have behemoths and siege behemoths in here. So I am going to have to lock in.
You've got this.
You got this.
Try to bait out the Shant here. Come on.
But when we say we're trying to bait the behemoth, we're essentially trying to make sure it doesn't kill any of the marionettes that surround it, because enemies can deal damage to each other in this game. And if those enemies are clearing each other out, that does not count towards our kill total. And the siege behemoths, unfortunately, are very, very good at wiping out the hordes of marionettes that we want to be able to slaughter. Another thing with siege behemoths is, unlike the seraphs, it's very, very easy to accidentally get one too many shots in on them, and then they will just die instead of being able to be slaughtered, and that will cost you time as well. So you really have to be able to make sure you get that shot count just right for those guys. There is quite a lot going on in this torment, even though it looks pretty similar to all the slaughter masteries we've had before. Ooh, just got him before that siege behemoth did. Excellent. You've got this, one more to go. Behemoth hit that marionette. I
There we
can't
go.
believe
But
that.
it's okay. I had the ultimate charge from Terminus backed up
Yep.
because that has happened to me one too many times, so I know to charge up
Yeah.
Terminus's ultimate and save it for that one specific behemoth. That is time, by the way.
GG.
That could have gone... Do I ask what the real time was? What was the RTA? If anyone has that handy.
Here we go.
I
A
think I heard.
3701.
Okay, not bad, not bad. I am happy with that. Factoring in IGT times, that probably comes out to about a 3430, which is not a bad time at all, especially with the reset that we had to take in there.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
we discovered some new speed tech along the way. We got to showcase an amazing game, and we got to also, kick off a wonderful block party of community action here on GDQ Hotfix. Shout out to the rest of the GD community. I love you all so much, and hype for GD coming back later this year. Thank you so much for having me. Cheeky, anything you want to say on the way out?
Yeah, I just want to say thanks again for to you, James, for allowing me to commentate for you for the third time. Absolutely honored that you trust me to do the runs justice. And just thank you to GDQ for letting me be here again and commentating. It's such an incredible experience, and I'm just so happy and grateful that I get to be here and talk about one of my all-time favorite games and show off the speedrunning side of it. So yeah, thank everyone for being here.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for showcasing such an amazing run. Do you want to let the people know where they can find you?
You can find me usually on Twitch at James_Swan_. Regular James Swan was taken. I don't stream often, but when I do, I'm usually streaming rhythm action titles like Metal Hellsinger and other titles out there. So yeah, check me out there if you wish to just come over. I stream for good vibes and fast times.
Good vibes and fast times indeed. That was such an amazing run. Thank you so much to James and Cheeky for showing that off for us and kicking off the block party. But you know what they say, the party don't stop till the party stop, and it's not stopped yet. Therefore, we will be coming back after a short break with some more amazing runs for you. The block party, where we're featuring amazing runners from the fantastic GDQ communities that we have. Coming up next, we've got some Turok 3 Shadow of Oblivion in the Any Percent Raptor category by Astrid the Horror Girl. Take it away.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Hi, I am Astrid the Horror Girl, and I am going to speedrun Turok 3 Shadow of Oblivion in the Raptor Any Percent category. It is called the Raptor Any Percent category because, as you can see on the screen, you have 4 characters that you can play as. All of them members of the Fire Seed family, as the lore establishes in Turok 2, are the bearers of the light. In fact, this right here is the protagonist of Turok 2. But in this game, one of the characters that you can unlock is an actual Velociraptor, and while you get these wonderful little paragraphs describing their backstory, who they are, little details about them, what they can do, the Velociraptor simply has Dinosaur Gober as their entire biography. Also, they're 75 million years old, and gotta say, looking great for 75 million. Absolutely stunning. And I am part of the Latinas and Hispanics community, as well as the Frame Fatales. And I am also indigenous to North America. And it's always meant a lot to me that the Turok main characters are all indigenous characters. Well, I'll tell you what. You don't get much more indigenous than a Velociraptor, I tell you. So, from that, we're about ready to start. The timer is going to start right when I say yes to the question, are you sure you want to select this character? So I will select that in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, and we are off. We immediately are going to go in this elevator and start going down. You notice I picked up these 2 diamonds right there. Anybody who's played the other Turok games will know you pick up some diamonds and you get 100 of them, and you get a little bonus. So that is the truth for this game, and we'll pick up some on the way, but we're not really going to try to go for all of them, because we have speed to go through. If anyone's ever watched a Doom speedrun, you'll be familiar with SR40. That's going to be a thing in this too. Also, I love this guy. He sees a Velociraptor and is like, don't worry, I'll get us out of here. The current setting is extraterrestrials from another dimension are invading Earth. And a sort of apocalyptic event is happening in the town right now, and it is up to Turok to stop that from happening. So right now, as a Velociraptor, we have the burden of the light. So it is up to us to save the world. Now, here we go. We are going to take yet another elevator. Now, you notice we have these raptor claws. What if I said we also have a fist with a grappling hook on it? So, let's
I
go
wanna
ahead
ask?
and do that. You can if you want. I can answer. Probably.
I don't even know what to ask at this point. I feel like I should just go along with whatever's happening.
Well, basically, I always try to explain to everyone who wants to know how amazing this game is. I'm like, listen, you're a Velociraptor that can claw enemies, and also you can get a rocket launcher later and a chain gun later, and you have a grappling hook. I mean, what else do you need to know? How else can I sell someone on this video game other than that information right there? Isn't that like the coolest video game you ever heard of?
I will say
think it
I'm
is.
sold. I think chat's sold. Yeah, there you go. Chat's sold, I'm
Excellent.
sold. It worked.
All right, so the Velociraptor is the fastest character that you can play as. And with that added speed, you also get a little bit of distance in their jumps. I mentioned SR40 a little earlier. If you don't know what that is, basically, if you run diagonally in some classic first-person shooters, you get a little bit more speed. That is true in this game. So you're going to see a lot of diagonal running, but hopefully I remember to straighten out the run as we go to open doors and interact with things, because the game complains a little bit if you hit those from angles. Also, we got to get to the front of this train now, because it's going to blow up and run into the wall at some point, so we got to take care of that. There's aliens on the train. We don't mind them. We're a Velociraptor. Those aliens should know better than to mess with us.
Just slapped that
Honestly.
alien in the face and kept walking.
Indeed, that is what we did. So the other weapon that we have at our disposal is this glaive, because all of the coolest video game weapons all resemble glaives, and that is the truth for this game as well. So we're going to push that little button. We're going to run up these stairs, jumping to get a little bit more distance. And we're going to take this elevator up to the top floor, but we got to remember to get off before we bonk our head on the ceiling, because that will kill you. So the thing about this glaive is it absolutely melts some larger enemies. For instance, this boss fight. Done.
Oh. Oh.
So the thing about the glaive that is here, this basically, the game does calculate how fast the glaive is spinning, and it uses the game's frame data to do that. This is a remaster of a Nintendo 64 game from 2023, and you can just unlock that frame data and just go at it. So it calculates all of that frame data for this glaive and just goes, yeah, we'll do all that damage per tick on its spin. Why not? So some enemies, this just kind of melts those enemies. It's glorious. The
That's
only
hilarious.
boss that it does not do that to is the next boss we fight. So all the other bosses, with the exception of the next one, we're basically going to just one hit with this glaive.
No, I love that.
All right, so for some reason we teleported to this military base that is going to self-destruct. If you're wondering why, I also don't know. I'm actually I've played this game's story through a couple times, and I'm actually not sure why this base is being self-destructed. But there's all these soldiers here who are dedicated to stopping us from self-destructing it, which is strange. But, you know, we got this.
Absolutely. I mean, maybe someone tripped over and fell on the self-destruct button because they got surprised by a velociraptor approaching them at, an inhuman speed.
It's possible, but it just makes me wonder, like, obviously this velociraptor is trying to save them. Shouldn't
That's
they be
true,
like, you
obviously,
go,
right?
dinosaur?
Yeah. Like that one guy in the beginning, he was like, "Hey, come with me, velociraptor."
Exactly, he knew.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna hope that we get one of two things. We hope for the dark one. We did get it. All right. So what just happened there is you can get either one of two campaign missions for this area, either Joseph's or Danielle's. Joseph's is faster, but you have to use the night vision goggles to navigate. So we got Joseph's, and that's great because we can just jump into the ceiling like we're not supposed to, clip through the wall down there, grab a key, and then head on out. Otherwise, with Danielle's, you actually kind of have to play the level the way you're supposed to, and we don't want to do that.
No,
So
never that.
we're just going to grappling hook there, go back to our claws so that we can slap these folks around when they're in our way, and wait for this elevator real quick here so that we can oh, please go down, so that we can go to the next boss fight. I hope that you appreciate the health bar that is just the shape of the velociraptor. You have a choice of what the health bar looks like. It can be a regular, just flat horizontal bar like video game classics, or you can have it shaped like the character you're playing as. And what are you supposed to do? Not look like a velociraptor health bar? I mean, come on.
No, I love the velociraptor health bar.
Me too. Oh,
It's immersive.
Okay.
It really makes you feel like a velociraptor, I think.
I agree.
Mhm.
It helps me. We're just gonna drop a submarine on this boss's head. It happens
Oh.
in the cutscene. But there you go.
The visual of the submarine just in the water.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
It's pretty fantastic, right? So you may be thinking, but Astrid, this is Turok. I get that you're playing as a dinosaur, but isn't this the game that has dinosaurs as enemies pretty famously? Don't worry, we're about to get some velociraptor enemies as well, along with some mutant hybrid alien clones of dinosaurs as well, like this guy.
Oh. Now, see, this begs the question that someone has asked in chat. Are we saving the animals or are we killing the animals? Because we are a velociraptor killing other raptors.
Well, we're saving the world, and a few animals that, that are in the way. And technically we're saving the world, but we have to go to other dimensions to stop our world from being destroyed. So we are killing the animals to save the world, to save the frames.
Right, okay. That tracks. That makes sense.
All right, first, the biggest skip in the game is coming up real quick here. First, we're going to try to make this little tricky jump that happens there. There we go. First, we are going to hit this barrel to get this guy. We're going to pick up the access module, and we're just going to stare this direction for a bit so that we can give the game time to spawn an enemy whose head we need to stand on to do a fun little clip. Here he comes. He must have got stuck on the dinosaurs. You know how it is.
Yeah, hate when that happens.
All right, here he comes. We're gonna try to get on his head here. Oh, he's being a little feisty. All right, man. Come on. He's standing in very inconvenient spots right now.
He knows.
He knows.
He knows what you're trying to do.
He does.
That raptor's trying to no-clip off my head. I cannot let that happen.
Mm-hmm. Oh gosh. Here we go. He was a little stubborn, but we're just gonna slip right through that wall, and that is, even with as much time as it took me to get that trick down, it still saves about a minute to be able to just jump on his head, because it saves a little scavenger hunt that you have to do to find fuses and battery parts to go and actually be able to open that door. We didn't want to play Dead by Daylight with that guy, so we just went through there instead. So now, once again, I'm gonna try to get my claws out, because these folks have grenade launchers and those hurt. We're gonna zip line up here, grab the chain gun, and go back to our wind razor. Now watch it just chew through this guy. And that's that guy.
Oh, that was that guy. Briefly.
Uh-huh. But he's sneaky. He's gonna show up over here.
Oh no, what will we do?
What will we do? Indeed. Right, well, that's the pattern we have on this. Take care of that guy. And down. One more time. Let's go and pull them up. And now we're gonna actually have to do the proper boss fight, now that he's got nowhere else to go but this big circular room.
Surely things will go different for him this time.
Mm-hmm, surely. That
Oh,
fight
no.
actually took longer than it usually does. That's how
Really?
good this weapon is.
Wow, that's amazing.
All right, so we are now in the Lost Lands. If you are a fan of Turok 1, you'll be familiar with this area here. It's pretty much harkening back to basically where most of Turok 1 takes place. But to get through this faster, we're going to switch to our chain gun. A Velociraptor with a chain gun. Come on, I mean...
That is
It's
something.
art.
Yeah, it's cinema, really.
So here's this boss fight. All right, that boss is dead. And we're going to grab the gate key so that we can go through the gate.
I'm pretty sure I did not see the boss before you killed him.
All right, through here we have some more grappling hook action. And we're going to come to a pretty tricky little skip in the game. One that saves quite a bit of time, because there's supposed to be this whole lever system where you're pulling a whole bunch of levers and whatnot to open a network of doors to dams and whatnot. So instead of doing that, we're going to try to use the momentum from this fall to... not quite. To try to grab onto this side here. There we go. Using some coyote time once you get ejected from there. Up we go. And this is kind of like a secret area that we have gotten ourselves to. But we're about to have my favorite boss fight in any video game. First, we have to activate the boss fight by shooting a rocket. That explosion clips through the floor there and hits an enemy that triggers this boss to come out. Are you ready for this boss fight?
Oh, ready. Chat, are you ready?
Here we go. And there he goes.
Oh my god.
Taken
Wow.
care of.
Well, 07 for that guy. Can I get some 07s for that man? Wow.
Here we're using the river because the current of the river pushes you along a little bit quicker than just walking on the path. We're going to fire a rocket there because, once again, the explosion of it is going to activate a trigger that we need. So we're going to do that, turn that on. And since we fired that rocket, we don't need to come in and break the glass in the ceiling. We can just grab this scepter, use the scepter there, get a little scene of this door opening. And when we go in here, we can place the scepter into this scepter-shaped hole, and as it's going in, we can jump on it to get to the top of the pyramid, drop down, and grab the gem of ice. And then we're going to use this lava globe in here to progress to another part of the game. Getting my grappling hook out prematurely because this is arguably the hardest skip in the game. I know I've said that a few times, but we have about 7/10 of a second to be able to grapple hook here. There it is.
Wow, amazing.
We didn't quite get there. I didn't quite get that. That's okay. What we're going to do is use that to drop that. That's the intended way to go, but if you manage a jump from up in that spot, you can get there pretty quickly. That's okay, though. We're going to fight this boss. There's a whole thing. You have to get rid of the lava. That's what I was shooting that rocket for, to get rid of the lava. Use the Razor Wind. His weakness is the back. And we just pull it through his backside like a boomerang. That boss fight's done.
that was, He was there. He was there. That was a boss fight.
All right, and up and around in the water. We're gonna try to get this elevator skip. If you time it just right, you can clip through the elevator and then take it back up immediately. That's a little tricky, and if you mess it up, you have to wait for the elevator to go all the way up and then bring it back down again. Now this part, it may look like, oh, you can probably wait for the bridge to get to a certain point, then jump on it. No, the bridge isn't real quite yet, not until it actually stops there. So you gotta wait for it a bit. Here's these nerds. They explain to you that they're from a whole other universe and they're going to destroy our universe, you know, like nerds do. But we don't care about them. Now we are in an alien dimension and we are going to stop them for good. Stop Oblivion from taking over. We make that little jump in the lava because the Velociraptor can jump far and really high. You don't actually have to wait for those doors to open. Once you activate them, you can just walk through them. We're going to turn on this bridge, however.
And this bridge is real, right?
This bridge is real.
Okay.
Oh, being a little tricky there. All right, so I'm going to sneak past these folks. You may notice that I'm not killing a lot of them, and that's because enemy deaths in this game trigger more enemies to spawn. So you don't want to kill enemies if you can avoid it, because most of them will just spawn more enemies, will appear in more inconvenient spots. So you want to avoid killing a lot of the enemies in this game. That being said, this enemy behind us in the window is going to be in the way. So we are going to get rid of him so that we can drop there and proceed with our lives. If we get here fast enough, then we don't have to worry about this one enemy coming and trying to stab us.
Oh, there he was.
Yep. There we go. Should be able to see him. There he is.
There he is. He's so excited.
All right. So normally what you're supposed to do is take this lift and take it all the way. Take it to a few stops to destroy some generators, but we're going to skip the reason to take those generators. And instead, we're going to just be jumping and moving like this so that hopefully we don't get shot to death on our way to taking this lift all the way to the end. While we're doing this, because it's quite a long route, how about you tell us what's going on in the GDQ world?
Absolutely. Well, we were just talking about Flame Fatales, and guess what? We've got Flame Fatales 2026 coming up very soon. We'll be live September 13th to 19th. And if you'd like to volunteer for the event, all creators can apply to become an ambassador, and community members can submit to volunteer during the event by July 19th. That is soon. Visit gdq.gg/ff for more info on how you can get involved with Flame Fatales.
speaking of Flame Fatales, I am going to be running in that event.
Ooh.
So that is extra exciting for me as well.
That's super exciting. I'm very excited to watch. Fatales mentioned, yeah, we're getting a lot of love for Fatales in the chat. And I did
yeah.
notice we had a hype train earlier as well. So I want to just take this opportunity to say thank you to everyone who's supporting Games Done Quick with your subscriptions, gift subs, and bits cheered. Your contributions help to keep our shows running. And if you're enjoying the stream, you can consider subscribing for exclusive emails, ad-free viewing, and access to chat during replays.
Excellent. All right, I'm gonna take this time to do another one of the hardest tricks in the run. This one I hope that I do well, but basically it's going to be an SR40 jump from that tiny little platform. Not quite, that's okay. We're gonna try again. It's really tricky because you have to do a little diagonal run at the last second. And there we go.
Whoa, amazing.
And that skips a whole bunch of the game. A whole bunch of the game right there. We gotta try to take these folks out, or they will try to take my elevator without me. I don't want that to happen.
That's rude.
Yeah. They many times will come and take my elevator from me, and it's devastating. Alright, so we're gonna just use our grappling hook to get ourselves some speed and over the lava. And what we're going to do is there's 3 switches in total that you're supposed to pull. We're only going to pull 2 of them because they are the switches needed to open those doors over there. The 3rd switch is to activate the bridge. We don't need the bridge. We'll be fine because we can just make the jumps.
Wow.
All right, and now we have this scene where we fight Oblivion. And we're just gonna have him whack us a few times. One more time, Oblivion, and then he should start doing this attack that we can interrupt. And we're gonna try to land a rocket right in his chest, and another. Now, he's gonna do these like little things to get all his health bar back, and he's invincible while he's doing this. Now, he might try to clap, where he puts his hands above his head to clap and hit a fireball at us. We don't want him to do that. That's what he's doing. We want him to pray like that, and that's when we can hit him. So this is complete RNG. You don't know how many times he is going to just put his hands up and clap. Too many times, and you just kind of sit there and go, really, Oblivion? Really? You're just gonna do this? There's a clap.
There he goes. Oh.
Goodness. All right, you can stop now. All right, Oblivion.
That was 4?
Oh, goodness.
5? Wow! 6?
What a jerk. There we go.
There it is.
There we go. All right. We defeat him, but in that cutscene, a little piece of him, like a little wormy thing, goes and tries to crawl away. So we are in pursuit of that little wormy guy that went away. So, a few things here. We're gonna try to make this jump. We do, and we pull this lever. This guy's gonna be in the way, so we are gonna blow him up. And we just gotta do that to the other side. So time is coming up pretty soon here. The final boss fight, which will not be much of a boss fight, is gonna be here in a moment.
That man was just standing there.
Yeah, he's just in the way. All right. So Joshua, our brother, yes, our Velociraptor brother, is going to be in our way, and we're just going to kneel and hit him. Time is coming up. When I hit him in the head, that's time.
GG. Amazing.
And there we go. So that was Turok 3, Shadow of Oblivion. Sadly, the Velociraptor isn't the one at the end of this cutscene, but it is pretty fantastic. Now, if I tell you this worm is going to explode, what sound does that make in your mind? Because I bet it's not the sound that's going to play.
A boom? Maybe a sploosh?
It's a boom.
Oh! Okay, not that kind of boom. Was that worm made of TNT? What happened?
Indeed.
Yeah, we got sploosh and splorge in chat. No one expected the boom, I don't think.
No, the boom is pretty unprecedented. But yeah, that is Turok 3 Shadow of Oblivion, the 2023 remaster. I hope that y'all enjoyed. Thank you very much for having me on the GDQmmunity block party.
Thank you for the amazing run. And do you want to tell the folks at home where they can find you if they want to see more amazing runs like this?
Sure. You can find me at twitch.tv/AstridTheHorrorGirl. I speedrun video games, mostly horror games. I also casually play horror games, and that's mostly what I do over there. And I also occasionally will do speedrun marathons because I love speedrunning.
And what's this I heard about a Flame Fatale's appearance?
I will be on Flame Fatales running Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2. It should be a fantastic run. I hope to see y'all there at that wonderful, wonderful event. I love the Fatales. And if you want to join, if you feel that the identity of femme represents you in any way, please. If that's meaningful to you, being a femme, whether you're a woman, non-binary, or just trans feminine, whatever, please feel free to join. The Fatales are a wonderful community. And also, I'm in the Latinas and Hispanics community. If you would like to be a part of that, you can reach out to GDQ as well to join that. GDQ is a wonderful community. Please, we'd love to have you.
Absolutely. And do you have any shout-outs that you want to make?
I think I'll just shout out I'll shout out Scuddy for getting me into this run, and I'll also shout out Viketh Ravenfall for being part of the reason that this remaster is so good.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much again for the fantastic run. We learned a lot about what Velociraptors can and can't do. They can have grappling hooks, they can have RPGs, and they can have guns. However, the party is not over. We've got a couple more runs coming at you from some of the wonderful GDQ communities, like the ones that were mentioned just now. So after a quick break, don't go anywhere. We will see you soon. Welcome back to the Community GDQ Block Party. We've got a bunch of exciting runs coming up for y'all tonight, and it's been amazing so far. We've learned about headbanging while killing enemies, demons in hell. We've learned about a lot of things that a raptor can do and cannot do. And now we're about to learn why devils may cry. Introducing Devils May Cry, Virgil's Downfall DLC, any percent, no major glitches by Yatogami NL. Take it away.
Oh, wait, you were talking about me. Hello, I'm Yatogami with the home, also known as Yatogami NL, and I am that fella from, Black in the Flash, and I am here today with one of the two.
Bob, you want to go first?
Sure. I guess I have to since it's alphabetical order. I'm Pop. I'm the co-lead for Black in the Flash. Y'all actually asked me to be here this time. I was not forced.
What's going on? I am Prez, also known as the President Noir. You most recently saw me do Melatonin on Drum Pad, and will be later on punching some people in the face on Marvel Cosmic Invasion. But here I am here to commentate a very edgy Dante and Virgil. I don't know. This DMC is different.
Edgy, where's the edge? This person is nice. He's innocent.
Sure. Okay.
And okay, sure.
So, we're gonna do new game human. So I have no abilities. We will unlock them on the way. We turn off the tutorial. Blah blah blah. Timer starts in 3, 2, 1, go. Of course, we have the long loading
good luck.
screen. Thank you,
Good
thank you.
luck.
You got it.
So I have this Spider-Man Junior movement. You know, we don't have web swing, but we have angel boost. I'm gonna do something I haven't showed before. We're gonna disable the barriers. Was a little bit too early. You have to shoot your sword at the same time of the death animation, like that. Then you grab an enemy, and then you... Don't do that. Hello, 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 game, game! And just like that, we skip the whole end. Oh my god, hello?
Oh,
Oh! it reactivated itself. There's no way.
You truly hate to see it.
You hate to see it for real. Come here. Come here. Come here, boy.
I said we didn't
While
put
he
these barriers
forces
up
the
for no
game
reason.
to behave, I do want to mention that for those that don't know, Virtue's Downfall is a DLC expansion to, Devil May Cry that was developed by Ninja Theory and published by
Whatever.
Capcom back on the 360, PS3, and PC. So it expands upon the game. It's not related to the events that occurred in the numbered games, if I recall correctly. And it just covers events that unfold for Virgil after the main campaign.
This whole game was an attempt to reboot the series, and apparently that didn't go too well. So
No.
it's a sad story.
Oh.
Yeah.
I actually forgot about the whole existence of this thing until Yado submitted it as a backup. I'm like, oh.
This is a
mean,
game.
Someone
Yeah, I was
had
like,
to do
oh.
it.
Did they though?
Yes.
Yes.
They had to do it so they learned that they shouldn't have. But you know what? It's a
Fair.
game.
I am that one bad reminder.
But for those that are here that have played this, did you like the DLC or the main campaign better?
If you say the main campaign, we have to talk.
Oh. I am also a fan of the DLC. It just it flows a lot better.
It's simple, it's short, it's breakable.
Okay,
The whole
that's-
game is
yeah.
breakable, so
I mean,
that-
yeah, I was supposed to.
that just goes out of the window.
Yeah.
Mission
It's
1
funny
is just
how,
a bit of mashing. So, yeah, go ahead.
What mission isn't about mashing? I was gonna say, it's funny how, in games with weapons, there's this movement that makes them go faster, and Uncharted, they gotta shoot to move faster, and Virgil here just has to dash forward. It'd be really funny if swinging the katana made him move a little bit faster.
Yo,
That would look
be
funny.
so sick.
That would be hilarious.
I would gift copies just because, to let people do that all the time. That would be so insane.
Going in a movement. I don't know what it is about games with movement tech like that. Like, I think one of my favorite examples is like Castlevania, where you're sliding backwards and that's somehow faster than just going forward.
Yo.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, you have slide, you have dive kick, or whatever. No, just dash backwards.
Yep.
Ooh, that's safe.
Yeah, if I recall, there's only about, 6 missions in this?
Yes. Help!
Help is wild.
Behave! Yeah, sometimes?
Yeah, I don't think you
Gonna
are
have-
the help.
Yeah.
Might as well be. There we go.
Nice.
Goodbye.
Nicely done.
We love Chapter 1. Nothing happens here.
Just a few boundaries broken, that's all.
So,
Yeah.
nothing crazy. Right, mission 2, we're finally unlocking our speed thing, which is this, but we're gonna restart from checkpoint, get a better spot. Now, let's see. There we go. Easy
Nice.
baking.
Well done.
So we keep the first fight active to go to this section, activate the second fight, hit the checkpoint, restart checkpoint, and both fights are over.
Wow.
Don't you just love breaking games? I do remember you doing this during Juneteenth, where there's a lot of, yeah, you can just do this and skip the fight.
Yeah. Awesome. Just make it more breakable.
We love breakable games.
Alright, I'll be just mashing square for 1.5 minutes in a bit, so, you know, why not mention a little bit about our favorite thing that's going to happen later on, like the Olympics, but with awesome people, I guess.
Absolutely, we do have some Olympics with awesome people coming up. Thank you, Yato. So if you're enjoying the show tonight, you need to make sure that you tune in tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern when Black in a Flash is putting on the BAF Olympics, where members of the Black in a Flash community are going to be playing sports and other sports-related speedruns. Check it out. Yato, are you running in the BAF Olympics?
No.
Dang. My segue.
Yes, I am. I'm doing Dragon Ball thingy. I'm doing
Dragon Ball thingy.
The combo,
combo contest. Oh my god.
Yes.
Combo contest for Fighter Z, which I will also be commentating on.
Amazing. I knew I saw it on the schedule, but Yato decided to gaslight me. But you know, again, if you're enjoying this run, you know, come check out the BAF Olympics. Sports themed. There's gonna be a lot of fighter games, some racing games. It's gonna be a good time.
So
This
on
is
my
basically-
screen.
Oh god. It's basically Yato 101. If you're about to believe what Yato's saying, don't. Alright.
True. That's my first mistake.
Ooh, that is. Hello. Alright, let's be real here. I hate this music.
Yeah, music is a bit of a stretch. It's kind of just like a drone playing over and over.
It's like
Yeah,
an
and you have like
annoying
a bat
mosquito in
stab,
my
like
ear.
sound like a siren.
Yeah.
Like, if the feeling they were going for was existential dread, they definitely hit that on the nail.
Yeah. I feel
I just know
uncomfortable
that
being in
the
this place.
instrumentalists had a fun with that. You know how fun it is to do like a drone sound on a trombone?
Is it? It's not fun for the listeners.
That's fine.
GG on mission 3.
That was 2. Now we're going to
That was
3.
2. Yeah.
GG on mission 2. I just pre-typed GG on mission 3 because I believe in you so much.
You know what? Fair.
So now we're in power struggle. Where normally you would you would just go through this normally, jump like a regular player, but Yato's gonna do some other breaking things here, like that one jump that is it? Yeah, it works this time. Fun fact, he got betrayed during Juneteenth trying to do that, and it worked this time.
No, Mano,
No.
here. Oh no.
Episode.
Game said we'll get it in the next section. you got the first one. You gotta miss the second one. So you notice he's acquiring abilities and upgrades.
Sorry,
along the way.
was there a divorce ability on there?
A divorce?
I saw divorce in that
I don't know how you
upgrade
saw
tree.
divorce.
Maybe
was-
maybe I
was-
imagined it.
There was
I don't
Demon
think
Force.
you are, man. I feel like there is a divorce options.
What
right
is
now,
going
maybe.
Okay, but who's
on?
Virgil married to?
Pat, I swear, you saw the divorce and the upgrade options, right? I don't know who he's married to.
I give up.
Are you sure?
You can't.
What do you mean I can't?
Well,
I mean,
the
you're
world
running,
is
you can't.
counting on you, yeah.
Which world? I'm in the afterlife.
The afterlife is counting on you.
Wow.
All of it.
Yeah.
Hello?
I'm not gonna
All the
lie, I
mods
thought
blocked
that platform was not gonna turn solid for you for a second.
Yeah. It's a nice recovery.
Well?
Well.
Well,
Well?
okay, well here we go.
Not well.
Okay, I guess. Thanks. As you can see, this game is totally optimized.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
it's perfect.
10
No
out of
notes.
10. No,
Yeah.
no, no.
And that is mission 3. We're now on mission 4, which is called Heartless, if I recall correctly. Something like that.
And let's try something stupid.
Yeah, there's gonna be a boss skip here that Yato's gonna go for. I hope you get it this time, because I know during Juneteenth you were not granted that
We're gonna-
opportunity.
We're gonna go crazy first. We're gonna go on this invisible barrier, skip this section, and I'll get one try.
Beautiful.
Because there's no... No!
Oh,
Oh, black screen.
so close.
I broke the
Very
game.
close.
I'm sorry,
I'm getting
Jess.
so optimized.
You broke it more. I think it was already a bit broken.
Nah, it's alright. I'm moonwalking? Hello?
Whoa.
Yeah.
What is happening
I've
right now?
never seen that before.
It's for the new Michael Jackson biopic movie that came out. That's what it is.
Oh, yeah. That all
They
makes
inserted
sense
their own
now.
self-promo.
That is wild.
Oh, that's
Not the Michael movie DLC and Devil May Cry.
It is now Michael May Cry.
right.
I can't.
That's wild.
Oh, that's great.
I'll be here all night. Not really. Y'all give me one more time tonight, that's it.
Good lord.
I mean, wasn't Dante doing some Michael moves in like DMC5 anyway? Like, it's
That
just
is.
Yes, he was. That is true.
Oh, there's a good question from chat. What would a Devil May laugh look like?
I don't know how many people have seen this viral clip of an anime, but there's this video of a chef who's laughing, and it starts off like a normal laugh, and then it just turns into the most demonic looking laugh I have ever seen in my life. It's funny.
oh god.
If you go on Crunchyroll's YouTube page, you can find it. It's just
There we go.
it's something about a laugh. It's a chef laughing where at first he's like oh ho 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 ho, and then it's just I'm like, oh my god, okay, this man is losing it. I don't know the context for this laugh, but Godspeed.
That sounds scary.
As I
It's
mentioned,
actually really funny when you look at it.
As I mentioned in Juneteenth, I'm out of bounds right now. Finally, it worked. So I can just send them over here and they disappear. It's that simple.
Wow.
Beautifully done.
Amazing.
Let me out. Why is skipping cutscenes so hard?
The hardest tech in the entire run.
So real. It's time to play my favorite rhythm game.
Another rhythm game.
I found a clip. The series' name Iron Walk John.
Nice.
Very nice. And we spin to celebrate.
Oh.
So real.
Yeah,
Right,
a lot
time
of
for,
interesting
uh,
shit.
It is bedtime, everyone.
Bedtime.
The only boss
Mission
fight there
5.
is, and it's literally a waiting game. And now we wait.
Oh, what are we waiting for?
He
For the
has
boss to come
out of his
back.
heart. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, after you beat him up a little bit, he goes back and hides inside of his heart, and he comes back out.
Got his
That's
feelings
nice.
hurt.
So
He's gotta
cool, so fun.
reevaluate.
He goes back and hide like you know, that one villain who has a temper tantrum for losing the fight. It's like, I'll
Nice.
get you next time.
He's just playing Mecha Chameleon.
Yeah, exactly. He's doing a good job at it.
And we do this again. And he runs away.
Oh, he's hiding again? Well, you know what's
Yeah.
a great way to not hide is by joining the GDQ Discord. So if you're looking to be more involved with the GDQ community, you can join the official GDQ Discord and add the Hotfix role to get updates on upcoming events, chat with staff, and more, and find out about events like this one coming up. Use !Discord in the Twitch chat for an invite and more info.
Nice. Also
And
good
there
fight.
goes the boss. GG.
Welcome to Mission
Right.
6. We're now at the last portion of the run.
That was fast.
Yeah. Hope it's a nice short campaign. It's completely worth playing too. Oh. Also, you trying to go for the skip there?
No, I'm too right. Okay, it's fine.
Oh.
This skip is terrible, anyways. Look at my beautiful
Is it-
necklace. I have a clone.
Oh.
Why are you so mad?
Because he has a clone.
Oh yeah, that's so
But he has to
cool.
use it in the underworld, yeah.
Oh wait, thank you.
No way.
Okay.
Nice.
Very nice
I'm cooked.
save on the platform. No, you're not cooked yet. Nothing beats an action RPG than running through a hall of Voya that's destroying itself. Or crumbling
yeah.
in.
I have no swords. It's fine. Doesn't matter anyway. Ish.
No swords.
Goodbye. Go for a swim.
Yo, they clocked in.
Some of these abilities are
Clocked
just
out
OP.
immediately.
They said,
Yeah.
I don't want to be here.
So cool. Hello? Auto target. Thank you. Whoever made this stage is amazing. Thank you so much.
I can't tell if you're being serious or like actually crying right now. Because earlier you said this game was very well optimized.
Something alright.
I mean, has this not seemed like completely well structured? No problems. No.
Looks perfect to me. I don't
We're
know.
talking about a game that came out on the PS3, and then we know how wild of an era that was.
Oh,
That is
yeah.
so true. I mean, have you seen Uncharted?
Oh, God.
Yeah. Yes.
Nice.
Nice finish, and you passed your class with flying colors with that A.
Oh,
Good
yay.
job.
Stop lagging.
The thing I love the most about this run is how easy it is to follow the story.
Hello?
I feel very immersed
They did
right
not
now.
let you
Definitely no.
connect to the point? That's weird. Because I feel like you were close enough.
The problem is I can't
no.
see.
Oh. Wait, what do you mean you can't see?
And I
Just say
can't
that with-
see
You
it.
put a
I-
blindfold on? Oh. It's above
The
you.
wrong, Yato.
Wrong game, wrong run.
Whatever. I can't see when it activates. Here, give me you. Yo, what a dodge. It's fine, give me swords. Hello, lady.
I love
Stop
how all the
camping.
rankings are just yelled at you in metal screams.
Right?
Imagine if Sensational was the same way that feature.
I already knew you were gonna say sensational.
The fact that everybody knew exactly what I was gonna say before I could even say who. Sensational.
Sensational. Now that's ingrained in my head. That's yeah.
I think we need that as a mod.
Right?
You didn't break? Hello? Did I turn off the hazards?
No.
Okay then, I guess not.
Keep in mind, this game is very well optimized.
Oh yeah, you're right. I forgot how
Coming up to
optimized it was.
the end segment here. Could you imagine like going into a boss fight and it's just this big blue ball?
At this point, the quality of everything here, that wouldn't shock me at all. It's just one.
Yo, shout out to the
Yeah.
baby. Say goodbye to the baby. There goes the baby.
Ooh. PT with
I mean,
the ease up.
Wait, what happened?
Wait, what
why were we
happened?
told ease up? What
I
happened?
said ease up.
What happened?
IPT, what happened?
I think it was the sensational. I think it was that.
And that is. Oh, I'm trying to flex. Hold on.
I have tears in my eyes.
Time. Oh my god.
Wait, was it the blue ball? No, that was literally about the blue sphere. I wasn't even thinking about Sonic.
GG.
GG's.
I
Well
was
done.
GG.
What was going on?
Well done, Yano. I was gonna be here for the sensational pit.
We got caught in
But it
4K
worked.
basically by PT. Yaddle, GG. Thank you so much for the amazing run. That was so fun. And Devil May Cry's always a joy to see you run because there's just so much movement tech that you just couldn't believe. And you just do it so easily. You make it look easy, is what I'll say. So before we wrap up, do you want to tell us a little more about yourself and your couch?
My couch is doing great. If you stay here long enough, you can actually see them beat up aliens legally. What else? I speedrun games normally and blindfolded. I play a little. Well, I picked up a bit of Celeste, and now I'm just focusing on Sonic Frontiers blindfold. I also play stupid games like this.
Yeah,
What else?
please. Where can people find you?
Nowhere. I'm actually in the trenches. No, I'm kidding.
okay.
At twitch.tv/YatoGamiNL. And that's about it. How about you guys?
Please go first.
Hello, I am Pop of the co-lead for Black and Flash. You could find me at PopNoTarts on all platforms, including Twitch, YouTube, Blue Sky, Twitter, Instagram, all that stuff. I think that's all I have. I'm not on Facebook. Don't try and find me there. I mean, I have a Facebook account, but I don't go in there anymore. If I go on there, it's gonna be people that I haven't spoken to in years, acting like I rose from the grave. I am a Yakuza speedrunner, but I do enjoy other beat 'em ups. Like tonight, we'll be playing some Marvel, along with Prez, Cyphered, and Big B's. I am working on a new run, but that's a secret because I'm technically NDA and some stuff at the moment.
Nice. All right. I guess that leaves me. Hi, I am Prez, also known as the President Noir. You'll find me on twitch.tv/Prez, President Noir, pretty much anywhere else. Catch me doing speed runs of Super Metroid, or playing Super Metroid randomized, or playing Super Metroid on a drum pad, or playing 2 randomized. I like Super Metroid, so you'll see a lot of that. Also, as stated, we will be back in just a little bit to save the world from devastation in Marvel Cosmic Invasion with Big B, Cypherin, Pop, and myself. So make sure you stick around, but not just for us, for everybody who's being showcased in this lovely hotfix. But thank y'all for joining. Yato, thank you for having me on the couch, and looking forward to the rest of the event.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for coming in and showing us this wonderful run. Great comms, such a fun run all around. And as Prez said, the block party is not over. Not only do we have Prez's run in the very close future, but we also have a whole program for you that's going to run all evening long. Now, I've been your host, Gaming Musume, and I will be handing over the proverbial baton to Blackheart Wings, who will introduce you to our next couple of runs after this short break. Super glad and super stoked that you've joined us for this block party, and definitely stick around for the rest of the amazing runs today.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. You're watching the GDQ Community Block Party. We are here celebrating and uplifting all other friends of our GDQ speedrunning community, including Black in a Flash, Frame Fatales, GD Queer, and supported by the Asian Speedrunners Alliance and Latinas and Hispanics in Speedrunning. I'm Blackheart, absolute your host for this next upcoming block of runs. We're gonna have such a great time, y'all. I can feel it in my bones. We've got a really great lineup for you all today. It's my pleasure to accompany you all. Right now, coming up next, we have Star Wars Battlefront 2 Space Assault, run by Starfy99, who is representing the Fatales for us today. Starfy, my friend, the floor is yours.
All right. Hi everyone, I'm Starfy. Here for Fatales, and it's nice to be here again. Today I'm going to be showcasing Space Assault, which is just all Space Assault categories. Well, not categories, all the maps. And there's going to be a lot of cool ship clips. Got cool tech going on. I do my best to explain everything as I go, and I have my commentator here, or host. Sorry.
No, you're
I make
good.
a little scramble.
You're totally good. Hi, I'm here to keep you company and go along for the ride, I suppose. I'm so ready.
All right, so it's gonna be run can either go to 12 minutes or 18 minutes, depending on RNG, and if I have to take a restart or two. You're gonna see a lot. Don't ever really see space get showcased too often, so I'm really glad to showcase this for like 20 minutes with y'all. I'll give y'all a countdown, and I'll get ready to begin.
Yeah, we're ready when you are.
3, 2, 1, launch. So we're going straight into Space Tatooine. This is one of the hardest maps, and one of those pain in the butts. There's a lot of RNG on this map. We have to deal with like space debris can get in our way. Friendly AI can control us a little bit. We get unlucky with the Y-wing. So here we're taking an interceptor at the start because we want to steal a Y-wing from the rebels, because that is one of the best bombers in the game for a lot of reasons. So hopefully we can take one. The LAT is super late taking off. Oh no, unlucky. So the big problem with the Y-wing here is that if the rebels get into it, it's a 2-seater ship. So if they will sit there and wait to take off until they have a full ship. Anyone? All right, so we can't destroy the LAT, unfortunately, so I have to play this a little smart. So we're going for a really hard clip here. I'm gonna slow it down. You have to go really slow for this clip. First try, let's go.
Let's go. Easy peasy. You make it look so easy.
Thank you. Alright, so I'm gonna bomb the rebels in the hangar real quick. I'm gonna shoot the life support, and I'm gonna explain the double points glitch. So basically, the essential is if you shoot the external of the life support or engines, and then destroy the internal of it with the bomb, like you can do this casually too. You don't even need clips. Use the time bombs like usual, and you get double the points than usual, which is really crucial for doing this fast. The other thing that makes this fast is if the transport is dead, they will keep spawning in the hangar, and we want to use our bombers to get as many kills as possible really fast. I forgot to destroy the shield generator to get myself opening to get some extra points, but it's okay.
Another bit of RNG we're hoping on is our team dealing with a frigate on their own. This frigate across from me. It doesn't
Because
look
you
like they're
don't-
doing too much.
You have people on the ground too, right? It's not just you flying around in the spaceship.
Yeah, there are teammates flying around, but
Our shields have been disabled.
relying on teammates in this game is kind of hilarious. It's really rough. If there's any speed game where you want to like simulate like being mad at your team, you blame the team. This is the game for you. You can blame your teammates for a lot of slowdown.
You heard it here first, everybody. Pick up Star Wars Battlefront 2 right now.
It's definitely not your fault in any way. You did not miss that clip. All right, Space Magneto is the main one that we might have to take a restart or two, depending on how things go. We have to hit a cycle for when the LAT leaves the hangars and destroy it, and then use the next one spawning in to clip inside. The Republic's capital ship is the only one without a good way to clip inside that would help us. So we're gonna be waiting for this LAT to come out. Sometimes it trolls and takes like another 15 seconds or 20. Thank goodness it didn't take 20 years. Sometimes I've seen it take a minute to take off, which I don't understand. There's 32 AI.
That's not great.
We messed up. I'm taking a restart. I was there slightly too early, so I didn't get the clip. So take another try at it. This happens. This is another difficult map because of that. It's easy to miss that cycle. And because I missed it, it's going to take a while to be able to get back inside again. So we'll take another crack at it. And if I miss it again, we'll take one more try, and then I would take the safety route of Republic, which I don't want to have to do. That is uber early. What are you doing? It throws me off a lot. I have to like kind of like finagle this a little bit to try to get this clip. I got it. Second try.
Let's go.
That was really weird, so I'm glad I managed to clutch that. This is really hard. So we're gonna try to get some extra kills while we're at it. Shoot the life support. And unfortunately, this is the only hangar we can't do a bombing run on because it's like a perfect the collision. It's like a perfect box where you just cannot get anything through. So fortunately, we just have to take whatever kills we can in the middle of the ship, destroy the internals, and get back out. And now we're gonna just aim to destroy the bridge, the comms array, and the frigate. And hopefully our team does a lot. I might actually be able to sneak a kill on this LAT here. Literally lucky on this one. We got flew in front of me. The transports, when they're filled up on enemies, is worth a roughly 12 to 15 points. So you want to try to get kills on them when they're manned as much as possible. Our teammates are not doing too much for us, unfortunately. Oh wait, no, they destroyed the comms array for me.
See, you have to complain about it. Complaining works, everyone.
And this bomb should have hit. Yep, we did it. Too bad. That was actually pretty good for a for like a run of Magneto.
GG.
So now we're moving to Space Hoth. This map is the last like really rough map. Things can go wrong if I'm a little unlucky, but I have a safety plan. So Empire again. We're gonna take the interceptor and we're gonna try to do the same thing again, but we're gonna try to do the LAT clip. And if I'm not able to hit that for whatever reason, I'm going to instead like go loop all the way back around. And we want to be able to destroy the LAT so we can maximize our amount of kills we can get. So lots of the LATs in that hangar, the transports, the AI would keep spawning there. We're lucky. We're really lucky. Okay, we're lucky. I'm gonna focus for a second. I didn't get it. I almost got it, but it didn't work out, so I have to abandon this. So I almost clipped through. If I had gotten through, you would have seen my ship through popping through the collision. It happens sometimes. It's not an easy one to get. Sometimes you just fail it. It happens. Another way to get inside, we're gonna just slide on in here. We have to turn the Y-wing like all the way around like that to be able to get inside. So managing to get that's pretty good. That was bad. I took it too close. That happens. So fallback plan.
Nothing wrong
So
with
we'll
the
show
plan B.
so we're gonna show the ult strat then, how much things kind of went wrong. This map's a little mean.
I mean, you said so
So-
yourself that this is definitely one of the most difficult maps. So
This category in general, with these like this first 3 maps, is probably one of the most rough ones.
mm-hmm.
Trying to get electric kills, but it's not working out. So again, we're gonna shoot every engine. You have to shoot every engine. You can't skip one, or you will miss some of the points. It's important to remember that. What we're going to do is that we're going to destroy that. Really unlucky. It's okay. So now we're kind of hoping our team... So those heavy turrets aren't shooting the command bridge, actually.
Our shields have been disabled.
Team? Team, please. Team, please. Okay, so see how much damage that's doing?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Actually, I might skip on the clip entirely here. Yeah. I'm gonna try to make sure I can get this command bridge kill and try to destroy transport, maybe. I might have to think on the fly. Those turrets are missing. I'm like paranoid of like my team camping to kill. I gotta be really careful. Those heavy turrets, if they get the kill on this command bridge, we don't get point credit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I managed to get the points.
That's good. We take those.
Yeah. If we got lucky, that would have been brutal. That meant I wasn't.
Chat, I need you to send Starfy. Chat, send Starfy your energy. Send Starfy best vibes and good RNG. We got this. You can do this.
Got it. So
Heck yeah.
I'm gonna mention this really quick. So there's also a script in this game that I'm not gonna mention the full name of, is not good to say on the stream. But it's basically a script that for space specifically, the AI gets to cheat. And it tells the AI to cheat on you, and they will just like spawn in front of you, they will like lock onto you, they will like do instant 180s for no reason. Because they can do that apparently. That can happen a lot. But it's kind of cool. I got to showcase like actually shooting the ships down. That's kind of a big thing to be good at as well. You want to be a little accurate at like actually hitting these. So I'm going to get this really low to kill it in like 3 bombs. I'm going to leave it alone. I'm going to shoot the life support. I'm going to try to get this kill on this transport. Might as well get extra bombs on that. And we killed that to get our 15 points. And also you can see the AI cheating right there if you saw that bomber. You saw that V-Wing just popped in front of me. Where did it come from?
He just came out of nowhere.
Yeah,
they just manifested.
They're manifesting. And that clip right there is the hardest one in the run, but with this ship it's pretty like easy. But with on Space Kashyyyk, which is the next map, I'm going to go for the harder one, since that's a little faster. And also, I would like to showcase all the clips for y'all, because I think that's really cool. I'll see that bomber come out of nowhere. Look at all these ships coming out of nowhere.
They're just appearing.
Oh, we're going to get ya. There's a lot of difficulty as well in navigating these spaces, because if you go too far, you can crash into some stuff. You can also miss those bombs, because hitting those bombs on the internal systems of the engines and the life support is really precise and easy to miss. And their collision can be really annoying. This is actually kind of a solid space Felucia, all things considered.
You're absolutely crushing it.
Alright, we need 5 kills. And sometimes it can be good to just land and just try to get the kills you can. But they're done. Like in the situation, I'm just gonna land instead of trying to get another bomb and just gun someone down. There we go.
Score one for the Republic.
Shit stealing. Oh, that was a nice shot, actually. Good shot. His back.
Call him
is
Starkey
completely flipped.
Sharpshooter.
Alright, Space Kashyyyk. I'm going to try to showcase the difficult clip. We'll see if we get this first try. The same clip I just did on that map, but with the harder ship. Which, this droid strike bomber is the best, which is the grievous ship for some reason in this game. It's like the best bomber in the game, arguably, because it's super fast at crossing out its bombs. Uh-oh, that's a little unlucky. I'm just gonna wait for the next ship. Spawn. There we go. I was like scared it wasn't gonna spawn. Where is the... I have to like look for the frigate, not frigate, gunship. Gonna bomb it real quick. Look how fast I threw this out. I got all my bombs out in like less than a second.
I blinked and they were gone.
So I'm gonna lock in for a second. First try! Let's go!
Let's go!
I made that look easy, but that is incredibly that is the hardest clip in the run. Like just before practice, it took me like a good few minutes to get the practice in to be able to get it.
Their life support systems have been destroyed.
Which is a little bit of rust, but that just shows us how difficult this is. But I'm glad I got a first try. That's like super cool. That's a really cool one to show. So we're gonna do this. That's a little unlucky. I gotta try that again. Not the most efficient. Space Kashyyyk. Got a big clump there. We're gonna get as big of a clump as we can. Let's see how this goes. This is going kind of slowly. I didn't miss the system either. Did I not get double points? I think I didn't. Either that or it's just this weirdly slow. Usually this map's much faster than this. Not the best luck. But it happens. Oh wait, I think a transport died? I see another ship just spawned in front of me.
He just popped into existence.
Oop, I did not get any kills with that.
Their frigate has been destroyed.
To make a judgment call here. I'm just gonna dip from this and look for the gunship. Where did he jump? Where did he go? I just saw it leave. I'm gonna match Q to see if I can find it. Oh, it died immediately. That's a little troll. Okay. Alright, you know what? We're just gonna gun stop him a little bit. This is really unlucky. I don't know what's going on here. But it happens. I think what happened was the transport took off, but then immediately crashed as soon as I left to go try to find it to get the points I needed. So I'm
There
gonna
is a lot of
Republic.
There's a lot of RNG in like a lot of these runs, right? Like it's mostly how would you say?
A lot of this game, some categories are less RNG heavy than others, like the campaign and some other categories, but RNG is a big factor in this game, but that's kind of part of what makes it appealing as well. Because no one run is going to be the same. It's going to be like... You have to make a lot of adaptations on the fly. I mean, sometimes you do just get unlucky and just get randomly rocketed in the face, or the AI trolls you in this category. But it's really cool to do. It's fun to do this kind of thing. I'm going to try to snipe this guy. I got him.
Very nice. Something that keeps you guessing and something that keeps you on your toes. But I think that goes to show how much skill you need to run this.
I'm gonna pause real quick so I can just so I can. We have time. I wanted to just think about just how big this gap is in this Star Destroyer. Like, look at this. It's really huge.
Oh.
I can show it right for you while we're doing our like closing bit, but you can fit an entire gunship in there. Easy.
That seems like an oversight. Bad planning on that ship design's part.
I don't know what happened there, but it is incredibly useful. That is the easiest clip of all of these. You can do that casually.
That's fun though. I love little secrets like that. That's really cool.
It's incredibly funny and really nice. Also, for some reason on this map, the Empire just doesn't leave the hangar. You might see one ship take off every once in a while, but that's it. They're just sitting in here.
They're
Which
just
makes
hanging
them
out.
really easy. They're easy pickings because of that. So this makes it the easiest map, and time will be called when we see the victory screen in the next like roughly 20 seconds, depending on how this next couple bombings go. Bam bam, bam bam, bam bam. Uh-oh. I almost goofed that. And then bam bam, bam bam. Yeah. Crashes. And time. So
GG.
GG's are like that was fun to showcase. I hope y'all enjoyed that. That's like I got to show like all the clips at least, all the little strats you can do. Not the most efficient run, but it's okay.
It was a blast.
And yeah, you can learn to do these casually and make space a little more fun. This game mode is kind of infamously kind of repetitive. So it's really cool to do this kind of thing to make it a little spice it up a bit, you know.
Yeah, thank you so much for showing off this run in this category. Starfy, where can the good people find you?
You can find me on Twitch on Starfy99 or which I stream like speedruns of this game. I've been messing with SSX lately as well, doing hundos at that, the new thing. And just stream whatever I feel like. And I'm also on YouTube and Blue Sky. And thank you for being here. Thank you for having me.
Of course. Thank you so much. And yeah, friends, that has been Starfy. Goodness gracious, we have such a great time here. Since Starfy was our Fatales representative, I do want to remind everybody that Flame Fatales 2026 will be live September 13th through to the 19th. If you want to volunteer for the event, all creators, that means you, yes, you, can apply to become an ambassador, and community members can submit to volunteer during the event by July 19th. If you're interested, you can visit gdq.gg/ff for more info. That's gdq.gg/ff. We are going to take a quick break and set up for our next upcoming run, which is going to be, again, another absolute blast. So sit tight, remember to hydrate, stretch, get a little snack if you need to, and I will see you shortly. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. You are watching the GDQ Block Party, where we here on GDQ Hotfix are highlighting members of our greater GDQ community, including GD Queer, Black in a Flash, Frame Fatales, the Asian Speedrunners Alliance, and Latinos and Hispanics in speedrunning. I have genuinely one of the best groups of people hanging out with me right now. It is my absolute pleasure to introduce Marvel Cosmic Invasion Any Percent Co-op, run by the immutable, the incredible Cyphrin, Prez,
Pop, you got accused. Yeti said you turned off everybody's mic. All right, Bees, go ahead.
Let me know when we're live again, because
We are live again.
You're live.
oh,
You're
wow,
live.
we're live. Hello, everyone. I didn't say anything you may have just heard. Hi, I'm Big Bees, and I'm Zbees. Yeah, we're gonna do this run. It's gonna be super fun, and no matter what you heard, it is not true, unless it is in my favor. So Cypher lied.
I think Cypher lied. Oh, if you heard Bees has skill issues, then you heard the truth. And yes, I'm here.
Wow, in front of my salad.
Yeah, I'm here, finally able to take part in this with my teammates from GDQ Juneteenth that I had to miss out for, but I'm glad to finally be able to run this with them tonight. So it should be a good time.
Hi everybody, I'm Pop. I am the one responsible for snatching this group together, and yes, snatch, because what had happened was I made a group chat and I said, all right, we're running Cosmic or no. And we ended up running on Juneteenth, as Cypher mentioned. Unfortunately, Cypher could not join us, but the block party planning was gracious enough for us to do it with the full squad. I'm super excited to do this.
Thank you, Block Party Planning.
And I am Prez. I was here earlier. I promised you we'd be back, and now I'm back to protect the world from devastation. To unite. Oh wait, wrong game. Anyway, we are going to be running Marvel Cosmic Invasion, any percent, but not just any old run. You may notice that I have some modifiers on screen right now. There's a couple things you want to be interested in, mostly about this mode right here, Vampire Mode. So as we are playing the game, our hit points are going to be constantly decreasing, but every enemy we defeat will restore a little bit of our HP. So you'll hear us communicating with one another in a very civil fashion about who needs health, and make sure that we all stay alive.
Truly, this will be simple and nothing will go wrong.
Yeah, absolutely nothing will go wrong.
Yeah, we do have the configuration set to, like, single player enemies, HP modifier is less than half, concentration so that we can super as much as we need to, difficulty on easy because honestly playing this game on hard is such a nightmare. Bees and I tried it before and never again. Wolverine is the hack for that, but I still would not recommend.
Well, that's because you have Bees.
But you know what? Yeah, because
I think we should just do the run. It has you on Captain America for me.
All right, I will. You don't hear game audio?
Could Cypher keep talking?
Hold tight. Hold on. Why would you not hear game audio?
Please give us a second for these technical difficulties.
How about now?
While we fight off the tech gremlins, I would love to tell everybody here in chat, if you are enjoying the show tonight, make sure that you tune in tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern, where our friends at Black in a Flash are putting on the Bath Olympics. Members of our Black in a Flash community are playing sports and other sports-related speedruns. So if you're enjoying the energy that has been brought into the call today, you're going to have so much more of it tomorrow. Be sure to tune in. It's going to be an absolutely wonderful time. Genuinely, friends, I love the Bath folks. I love being their play cousin. They always bring the best vibes to the function. They are the best vibes at the function. So if you're enjoying this, tune into Bath Olympics tomorrow. It's going to be a great time.
Heck yeah.
For sure.
Thank you to production for keeping us together. I assume game audio is ready to go. Is everybody ready to start the run?
Yep,
ready.
All right, I'll count it down in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
A mighty evil is waging war across the cosmos.
Let's do it.
Honestly, if he did their commentary that entire time in that voice, I don't think I would be able to hold it together.
Okay, well, now that I've been introduced, I can finally say that I've been watching this whole time, and I've seen all timelines in which this run takes place, and fam, they're all lit.
Genuinely, I was waiting until somebody mentioned me at all so I could do the watching.
I'm so sorry. I was going to pass it to you. You didn't.
When there was no game audio, I completely forgot.
True.
But yes, T, thank you for being
No,
here.
that was the
for,
perfect.
No, my pleasure. Thank you all for having me. And you're right, hard is its own beast. I think I still hold record in that category, and the number of times it took to even get a single run completed in hard, it was unmentionable.
Yeah, I still don't want to do solo player hard.
I do not blame you even a little bit. So you're seeing on your screen here a lot of the basic mechanics of Marvel Cosmic Invasion being laid out as our players make their way through. A lot of what's happening here is our players kind of a natural split that will have happened over the course of playing together a lot. Our players find either like covering one side of the screen or another. Some players will float, quite literally in some cases, but more metaphorically, to cover front and back of the screen based on what their moves are. Players like Storm have wide-ranging special moves activated with a special button on the controller and spending that blue bar underneath their health to do things like big AoE attacks or a single extremely strong set of strikes, like the Thing, who does it directly around himself, or Beta Ray Bill, who throws the hammer out, and the hammer is actually the hitbox. But there's a lot of that going on. One of the other things that you've probably already noticed by now is a couple of the characters out on the screen. In this case, I think it's Phoenix and Thing. Instead of dodging when they block, when they hit the block button, just draw with no other inputs, those characters and a certain class of characters will parry attacks instead, which let you, stop the damage outright, can stagger enemies, and give you opportunities to counterattack. So having a good mix of dodge and parry on your team really helps some of these screens go a lot faster. Speaking of faster, we're already at the first boss.
We're zooming.
Yep. I think half of our team has parry capabilities. Cosmic also has parry as well.
Okay, I forgot if CGR was one or the other. Yeah, this game goes pretty interesting in like new school and old school references. Cosmic Ghost Rider is a character from an Elseworld story where he goes back to try to kidnap Thanos as a baby, and somehow Thanos always survives, so that doesn't go as planned. But this is the Beetle, a street-level villain, having been taken over by an agent of Annihilus, the main villain, that big gunky bug on his head. And yeah, keep yourself clean, shower regularly, and you won't get head bugs, probably.
It's funny you mentioned the Thanos thing, because later on in the game, I'm pretty sure someone's just like, oh, trying to get in touch with your daddy. And I'm like, this is in reference to something, and I don't remember what it is. And I'm glad you reminded me of that.
Yep, and chat also correctly
remembers
remembers that CGR, or Cosmic Ghost Rider, is in fact that Earth's version of the Punisher.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did we mention comics get weird? Comics get weird sometimes.
Yeah.
A little bit.
I don't know about a little bit. Like, did we all forget the timeline where Spider-Man and Mary Jane were married, and his aunt passes away, and he's just like, no, I need her back alive. So in exchange, he pretty much has to like reset the timeline, and they're not married anymore.
I'm just hoping
like,
that the movie of roughly the same name coming out soon does not follow that story. It does. Sometimes the writers feel a bit too precious about what they create, and they feel like they need to reset the storyline. It's like Sisyphus. One must imagine Peter Parker happy.
God. And you know what's worse? The timeline isn't even like the main Earth, because there's like 20 different versions of Earth in the Marvel universe.
A mystery indeed.
I mean, occasionally they get it right. Like, they started Miles Morales as an alternate universe, but he made his way over to mainline, and we're all the better for it.
Yep.
Absolutely.
So we're starting to see screens, particularly here in Genosha. We'll see a little bit later on. If we'd gone to the Helicarrier, there would also be some versions of this, and there are branching paths in a number of the levels. You'll see our players have to dial in the choice of level they want unanimously to keep going. But in that last screen and in a lot of other places, there will be screen hazards that can be used principally to our players' advantage. Yep, there's also a couple cases you heard the call out from Pop to run up the side of a screen, which is to say that there's basically a sloped screen ingress from one screen to the next. And if you just push against the wall, the game will take you where you need to go faster than you can get there yourself. Unfortunately, all paths in Genosha lead to the Master Mold, one of the more annoying bosses in the game. And the reason why is because if you deal too much damage to him at once, he'll turtle up and you'll have to fight his invincible fists for a little while. Or you could just hang out in the corner if your name is Zbeez.
We can't do nothing to the hands. Might as well.
True. Not until they come down and land on the ground.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah,
Very nice.
everybody with these supers at the same time. Yeah, with certain button combinations, if you're paying attention to both characters' resources, you can actually have both of them super at the same time. You can call out your partner character. Like, if you've seen more than 4 characters on screen at any time, it's because by holding the left bumper or L1 or equivalent on a controller, you can combine that with an attack button to have the second character on your squad also come out and do one of their attacks. So doing that effectively without running yourself out of energy is key to maximizing the DPS you can do as a single player and as a squad.
Savage Land.
Alright. Time to take it to Khazar in the Savage Land. We got a couple players who are a little low on health, but since we have that vampire modifier turned on, they're just going to need to get aggressive.
Aggressive.
Food right there. Storm.
Oh yeah, and maybe don't run into the lava jets. The Savage Land is full of those.
No, you wanna sit there and be on his side the whole time till it happened to you. Then it's
the bag of chips did the practice for last time.
I've been telling y'all this for years. Y'all don't call me
you
the bad guy.
the food and then you missed it. That's completely different than me going towards the food. You were there first.
He tripped me.
You were there first. Okay.
Yeah, sorry folks. There's a bag of chips healing item in this game. You just knew somebody was going to ruin the block party at some point by bogarting the chips.
Yeah, son. So chat, remember I said there would be completely civil conversation.
Maybe a completely Civil War conversation? I don't... Is that anything? Yeah, all right. So I'm going to run out to the store to buy some more chips for y'all, and you keep doing the run in the meantime.
Get the one Cypher don't like so everybody can get some.
Oh, God.
Oh, wow.
All right. Let's take it around the horn.
Favorite
Favorite chip flavors. Let's do it.
Yeah, chat. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, chat.
And why is it not kettle cooked salt and vinegar chips?
He said kettle cooked.
I can't argue against that.
Okay, why do you not like kettle cooked?
Because it tastes like old styrofoam.
Go on. Oh, okay.
That somebody like flavored. I was trying to think of a good way to describe it. Like somebody went into their attic and got a bag of old styrofoam, threw some salt and vinegar on it, and was like, "Here you go."
Blackheart Wings, I heard an opinion forming over there. What you got?
Yeah, no, I am a big believer in spicy sweet chili Doritos, the purple bag. They're my favorite.
You know what?
My mom loves
I have not
those.
tried them. I have some in the house right now. We watched
Oh,
a
please do.
Babish ranking
Right in
video
front of
on
everybody.
Doritos a couple of weeks back, and we got some. So
Live taste test.
Yeah, right here.
if I
live
didn't
on
just
GDQ.
have dinner,
Oh, sounds like an excuse. There's always
You'll have
room
to
for
keep it
Doritos.
well, that and they're also my
That's the
partners,
motto
so I'm
for
not going to
the-
open them
oh,
without
okay.
asking.
Okay.
And it looks like Chad is also on my side here. Everybody loves the sweet and spicy Doritos. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, for sure. Purple bag supremacy.
It's like that commercial. Don't talk about my mama and don't touch my Doritos.
My Degritos? Is that when you bake your degree and turn it? Like, you can do that with cheese. You can make cheese chips. I've never heard of somebody turning an advanced education degree into chips, though.
Yeah, I bet Doritos just... That was a really old Super Bowl commercial that went viral for no reason.
True.
It was so simple. And it just started it as like, yeah. Don't talk about my mama and don't touch my Doritos.
Chad
Alright,
says that they've got some Cape Cod potato chips. Cool
Cape
Ranch
Cod
has
is really
come up
good.
a couple of times.
Yeah, I
All
love Cool
dressed has been
Yeah, Cool Ranch
mentioned
is
a
a
few
classic.
times.
Okay, all dressed.
Dill pickle.
How's it going up there in Canada? I see you. True. Chad also mentioning that ketchup is deeply Canadian as far as chip or crisp
This is
flavors
true.
go. Yeah, I'm pretty simple. I don't have chips that often anymore. I'm usually doing like some flavor of Triscuit. Like here, what do I have in my?
He's down. He's down.
Balsamic vinegar and basil Triscuits right now, but I was always big on sour cream and onion. Keep it simple.
We've got to hear me out in the chat. Hear me out. Pretzels dipped in sour cream and onion dip.
Oh, nothing.
You had
to
me
hear
in the
out
first
on.
half.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm here for it.
I don't know. Maybe I've had Auntie
Like, don't-
Anne's too much because if I have something salty, I'll want something sweet to kind of offset the saltiness.
I got you.
I do love a salty sweet combo. I used to eat Skittles in my popcorn when I was much younger.
Sure.
Oh my
yeah,
god,
no,
I
get it.
remember that being the mix.
Okay, not the candy
tried
I would
it
have
once.
chosen, but I get it.
No, that used to be a whole.
Hearing it.
That used to be like a whole thing in like the southeast.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As someone who's going in for some dental work on Wednesday, I'm appreciating this, but I can't live that life anymore.
We don't talk about the state of my teeth. It's fine.
Fair. All right, remember there are a couple of drops around here. Some purple space bananas.
Yeah, just grab them.
Potassium's
All right,
good no
the real-
matter what form it's in. We are
Here's
also
another
seeing our
question.
players start to incorporate new ways of clearing waves. This is like a very classic beat 'em up style objective where you have to clear enemies that are going to move across the screen in almost all cases. There's almost always exceptions, but in a lot of cases you either have to try to clear an enemy before it crosses the screen or the last enemy in a wave to be able to move on to the next screen. So in a lot of cases, a character like the Thing, who actually has multiple attempts to hit somebody while he's doing that jumping bounce animation, is great to just stick against a wall as long as you're lined up with where those enemy signs show up, and you'll just have them right as they come on screen. You can also see that basically everybody's attending to those just to make sure they don't get missed. Now, we've also got enemies that themselves are trapped. The little green flies there are filled with a glue, I guess, because every time you hit one of those, if they explode on you, you are slowed down. And yeah, we just don't love that in speedrunning. You can mitigate it a little bit, but especially if you're transitioning between screens, it is SLO.
Yeah, it kind of felt like
W.
it bugged out for a little bit because it's supposed to
That kind of slow.
dissipate after a few seconds, but
Yeah, if you're actively in an
Yeah.
animation, it won't wear off until you stop. So you do
Also,
have
if
to
you're
take
doing
a...
ult, you won't get hit by it. At least with Thing. I can do the Thing's ult in the middle of it.
Yeah,
and you won't get slowed down.
ults do just generally leave your active character invulnerable. And you can actually also, when you start ulting as one character, you can swap in the other character to keep the hurt on.
Yep.
Yeah, like if you see, you'll see it. Thing and Venom out at the same time. That's why.
Now, the other Phoenix, Dark Phoenix, on the right of your screen there for about
down.
-5 seconds longer. She's really one of the first bosses that can put the hurt on you, especially if you're playing with a lower player count. This is a boss that is best approached by either attacking aggressively, if you've got the squad for it, or by all attacks of hers except one can be parried. So we'll also see that happen a decent amount here in Destramundo in all likelihood.
The forecast calls for your death.
Also, Prez, I just want to say, I think that new mod you got on your motorcycle isn't working right.
Oh, true. We have had people complaining about that.
I'm so sorry. I've not wanted to interrupt.
That was a good Phoenix
expert
cycle.
commentary.
That was.
Definitely.
But I will. I'll make sure we give it a spin.
Yeah, because we're Venom is such an annoying boss who's about to be coming up soon. Or should we just call him Dark Venom? Because Bees is Venom.
Yeah.
Well, he's the yin to my Halloween Yang. All right.
He's the unmangoed Venom.
I was just about to say yeah.
No, I knew Prez was thinking FGC, Mango Sentinel.
I wanted to say it. I'm just like, I don't know how many people know that.
Look, sometimes the references are just for you. I have lived by that philosophy, and I will die by that philosophy.
That's fair.
Shout out to New York.
Yeah.
Knicks.
Also, shout outs to. Sorry. Yes, absolutely. And shout outs in chat to Jeff the Land Shark. Unfortunately, we are not able to bring that delightful little guy with us.
if they make him playable and he's somehow better than Rocket, I might actually pass out from laughter.
I'm here for it.
I'm going to rage if that's the case.
Yeah, there are a couple.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just to say there are a couple of characters who just aren't it in this game, and unfortunately, Rocket is one of the prime examples of that. But
Spider-Man,
you know,
and Spider-Man,
yeah, he's the other.
Hey, if I gotta suffer, so does Cypher.
One must imagine Peter Parker doing damage because it
Now, I
isn't
know,
going to happen otherwise.
Cyclops and the Thing are new, but Cyclops is the better of the two. The Thing is the better of the two. Cyclops, if you run Cyclops, you have to use the Thing with him because I don't know if it was something that happened in development, but the way Cyclops is set up, it's like he was built to be used with the Thing. And Jean.
Kind of see it. Yeah, Cyclops is an interesting combination of ranged and melee. There actually have been arcs where Cyclops, for one reason or another, was forced to focus mostly on close range combat, so they kind of call back to that. If the phrase punch clops means anything to you, I see you and I hear you. So, but yeah, his specials have really interesting kind of disjointed hitboxes that make a lot of sense because he's literally just like letting the glasses off and the optic blast goes around, then he whips his head and like the attack comes back and hits in the opposite direction.
Yeah, I kind of wish the damage output for it was higher.
True.
Because I feel like it should be stronger considering what comes out of his eyes, but...
Right. Which is either Ruby Quartz energy or pure concussive force, depending on which...
Yeah.
Did we mention comics get weird?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. Maybe.
Okay, well, there'll probably be an opportunity to say it again later.
And he's down. That is everybody.
And he's up. He's around. He's all over the place.
There we go.
There we go. The true Cosmic Ghost Rider special has arrived. I was told behind the scenes that bell was not quite loud enough, so if we can get a little extra on the next one,
we will make sure we get you covered.
Hold that lever all the way in.
Need more bike bells.
Discord's hating on the Black Party.
I've got a fever, and the only cure is more bike belt.
More bike belt.
More bike belt.
He's already dead.
No, there was one that's still up. There's one that's still up for no reason. That was so weird.
The symbiote
How did it
grunts,
live?
the ones that aren't the little spawn are surprisingly hardy, even in... We're basically playing on standard single-player spawns with the added difficulty or the added danger of having players having constantly draining health. So there actually isn't that much enemy damage to heal off of because they don't have extra HP. But all the same, those standing symbiote enemies are surprisingly hardy. They also have a bad habit of counterattacking when they get up, and any attacks that symbiotes hit a player with will cause them to take that same slowdown effect.
Fun fact, we actually gave the enemies less HP. Modifiers on
0.5.
That's true.
That's true.
Yeah.
While it makes it easier, it also makes it harder.
Right.
No.
Perfectly balanced.
I'll take
as all
bottom
things
right.
should be.
I'll take bottom left.
I'll take top right.
Yep, you can see right now why our players had to split up. You cannot damage Null while he's drawing from the power of the symbiote layer.
Juggle him.
So he's only occasionally vulnerable when those are not available.
Go.
As a compensation, as a trade-off, he has an extremely low stagger threshold, so you can see they're knocking him all over the place with both players.
Great job.
I appreciate the call out from Pop at the end of every level because you can in fact juggle the bosses as long as you want. And if you ever play a public co-op game of this, you will see players who literally just play keep away and don't let you finish a level.
Yeah.
So playing hot potato with the bosses is not optimal. Got it.
It is typically considered bad manners.
For speedruns,
yes.
no. If you're playing with the homies, absolutely, it's funny.
Oh, sure. Yeah, no. It's funny. Like, I love that there are different ways to play and have fun with this game. The developers Cosmic Invasion Discord has lots of videos of people labbing out how to maximize your combo count and like use just a couple of screens to get like a times 999 combo multiplier. So watching people find different ways to have fun with the game, like that's the essence of video gaming right there.
Yeah. What makes this mode unique is normally you would skip the cameras because that's optimal for one, but because we have constantly decreasing health, we need to spawn in the random enemies to get some HP back.
Yeah, it's actually something I'm still labbing out as to whether the cameras are faster. In most of the
they
runs
were for me when I did campaign mode.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
because my current PB for that is it's under an hour. It's like sub. I want to say I also sub 45 that. It might be sub 50. Nice. I have to look at my live split.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like
oh, this is still up. I was like,
Bit worm.
Oh yep. Time to get monologued out.
All right, discount Zordon.
Greetings, strangers.
I love this reasoning.
This game being relatively new, you know, we're in a spot where people are still finding things out. I'm always happy to share notes with this crew. I used to hold the record in the kind of all default mode, you know, just standard medium one player, but a couple of weeks ago somebody lowered that by an entire another minute. So I got stuff to watch and learn from. Yeah, exactly. I genuinely love to see that more than anything. Like, I don't necessarily take it as a challenge all the time. I kind of know where my limits are, but I'm super happy to see that. I still hold the records on easy and hard, so I'm looking for people to come for those too.
Heck yeah. That's awesome.
I still need to record a new and submit the campaign run. I think I still have world record for any % solo and 2-player co-op. I haven't gotten any notification that someone has taken it, but the mods for that board were kind of like, yeah, we want more runners. So I just looked at the categories that were empty and just ran those.
Yeah, and then there's, of course, there's still an empty category, which is the one where you set it to hard mode and then you turn on all the modifiers that make the game harder again. And yeah, I don't blame anybody for not trying.
I was about to say, that might
I might do it for charity.
So to answer the question in chat, now that we're talking about modifiers, the short answer to the question, which is, does the game have old school style, you know, they've said cheats, but there are toggles in both directions. The short answer is yes. You can, in fact, do supers based off of your health, which is the classic old style play style, where you just don't use the blue bar, and instead, every time you super, it takes a small quantity of your health. Of course, using that with Vampire as well suddenly makes the game a lot more difficult. So, yeah, you can definitely mix and match. You can doppelganger so that players can play the same characters in a multiplayer lobby. A lot of the same stuff, if you're familiar with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge, is also there. That boss is worth talking about in single player, but she's done now.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to... I can't set the bell up without cutting out the game audio for a significant period of time, so we have to go no bell this time.
All right. We're just going to have to take a couple for the road at the end. Once the run's done, we'll get a couple for the road.
Right, for the road.
I was so scared because that black screen was so long.
Same. I was like, please do not freak. That's why I didn't say anything. I was like, yo.
This is
like my heart sank for a little bit. Like that feeling you get when you miss a step on the stairs.
Yeah.
Ooh, real.
Down.
That and you just start looking at or you start looking at the Discord. It's like, all right, who just dropped? Somebody dropped, and that's why we're not loading in. Yeah, so it turns out Thanos might have been behind this or rather, he's just happy for any chance to monologue. So he set an eyeless up just to have a laugh. You know, that's how Thanos is.
Right.
Thank you. I had to remember which door.
I still don't know which one is faster. I picked this because it's easier for bees to throw them off the edge in the next section after this whole wave.
I think that honestly should make part of the difference. The inside section on this level is largely auto-scrollers, like you have to wait for a bunch of laser turrets to deploy, and if you're playing a character who can knock down enemies quickly, because these last two screens here, and a little bit of the next one, you can literally just push enemies off the edge and not have to fight them the rest of the way, so... Especially this enemy, they are really obnoxious because if you knock them down and don't defeat them, when they get back up, they are immediately in an armored state where they just jump and slash at everybody. Now, Bees, you don't need to throw yourself over the edge.
I had to make sure he stayed down, okay?
Okay, you just wanted to make sure that the edge was still there.
All it was. You double tap, make sure they don't come back as a zombie. That's what.
Well done. Well done.
Thank you.
Now, Marvel Zombies is a different thing. Although if they were adding modes to this game, I wouldn't be against a Marvel Zombie style.
I would not be against it. Also, if they increase the player count for something like that.
Don't Timu. I just want to put that out there. You know, we love what you did so far. Because, you know, I did.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to more character drops. You know, when they
ice cream up top.
Oh, I don't see it.
There was. Somebody got it.
Cypher.
Yeah, sorry, ice cream does not last
that was
long
actually
at the block party.
I was trying to
be like Cypher.
Fight an enemy that went up there.
Oh.
No.
There's a reason that whoever brings the ice cream and the chips is everybody's friend.
Yeah.
Conquest has to be tested.
All right, here goes Sassy Grimace. Let's go.
Yep, hoping for a good pattern. I don't quite know.
Cosmic,
you good? You good, Cosmic?
I'm chilling on my screen. I don't know what it looked like on y'all's.
Yeah, sorry.
It was like a whole foot stomp.
The rest of us only see Prez's screen, so I couldn't say.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, we did get a favor.
It was literally just doing a little block party stomp.
Nice.
Kind
we got a
of
decent pattern. The best version of this fight is he literally just stays on the corners the whole time with the minigun. You walk behind him and then just, you know, take him down.
And
oh my god.
And
there we go. Bling, bling. Thing's just taking a nap. He's all right.
I didn't even realize he died. That's actually tough.
Yeah. He'll be fine.
Yeah,
he didn't die. He was just making fun of Thanos.
Alexa, play Despacito in minor key. Yeah, the worst part is I actually have one of those in my room, so I had to mute myself immediately after to tell it to stop.
Oh.
It's fine. It's always worth it for comedy. But yeah, unfortunately, being down a character means that we're actually going to have to see either a full heal, the red crystals that have been available a few times, or a large healing item to bring Thing back. And until then, Bees won't be able to do any double character callouts. So it's literally just down to Venom and whatever he's got going.
There will be a giant Thing hill in this area.
Yeah, it'll be when you get to the elevator.
Mm-hmm.
Fortunately, the Thanos ice pops, while delicious, and they have gumball eyes. Or sorry, Galactus pops. Those are considered a level 1 healing item.
I always say this when we run the game, but those pops actually look like they should taste good. Like, I would order that from the ice cream
They look
truck.
like they were sold IRL. I'm not gonna hold you.
There it is.
Yep.
And Thing is back.
He died, but he got better.
True. I mean, it's Marvel.
He just had the itis after eating all that food.
Right. Thing needed a little lie down. That is really the only thing that could put down the
Very
thing.
nice. And done.
Yeah, genuinely learning how to do that cycle or that interaction is the primary way to speed up this level. We'll also see some going into the next section, which is our mandatory escalator part of the run. There is an optional one if you took the shield helicarrier, but this is the one we have to do. So again, we talked a little bit earlier about knocking enemies off the edge. That's going to be crucial here. Yep, we got Bill who can do it. We got Thing who can do it with the haymaker. Venom probably has some stuff to his benefit, so
everybody can grab and throw except for me. Phoenix
Yep.
can do it. Battery Bill. Thing.
Yeah, the it's funny, the gold sentinels there, the one that came in from the side, used to behave differently in that it used to have a relatively low knockdown threshold, so that like a Captain America shield throw could knock it out of the air and defeat it. These days, you either have to fight it honestly, or you have to do what Bees did and be willing to take yourself down along with him. You gotta Dr. Andros it.
Great callback.
I mean, hey, it's recent too. I mean, Star Fox just came out again.
He's coming on of his own volition. Beautiful.
We appreciate that.
Technically just out of the way of the gun, but you wouldn't know it from how quickly he went down. Very nice. Chat with the very good call out on Vanillaware games. In this case, they mentioned Unicorn Overlord, but Vanillaware games in general have food that is good enough to eat.
You know ball. Oh my god. That
BZDs.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dragon's Crown.
I didn't see it.
Oh,
Yeah.
Odin Spear.
Odin Spear,
I would
absolutely.
I love that.
I was literally looking over at my shelf of PS4 games. I'm like, okay, they released a bunch of these.
Speaking of which, I think the Unicorn Overlord run is like 20 minutes or 30 minutes or so.
If even that. I know it's quite short. It is possible
Yeah.
to really min-max that game, as is often the case with strategy games.
Because I thought about running that game.
All right. Important comms. I definitely need food. The next food that comes out.
There's some right there. Yeah.
All right,
and I
there
think
we
there's
go.
one on the
Yeah,
other
yeah.
side of the arena as well. Or is that
It's
no?
nighttime.
That's a
That's
a
the,
spirit crystal.
oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to call them. I don't think there's a community agreed name for that, but you know, it lets you do damage, so everyone's always happy to see it. Unlike
There you go.
Surfer. Because Surfer, Philo is actually the first boss who could do this, but Surfer is much better at it. They do cosmic damage, which is purple damage numbers, and if you take cosmic damage, you also take damage over time, and every tick of that also stops you briefly. So Phylavel on our team is actually capable of doing cosmic damage herself, but both of those bosses were, and some enemies later on will also be able to do that. So something our players have to be on their toes for.
And we're at the
Yep.
part of the game where this
I-
brings us straight to the end.
I gotta give a big shout out to one of the people in chat who screamed out, "Blue Valkyrie needs food."
Yes.
I love that so much.
All right, what you got? You got Dark Legacy, Legends. What was your gauntlet choice?
Dark Legacy was my number one. Legends was all right.
I mean, Dark Legacy is essentially an expanded version, but I didn't want to, say no to anybody's nostalgia. I did like playing the really goofy character classes like the Jester.
Yeah. No, I went the Wizard. That was my little old man
Red
running.
Wizard needs food badly.
Yeah. That was
You'll get
sad.
one when
Quite
you
a few-
hear destroy the interlopers. Unless it happened already.
Yeah, I think that was actually when he called out the aim soldiers a screen or two back.
Oh yeah. Well, there's gonna be cafeteria food.
True. Yeah, there's
coming
a
up soon.
there's a
There's an
loadout
ice cream
pop right
bar.
there.
Up top.
But
Up top
before,
red.
yeah.
Got it.
And there's gonna be some cat food right before we have to go outside and Galactus shoots everybody.
It's like a big thing of stew. It looks delicious.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to think about it being cat food.
No, not cat food. Calf at the cafeteria.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
There you go, Bees.
There you go.
Oh,
And we didn't pick it up. Okay, that's a party foul.
That's all right.
I mean,
That's so
granted,
weird because Bees was standing right on top of it.
That's more for
Yep,
somebody else to
again.
enjoy at the block
Game-
party.
game
So very
changing.
thoughtful of you all.
Yeah, for the people running after us, for those who come after.
All right. E33.
Yeah, no, I mean a VOD worth
Oh, that's
watching
from that
if you need more SGDQ in your life.
Oh, that's cool, Wolverine. I didn't need that.
What I grab? What?
I wasn't gonna say
I didn't even
nothing
see
more.
Wolverine up there.
Yeah, I didn't either until the food disappeared and I saw his tiny little Canadian butt scattering away.
I didn't pick up any food. I picked up a crystal.
Yeah, you picked up some crystals. That's
I was saying some crystals.
Okay, so what I'm
That's
hearing here is
good.
that Wolverine didn't actually get an invite to the block party. He's just one of those who always shows
Yeah,
up.
he's just
and, like,
small.
waits
Nobody
to see if
sees him, and he
asks
run in
him.
and grab. Yeah.
Okay. But see, I was thinking he was just gonna sit in the corner and wait and see if somebody asks him to leave. But
No, he's a human seagull. He just runs in and goes, mine, grabs it and runs off.
with the skewers, he didn't even have to grab it.
Yep.
Literally a hit and run on the picnic table.
So you T-Tree sees. T-Tree knows what I got to deal with.
Well, Phoenix would be out, but she's a little indisposed right now.
Yeah.
She's a little
Speaking
busy.
of,
Whoa.
Speaking of,
I was going to say
all
that
right,
was
back on the
Prez,
field.
but all right.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's okay. We get a team hill coming up
Next
from a little guy that's going to try and escape here soon.
Right there.
There it is.
Got it. All right.
I did remember
Yeah,
that.
we're mostly seeing advanced versions of enemies that we've seen before. Those red flying bugs have an arc attack that can hit you when you're not expecting it. They also have some armor just generally, so they don't get staggered the same way that most normal enemies would. And speaking of enemies that don't get staggered very well and are an absolute pain and a run killer on hard difficulty right here near the end of the run. You'll see why in just a minute, because as part of every attack cycle, MODOK can either start with or transition to the kind of Marvel vs. Capcom where he's electrifying his chair. Well, honestly, the Analyze cube is more iconic, I know, but yeah. So half the time when he's in a corner after having moved, you cannot attack him. He's just all iframes. And also as he gets later into the fight here, it actually hasn't gone on long enough for us to see it. I don't think that we will. Oh, there it is. There's the spinning chair wheels. Yeah, that's the stuff you got to look out for if you're playing by yourself. Thank you.
I forgot that I was muted.
He's
I
and
did it
were the
like
same
twice.
so.
Oh my god.
These people came here for Bicycle Bell, and by God, they'll get it.
I promise at the conclusion, I got you, chat.
B is putting on the Infinity Gauntlet. I'll do it myself.
Right.
Yep, and now it's just the final run through New York City. It's a run for some characters.
I always love it when everybody flies or swings, and you got Ghost Rider like, guys, hold on, let me do it. I'm almost
And
there.
I use Ghost Rider because tragically, you would think Beta Ray Bill with the cape would in fact fly, but I am here to tell you,
Or at least have
no.
Mjolnir carry him.
You wouldn't know why Beta Ray Bill can't fly. See, watch The Incredibles. He saw what happened to all those heroes who wore capes.
Well,
No
I don't
capes.
know what to tell Storm. I mean, I guess it's more of a sash, but it's also a cape.
Yeah, it's like a sash. It's like a sash and a cape.
But also, she literally has weather manipulation, so if anybody's not going to have a problem with a cape.
That's cute. He screamed like he was people.
All right, last heal up.
Here we go.
Face pizzas if you need them. It's time for the final boss.
Woo!
We got our blockers
If you
and our
don't put that
parries.
radioactive Twinkie down, I swear.
I'm sorry. What?
Oh no,
You know that was a radioactive Twinkie? He doesn't really have any cosmic power.
Yes, sir. I've been doing like the rest of the comic lore and stuff. No, that's just comic accurate. They had it right the first time. I got nothing to add there.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is a boss that is basically all DPS, but you can only do damage to him when that big yellow shield, the overshield on top of his health is drained. You can see all the damage numbers going on him are yellow.
There we go.
And also a lot of his attacks are yellow, indicating that one, they're shielded, and two, they can be parried. So this is another one of those bosses that can be sped up greatly if you are parrying. But that giant laser that goes all the way across the screen, that can't be that can only be dodged. It can't be parried. So players are definitely having to weave in and out around him. That big sphere has to be DPS down to stun him rather than suffer its effects, because it's literally just everything on screen takes damage. But it is a race to the finish here. As soon as Galactus Nihilus touches the ground, that will be time. It's not technically when he runs out of health, it's when the players let him hit the ground afterwards.
And this is why no keepy uppies is important.
It's true. Every level,
Yep.
especially the last one.
Not sure where he was aiming, but I'll accept it.
No, no.
Yeah, I was wondering if I'm like, did my game just glitch out and press said something? I'm like, oh, okay. He just
what
can't
was that?
read.
And let him hit the ground.
And that's it.
Oh, sorry.
Time.
GG's.
I was saying that's it for bees to stop swinging on them.
You're not wrong.
Yeah.
Jeez. Well done, everybody.
Oh, have so much fun.
All right, what was our final time?
40:37.
Nice.
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 Well,
Players, congratulations on that extremely masterful showing of co-op goodness, sticking together even when you're fighting in between yourselves a little bit. But yeah, a really fun time.
It's just spicy conversing. That's all it is.
All the
right,
rest of this, all of your shout outs, go for it.
Now, I was going to say real quick before we do outros, I said we get a bike bell. Let me take down the noise suppression. And did that come through?
Oh, that was crisp.
Yeah.
Thank you for doing the
Alrighty,
necessary,
friends.
Prez.
Thank you all so much. This was such a blast and a joy. If you've got any shout outs, where can the good people find you? Let us know.
In order? Bees.
Huh?
Did I
get
help
what?
out here?
Oh God.
What is up, everyone? I am Big B's, your happy, helpful harbinger of hype. If you like all my wonderful goodness, you can catch me on my stream, which I should be going live in the next couple days. I got to get live again. But yeah, big_B's, BEAZ, or come check out my podcast network Across the Plains, where we have 3 wonderful shows and some more coming for you. So if you like Digimon or Heroes or just your traditional fantasy stuff, come check me out.
Yeah, Cypherin here again. You can find me at twitch.tv/Cypherin. Schedule is a bit wonky at the moment, but I'm hoping to come back to some live streaming. But before that, you can find me on Bathlympics tomorrow, providing commentary for Pleasantly Twisted's submission run. So just make sure you tune into the entire event. I don't want to give any spoilers away for what she submitted, and it's going to be a good time.
Yeah, I am Pop, the co-lead for Black in a Flash. To follow up with that, PT is our opener for Bathlympics or BAF Olympics. However you want to say it for tomorrow. I'll be commentating once again for 2 different runs. Yadogami's Dragon Ball Fighter Z combo contest and Mathcat's Burnout Revenge. Definitely some awesome runs you want to check out tomorrow. You can find me on all social media platforms except for Facebook because I do not use it. So on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, and Blue Sky, you can find me at PopNoTarts. I do stream pretty often. This week I have a couple of sponsor segments. One of those games might be streamed. It involves trains. Streamed in speedrun.
It's Hello Kitty
later on.
Adventure Island.
I didn't know Hello Kitty had trains, but I'm down.
LC it does. Gosh.
And I guess that leaves me last. I am Prez. You'll find me at twitch.tv/Prez or in any other place at President Noir on IG or Blue Sky or X. You will find me doing a lot of different content. On Mondays, we play Magic the Gathering with a pod called the Mana Buds. You'll also see me doing a lot of speedrun practice. We are currently doing a Super Metroid speedrun where I am playing with a drum pad. So if you saw me do the Melatonin run for Juneteenth, we are taking that, but we're applying it to an action game. It's awesome. You should come check it out. I'll be speedrun practicing tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Eastern. Other than that, at the end of the month, I will be partnering with General Andrews for Jackrabbit July. We'll be running an event called Dream Races, raising funds for Black Girls Code. And if anybody is a speedrunner, cough, cough, hint, hint, and you would like to be a part of that, I'd definitely love for you to come in and be a part of that. But definitely July 25th, make sure that you mark your calendars. Other than that, thank y'all for having us. This was a blast. Scythe, very glad that we could have you a part of this final run so we could really do the 4-player run and save the world as we were supposed to. And GG's, everybody.
GG's, everybody.
GG's, everyone.
T,
Thank
T,
you all
do you
so
wanna-
much.
Oh no, don't worry about me. I'm around. Like,
Oh my God.
all I gotta tell you is support Black in a Flash, support Asian Speedrunning Alliance, support Hispanics and Latinos in speedrunning, Fatales, all those good orgs. Be good to yourselves and enjoy more speedrunning here on the GDQ Block Party.
We all love tea.
Well, thank you.
Thank you all again so much. Absolutely fantastic. Friends, if you are enjoying all of our friends here, first of all, again, tune back in tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. Eastern, where Black in a Flash is putting on the BAF Olympics. Members of the Black in a Flash community are playing sports and other sports-related speedruns. And if you're enjoying Hotfix in general, your subscriptions, gift subs, and bits cheered help keep our show running. So if you're enjoying stream, consider subscribing for exclusive emotes, ad-free viewing, and access to chat during replays. We are going to take another breather, another break, and all of that snack chat has made me a little hungry, so I will be grabbing a snack myself. Remember to hydrate, stretch, get a snack if you need it. We will be back shortly with our next run. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. You are watching the GDQmmunity Block Party, GDQmmunity Block Party right here on GDQ Hotfix. Hi, hello. This is a fabulous little event where we are uplifting our friends from the greater GDQ community. That includes Frame Fatales, Black in a Flash, GD Queer, the Asian Speedrunners Alliance, and Latinos and Hispanics in speedrunning. Before we get to our next runner, which I am very excited about, I do want to remind everybody that Games Done Quick will be returning to PAX West from September 4th to the 7th. You can visit gdq.gg/submit to submit your runs and visit west.paxsite.com to learn more about the events. Now, with all of that said, friends, this is my last run that I will be hosting for you, and it is an absolute pleasure to introduce my friend, Beto Cos, who is representing Latinos and Hispanics in speedrunning, running Donkey Kong Country 3 any percent. Beto, take it away.
Hello everyone, I'm Beto Cos, and I'm going to speedrun Donkey Kong Country 3 any percent for the Super Nintendo. And I'm here with my really good friends and best Donkey Kong Country 3 speedrunner of all time. Lef on the commentary. Lef, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hey everybody, I'm Lef. I play this game. Beto's a good friend of mine. I'm happy to be doing some commentary for him, and yeah, gonna do some any percent. Let's do it.
Let's go.
Yep. We are ready to go. So we can do a countdown.
We are ready when you are.
So I'm doing 3. So 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's go. Good luck, Beto.
Thank you very much.
Sure. So right off the bat, we're going to be doing a trick called Wrinkly Skip. Beto's going to hold B and left to skip all of Wrinkly's text here, save a lot of time. We're going to head right over to Funky's Rentals. Funky, the main monkey, is going to bring us Kitty Kong. He's currently babysitting him, but he's going to pawn him off to us, and we're going to grab his boat and take it out to World 1, Lake Orangatanga. The first 2 worlds of DKC3 any percent, it's mostly getting to these developer-intended warp barrels. Beto's going to be going for a strat called a 2-1 jump. Gets it first try. That is really hard to do. It's double frame perfect. It allows the camera to scroll up a little quick, or rather allows the camera to scroll a certain way. That way he can enter the warp barrel and go straight in. Moving on to doorstop dash. Here, this stage is about grabbing these levers and pulling them about halfway in order to sneak through them. And just like 1-1, we're going to head straight for the warp barrel and make our way out. Very nicely done.
Yeah, so for Donkey Kong Country 3, the first word and the second word, they all have these warp barrels that we're just gonna go for it. Skips the whole stage, so we're gonna go for every single one of them.
In this stage, we're gonna make use of Kitty's water bounce. It is a 7-frame window. Whenever you hit the water, we can skip the water that's pushing you back here, team throw right to the developer intended warp barrel, get right to the end. And
unfortunately, we don't see that much of this mechanic in the game. We just see it twice in the whole run. It's a shame.
Yeah, same thing here. Just gonna make our way to the warp barrel. Not a whole lot to say, really, for the first 2 worlds. It's really just making our way over to each warp barrel that we can get to.
We love an easy start. It's a good way to like get somebody in, ease somebody into the speedrun, if you will, because I've never played this game before. I'm completely unfamiliar with it. So it's nice to be able to like get a good feel for what this game looks like before things go bonkers, I would say.
Yeah, for sure. The first 5 minutes of this run is pretty laid back, but once we get to World 4, things are going to get pretty crazy. But yeah, so speaking of crazy, we have Belcha here. Belcha is our first boss. Belcha does not do damage to the Kongs, but he's going to push you into a bottomless pit on the left. We're going to make use of a team throw to quickly defeat some bugs, throw them into his mouth, and grab the coin. It happens so fast, I can barely keep up with the commentary. Betacos is killing it, but yeah, moving on to World 2.
Fortunately, I didn't soft lock the game there. Can happen sometimes if you jump too early.
There's a couple different ways you can soft lock that fight, both of which I think are frame perfect and pixel perfect, but it tends to happen more often than you'd think. And here we're going to see our first kind of major speedrun tech. We're going to be doing a zip. Zips are really cool. So he's going to team up, jump onto that rat. The rat is going to break the team up, and then we're going to throw Dixie, and she's going to get stuck between the wall and the camera. The game's not going to know what to do, so we're going to fly up and then jump right into the warp barrel and make it right to the end. Saves quite a bit of time. Saves about maybe 4.5 seconds, so it's a pretty big skip. And here with Riverside Race, this is kind of a speed run within a speed run. In other categories, such as True Ending, 103, 105, you're actually going to race against that timer on the bottom right. Doing so, beating one of the bear's times in this stage will allow you to access a banana bird, but we're not too worried about that here. Same thing as World 1, just heading straight for the warp barrels. And here we have Alaraga Shrai. The main gimmick of this stage, I'll probably be using the word gimmick quite a lot because all the stages in DKC3 tend to have a lot of sort of personalized, strange mechanics that only exist within those levels. For that stage, you throw those steel kegs into those mice to get them off the treadmill, opening doors just like we did there. And then this stage is springing spiders. The gimmick of this stage is jumping spiders, but we don't have to jump on any spiders because we're just heading straight for the warps. And then this stage as well. This stage features Ellie, but similar to the last 10 stages, we're just heading straight for the warp barrels. So now we get to where the run really starts to come alive.
This is where the fun begins, as they say.
Exactly, yeah. So this is Arik. Arik is pretty tough boss. Beto making it look easy. That overhead throw is roughly a 4-pixel window. It is really, really tight. Got an unfortunate position there, but so Arik moved a little extra down, but Beto Coast is going to back it up. Breaks it on the toxic attack that Arik does, but it's okay. We have Dixie as our backup. Doing the Dixie backup, very nice. And going to go for the 4th hit.
Ooh,
oh, it takes damage.
Got hit by the green thing.
It's a really tough fight.
It really doesn't look easy, like with all of the moving parts that you've got and precise platforming.
This is probably the first major reset point of the run for sure.
Why are his teeth shaped like that? I'm sorry. I just can't stop looking at his mouth.
Oh yeah.
His teeth are wigging me out.
Probably got to be hard to eat food with teeth like that.
Definitely.
Unfortunately, the cycles got all messed up, but we're gonna do this like the intended way, I guess.
Nice,
the way
nice.
the devs intended. Finally.
Awesome.
Easy peasy.
Easy peasy. There we go. And that's World 2. So we collected an item from Arik. This Arik is a patch. So we're going to take this patch that we got back to Funky the Main Monkey. And he's gonna say like, "Oh, a patch. This is exactly what I needed. Like, hold on, let me make something for you guys." So he's gonna do some mechanic magic over off screen there, and he's going to give us the hovercraft, and we're gonna use the hovercraft to head over top of these mountainous rocks blocking our path, and it's going to open up more of the overworld. And now we're going to enter World 4. This is Mechanos. We're going to do World 4 before we do World 3. It is World 4. In the speed run, we do it third, but anyways, moving on to Beta, what's this stage called? Is it Fireball Frenzy, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Gotcha. I'm kind of used to a lot of the Japanese names for this game because we run some of these categories in Japanese. I know it's called Fireball Cabin, but anyways, not sure why it's called Fireball Frenzy, considering these owls are shooting cheese balls at us, but...
what do you mean that's cheese?
They're giant cheese balls. Beto going for the B jump and gets it. That is really, really hard. That is actually like really precise. Saves a little over half a second. Definitely worth going for. Yeah, Beto making it look easy. Making our way through. Just a lot of tight platforming, a lot of sharp movement, cutting corners as tight as he can. Here we're going to do a really cool damage boost. There's quite a bit of stage left over there on the left, but if we time it right, take damage on the fireball, we can then make our way to the end as Solo Dixie and make it right to the goal. Very nicely done. That was a great stage.
And now it's time for auto-scrollers. Who likes auto-scrollers?
Type 1.
Yay, auto-scrollers. Type 1 if you like auto-scrollers.
This is Tearaway Toboggan. So Tearaway Toboggan, it's an auto-scroller, but by doing some precise jumps and catching the guardrails at the top of the ceiling in certain ways, we can actually shave off about a little over a second. You know, all these little tiny jumps that we're doing save maybe 2 frames here, 3 frames there, but it all adds up in the end. So definitely worth going for. And yeah, it's a little dangerous. And you might be wondering, why is Beto not picking up any DK barrels? Why is he Solo Dixie? And that is because in this game, if you are 2 Kongs, you risk lagging the game a little bit. That's one thing. This game kind of pushed the Super Nintendo to its limits, so the less sprites on the screen, the better. That's one thing. And then the second is in the, not the following stage, but in the stage after the next one, Blazing Bazookas, you're going to be loading into a lot of barrels, and you save about, I think it's a little over a second for each barrel that you jump into as Solo Kong, and that adds up quite a lot. I think Solo Kong saves maybe 4 seconds over 2 Kongs in Blazing Bazookas. But now we're moving on to Ripsaw Rage, aka Saw Your Tree, another auto-scroller. Mechanos is blessing us with 2 auto-scrollers back to back. There's not a whole lot of speed tech with this stage, but there are some rats, and rolling through enemies or bonking bosses in this game will actually cause the game to freeze for 2 frames. I've heard people refer to it as bullet time. Most of the time when you're rolling through a horizontal stage, you gain a lot more speed, so even though the game freezes for 2 frames, the amount of speed that you get is way faster than what you are sacrificing, so it's worth going for. But in this case, you know, we're kind of at the mercy of the screen, so we actually want to just dodge all these rats. If you were to defeat all of these rats over the course of this stage, you'd probably gain a little over a second. So it's worth just, you know, sparing all the animals, sparing all the rats, just leaving them be.
And unlike Super Metroid, in this game, if you save the animals, you'll save frames.
The dichotomy of video games. And we did get some actual love for auto-scrollers in chat. One of our friends in chat says that they like the variety that auto-scrollers provide in platformers. I'm very tired, everybody. I flew in from GDQ today. But yeah, we do actually have some love for auto-scrollers in chat.
Nice. Yeah, these are pretty fun stages. I mean, as far as auto-scrollers go, I don't mind them. I'm so used to them. Yeah, unfortunately, we are at the mercy of the camera. You could technically run all the way up to the top of this tree, but the flagpole isn't going to be there. But we can maximize our time to get up there quickly, like Beta's doing, and grab it while it's off screen. So get to save a couple seconds at the end there. Now this is the stage I was referring to. So this is Blazing Bazookas. This is when the game starts getting pretty wild. So we're solo Dixie, very dangerous stage. Beto just did a trick there called a Just Defend. That little purple dog reptile enemy that he just rolled through is called a crimp. The crimps are programmed in a way where if you roll into them from the front, then they're going to bite you with their teeth and you're going to take damage. However, if you wiggle the D-pad to the opposite direction while approaching them, you're actually going to trick the game into thinking that you're rolling into them from behind, and so you can actually gain some speed off of them. It's really important to do it in this stage because it allows you to skip an extra cycle with the bazooka patterns. Same thing here, just going for a lot of tight cycles here. That shot in particular, you definitely want to be solo Kong for. It's really tough to make that shot if you have to load Kitty into the barrel as well.
So from here on out, do you stay as solo Dixie, or do we ever pick up another Kong?
We're going to pick up Kitty pretty soon. We're going to have him back in the next stage.
Ah, okay.
Next up, Logi Labyrinth. This stage is pretty cool. You move, if I had to guess, maybe like 75% normal speed, and you jump maybe 50% higher. I don't know the exact modifiers, but point is, it's kind of like you're walking on the moon. Got to quickly adapt to the physics, cut the corners tight. Every mistake is going to cost a little bit more. Beto going for a really tight roll around that corner there, and now he's going to go for this big drop here. This drop is kind of precise. You want to be careful not to bonk any of the walls, otherwise you get stuck, unfortunately. But it's better to get stuck on the wall rather than take damage on a bee. And now, this is our friend Quawks, the purple parrot. Quawks is similar to Squawks from DKC2. However, Quawks, rather than being able to shoot eggs, Quawks instead picks up barrels. So I don't think he's really going to be picking up any barrels on this stage, but you'll see it later on in the run. He'll be using his talents for something else. Here we have a really precise setup called Vine Clip. Nails it perfectly. I don't know the exact pixel window, might be like maybe 3 pixels, but it's a lot tougher than it looks. Quawk's beak and sort of tail feather don't really have a hitbox, only his body, so we're able to kind of barely squeeze through those bees. And then we're going to glide to the end of the stage. We're coming up on the boss of Mechanos. So this is Chaos. Chaos is the main antagonist of this game. Beta's going to be using some really precise team throws here to gain height and jump onto his helmet. This is a lot harder than it looks. This is probably the most precise boss in the entire run. When I was learning this game, this was the very last thing I learned how to do because it took me forever to get the hang of it. I think he's going to be going for a 2-1 jump here, maybe?
He was too far to the right, so I couldn't go for it.
I see. Cool. Yeah, for this one, we're going to climb up his blades that he spawns and then bonk him on the head. He's going to shoot 3 lasers here, and then same thing. And then we're going to team up, and we're going to go for a damage boost.
Low? Yeah, too low.
Low. A little low. It would have allowed us to skip the final cycle here, but it happens. It's more precise than it looks, for sure. Awesome. Nicely done. And that's World 4.
Heck yeah.
World 3.
World 3? No, it's World 4. we.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So now we are going to World 3. Some people might say it's World 4 because we do it fourth in the speed run, but it's World 3. Anyways, it's a long story. So we have our first underwater stage. This stage is really, really chill, honestly. It's really just kind of about using visual cues with the vibrant coral reefs to cut corners as tight as we can, dodge these fish. Nothing really all to it other than just we're swimming.
Just try to not bonk.
Yeah, try to not bonk. He got a really good skip there, actually. Saves about 0.6. It's pretty tough to get, but he got like the perfect angle for it.
As we are cruising along, I do want to remind everybody, hi, hello! If you missed any of the past week being SGDQ 2026, or if you missed any of the earlier parts of our Hotfix special, our current Hotfix special that is ongoing, the GDQ Community Block Party, you can catch up on past GDQ Hotfix shows and marathons at youtube.com/gamesdonequick. If you're watching this on YouTube, hi, hello! Thank you so much for watching. Consider liking, subscribing, or becoming a channel member to further support GDQ. I see we've made it out of the water now.
Yes, yeah. We've made it out of the water. We're back on land. We've now moved on to 3-2. This stage, Rocket Barrel Ride, I believe it's called. This is probably the chillest stage in the game, I would say. More chill than the stage we just did. In general, Cotton Top Cove, this world that we're in right now, tends to be one of the, how would I put it? Just one of the, I guess, easier worlds in the game. This one, we ride some rocket barrels up. We make use of some damage boosts in order to skip cycles with these bees. Dodging enemies, jumping in barrels. That's really all there is to it. Right here, we have one coming up. So, right there. Gonna sacrifice Dixie and then make a big jump into that barrel. Saves a ton of time over having to wait. It's a little dangerous because the ledges in this game, the Kongs can kind of get stuck to them if you're not careful. But other than that, yeah, we're just cruising.
Beto was making this look so easy, honestly. And I know I would be bonking all over the place if this were me.
Yeah. No, Beta's awesome. And yeah. Next stage coming up. This stage and the next stage are probably the toughest stages in World 3 or whatever, Cotton Top Cove. This is Creeping Clasp. So we're gonna be climbing these ropes, dodging these TNT enemies. There is a piranha named Nibla in the water below. So just be really careful about falling into the water because he'll swim after you and bite you. Almost got him, but we're safe. We're good. That's a setup you can do. And yeah, still going. And then we're going to be doing a pretty cool recoil roll at the end. Recoil roll. These sort of enemies with these springy tails are called recoils. We're going to jump in, gain a ton of speed off of rolling through 3 of them, and it's going to be enough to leave Nibla in the dust and make it right to the goal. So,
no sweat. Easy peasy.
Easy peasy.
More water stages.
More water. So much
Big
water.
fan of water in this game, huh?
Yeah.
Too much water.
Too much water. Yeah, this is a tracker barrel trek. The gimmick of this stage is we have these tracker barrels that are going to launch you in sort of this U shape and follow you below. We're gonna utilize these to try to minimize the amount of cycles that were spent in them. Here we're gonna pick up Kitty, gonna break the barrel on this big blue dude.
Almost got Ellie here.
Oh yeah, definitely don't want to get Ellie. And yeah, same thing here. Gonna dodge these bees. Here we're gonna do a damage boost to skip a bunch of cycles with this barrel. And then right here, we're going to grab Dixie, and then we're going to completely skip this barrel by jumping right into the B, damage boosting off of that, rolling over the coin, and then here, just going to finish up. This last area might look a little scary, but all you got to do is just hold right. It's kind of funny.
Yeah.
And now we're making our way to Fish Food Frenzy, aka Feed Your Fish. So, the scary piranha that we saw 2 levels ago, Nibla, he's now an animal buddy, quote unquote, and he's going to be joining us in this stage. So, when he is light blue, that means he's happy, and when he gets hungrier, he's going to turn into darker shades of red. So it's our job to feed him these clownfish, which are called cocos. We're going to feed him clownfish to keep him happy and blue. And if we accidentally feed him any lurchins, he's going to turn red and angry. And if he turns like bright scarlet red, then he's going to be ready to eat the Kongs. And we don't want that to happen. But we have a certain route that we go to sort of maximize the chances that Nibla is going to eat the correct fish. And so far, so good. We have a very happy fish behind us.
Fish are friends, but also food?
Yes. Yes.
I think this would be a bad time to mention that I have a very severe fish phobia.
Oh no. Well, we're almost there.
It's fine. I'll look between my fingers and say okay.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so here we have the boss of Cotton Top Cove. This is Squirt. People have said he's a wall slug. People have said he's just like a giant rock monster. I've heard somebody say he's Jar Jar Binks. I don't know, but yeah. But so we get to play as Ellie. That's really cool. This is Ellie's time to shine in any percent. This is Ellie the elephant. Her ability is she can inhale water and then attack using it. So we're gonna line up in this specific setup here. We're gonna do 4 shots to quickly damage Squirt. And Squirt doesn't really attack. Squirt just kind of pushes water at you. If you accidentally touch that water, it's kind of easy to just get thrown right off the arena and get instantly defeated. But, you know, we've done this fight hundreds of times, so it's easy work. And that is World 4 or World 3, whatever people want to call it. And that's Cotton Top Cove. So Squirt and Chaos have both dropped skis, and just like before with the patch, we are gonna go visit Funky the Main Monkey, drop off these skis, and Funky is going to make us a turbo ski. Turbo ski is pretty cool. It's going to allow us to clear not only the rocks, but it can also let us scale a waterfall and continue our progress in the overworld. And now we are entering World 5, which is called K3, the mountain and snow themed world. Here we have 5-1. This stage is super, super fun. Beto's going to be just tearing it up through these ropes. Dixie can climb them really, really fast. Kitty, not so much, but Dixie can pretty much jump as soon as she touches a rope. So the skill ceiling for this level is pretty crazy. If anybody's played DKC 1 or DKC 2, it's kind of similar to honey climbing, if anybody's familiar with that speed run. But yeah, and you might have noticed, just like in Blazing Bazooka, Beto is rocking the solo Dixie. This is because This is because we're going to be loading into some barrels, saving a bunch of time as well. I think it saves around 3 seconds, but it is also very dangerous, unfortunately. It's a tough stage, it's really fast, but we did grab the midway, so we didn't lose too much time, and we're going to pick up where we left off.
It really shows exactly how high the skill expression is. This is genuinely very impressive.
Yeah, it's a really fun stage to watch for sure.
She is schmoving. Wow.
Yeah. Nicely done. We're going to do a little roll at the end here in order to prevent grabbing those ropes as we go down, and that's it. That is 5-1. And next we have Tearaway Toboggan. This stage, similar to... Oh, wait. Beto, what's this stage called? Is it Tearaway Toboggan? Sorry, I'm blanking.
I don't remember as well. I'm sorry.
man.
Chat, tell us what the name of this stage is. Wrong answers only.
Please, yeah.
Okay, I have to take damage anyway, but
yeah,
just
we're
what
gonna
comes
want to.
earlier.
Yeah, we're gonna want to start the next stage as Kitty anyway, so you want to take damage at some point in this level, so it all works out. But yeah, similar to the second level of Mechanos, I'm blanking on the names. I'm really sorry, but yeah, similar to that stage. It's an auto scroller, but you can optimize your jumps in specific ways in order to save a couple frames here and there. It all adds up to about 1.5 seconds. Ideally, you want to make big jumps as you're going down hills and make small jumps as you're going up hills. It's kind of a way that the toboggan works with the ice mechanics on the floor. And yeah, that's it. Setting up for Kitty in the lead for 5-3.
Some bangers in the chat names include The Day After Tomorrow, Expedition DK3, Winter Wawa Land, Cool Mountain.
Oh, I see Nightmare Before Chimpmas. I like that one.
That looks really good.
Snowboard Kids 2. Let's go. Shout out to Snowboard Kids. Anyways, so yeah, this stage is actually really, really fast. We use team-ups to skip massive portions of this section. We're gonna do a team-up here on top of this barrel, and then right over to the right here, which skips like literally half the stage. And nice, Beto going for just a casual 2-1 jump for the swag, saves a second. You love to see it. That's double frame perfect. That's crazy. And yeah, we're moving on. Yeah. So yeah, here we have Crack Shot Croc featuring our good buddy Squitter, aka Shoes. Squitter is pretty awesome. Squitter can attack using web projectiles and can also make platforms. By pressing L and R, roughly 1 frame apart from each other, you can make an instant platform that's going to catch Squitter while he's airborne, just like that. And by setting up sprites in certain ways, you can get something called instant platforms, which Beto just got there. It's really, really precise. It's all based on sort of hidden sprite values, the way that you move and the way that you manipulate the way that the crack shot is shooting the fireballs at you, as well as the way that the bees are set up. It allows Squitter to set up platforms very quickly. It's a little complicated, but that's more or less how it works. But yeah, making fast work of this stage. I can't even keep up half the time. Gonna do I think 4 webs here, and we're almost at the end already.
I'm perplexed by why our friend had shoes. He's gone now, but he was wearing shoes. A spider with shoes. I'm not going to worry about it too much, but I do have questions. I will not be asking them.
Fair enough. Some things just are better left unanswered for sure.
I think that one is just one of the great mysteries of the universe.
Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly. Yeah, unfortunately, I had the wrong Kong entering the stage, but it's all good now.
Yeah, this is Lemguin Lunge. Super fun stage. This was my favorite stage for a long time. We're going to be doing some really cool camera manipulations like Beto just did in order to align the Lemguins in certain ways. The Lemguins begin spawning super far away from the camera, so the way that you approach them is going to determine which cycles you're going to be able to make. And yeah, just making good use of it. Curious what ending he's going to go for. Nice. He sends it. All right. Going to take it nice and safe. I'm going to give Beto just some quiet time so he can focus on this next boss. This boss is a frame perfect skip. Let's see how it goes. I'll explain afterwards.
There we go.
Second try. That's
Second try.
amazing, dude. Nice. Excellent. Okay, so that was
GG.
Bleak. GG. That was Bleak. That was the boss of World 5. Bleak is one of the most infamous bosses in DKC3, maybe one of the most infamous bosses across the trilogy. So the way that boss works is in the Japanese version only. If you take an intentional death and then you press start on a specific frame during the death fade out, it's the first frame that the screen starts turning black. The game doesn't know what to do because it's in a pause state while the game is fading out. So as a failsafe, it will skip the boss. It saves, I believe, roughly 45 seconds over fighting him normally. So if you're going for a PB, it's pretty much mandatory that you get it maybe first or second try. It's really tense. Yeah, second try is really good, especially in a marathon. So yeah, now we're moving on to World 6. This is Razor Ridge. 6-1 features our buddy Quawks again. The collision of these bees is pretty interesting. They don't necessarily reach the walls, so Beta's going to be able to squeeze through them or taking damage on specific ones in order to get through as fast as possible. This stage also has a pretty crazy skill ceiling. I think it's one of the toughest levels to learn when you're first starting out. But yeah, I mean, we're already almost done it. By the time I got done explaining Bleak, we just finished up the stage. Easy.
Okay, so I see the bees. What were those other guys with the green spinny guys? What is their deal?
Oh yeah, those are called copters, and they just like to spin. They just spin in place, and they're just there. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Bear in, by the way, and now we also have Burn Your Rope. This is a auto scroller. I believe it's about 2 minutes and 45 seconds. It's a tradition among the community to give a Burn Your Rope update. You could talk about the run, talk about your day, talk about whatever you're feeling. Beta, do you have a Burn Your Rope update for us?
Here where I live in the south of Brazil, it's pretty cold right now. I'm literally freezing my fingers. And yeah, that's basically it. I feel like that's the other way around where you live, right? It's pretty hot right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're currently in the summer.
Yeah, that's why I'm using all of these codes on stream. It's not hot right here right now. It's actually pretty cold.
Yeah, it's been really hot up this way. I think it was about 107 degrees Fahrenheit where I was about a week and a half ago. It was pretty rough. But it's getting a little better now, I think. But yeah, not a whole lot to this stage really, just dodging the bees, dodging the fire that's chasing ya. The stage has some pretty cool in 103. The bonus is kind of cool, but any percent, we're just getting to the top. If you're a task, you can beat this stage in roughly half the time, but it involves doing like, I think it's like 180 frame perfect rope climb inputs. So sadly, that probably will never happen RTA, but we can dream. It'd be really nice to get that time saved someday.
Yeah, some people get really bored playing this stage and they start seeing silhouettes on the background. You can see some people
Oh yeah,
imagining things.
Mm-hmm.
Shout outs to Ryan Ford in chat who translated the Fahrenheit to approximately 43 degrees Celsius for our international friends. That's really hot. That's really, really hot.
Yeah. Shout out to Ryan Ford.
Shout outs to Ryan Ford.
Awesome run on the GDQ.
Absolutely.
Summary done quick. So no more auto-scrollers, yay.
Yeah, that was the last one. Here we have Floodlit Fish coming up. So this stage features Unguard the swordfish, and Unguard is an invincible tank in this game. The DKC3 Unguard, he is, as long as you're lunging, there is nothing that can touch him other than Barbos and the Lurchins. Any fish, he is just going to immediately defeat, which is a bit different than DKC1, DKC2. He's a little janky in those games, but we love him all the same. But yeah, so in this stage, we're just going to basically kind of mash our way to the bottom of it, just defeating everything in our path. Beto is going to be timing his mashes a little bit. I see he's going around some angles pretty tight. But then other than that, there's sort of a rhythm you can do to it where you're kind of mashing certain parts and then releasing the mash in other parts, and you're kind of releasing the D-pad at certain parts in order to defeat the Lurchins. It's a little technical, but it's a pretty fun stage for sure.
I know I said that I wasn't afraid of fish, but I will make an exception for that little guy because I think that he's very polite.
Awesome.
Also, you can't see too much on this stage because it's all dark.
Yeah. Unguard's the best. But yeah, here we have Pothole Panic. Pothole Panic is you could kind of think of it as like Animal Antics Junior. It features all the animal friends in one level, but it's definitely not nearly as difficult or demanding as Animal Antics from DKC2. At the beginning, we're going to do a trick called Parrot Skip he did, where you roll backwards and then roll over the parrot. Then we're going to grab our friend on guard again, and then super dash through this area, defeat the Lurchins. Then same thing, going to swap to Kitty here. And in 103 and 105, you would grab Ellie there in order to access the first bonus of this level, but we're going to skip Ellie, unfortunately. She's just a little bit slower than Kitty. And we're going to team throw up into this barrel. And same thing, we have Squitter here. Squitter is needed to access the second bonus of this stage for the 100% category, but sadly he's just a little too slow, so we're just going to make our way to the end. And here we have Ropey Rumpus. This is a pretty infamous stage. I'll give Beto some quiet time with it as well. Third try. Very nice. Very, very nice. So what Beto just did there was called a 2-1 jump. He's done a couple of them in the run already. In this game, they're double frame perfect. You press B, exactly 2 frames later, press A. Exactly 17 frames later, press B again. That's going to cause Kitty to skyrocket into the sky, and we can use that extra height to skip basically half the level. From there, we're going to damage boost, swap to Dixie, and then do more of these super fast rope climbs and make it right to the end. Super fast stage, super fun stage. Like I think the stage is only roughly 40 seconds long using the 2-1 jump. Very nicely done.
Wow, that was some schmovement.
And next we have the boss of World 6. This is Barbos. Barbos' fight is in 3 phases. The first one is pure RNG. Barbos is going to spawn a bunch of Lurchins. Unfortunately, Beto gets the worst spawn there. There's not really any way that you can approach that without having to wait it out. But the second one was pretty good. So we bonk those green Lurchins into the purple barrier Lurchins. And then we go in here. We're going to set up a really precise setup to squeeze through there, guide the clamshell missile towards the purple Lurchins, and then do some super dashes to finish off the fight. I guess the developer intended way is you're going to dodge the spikes underneath, but if you just position guard up to the top left, then you can super dash and stab your clam and finish it up. Good to go. Really, really good fight. That was like a perfect Barbos, actually. That was fantastic.
Yeah. Besides the bad RNG, it was a pretty good fight indeed.
Mm-hmm.
And now, time for the last word of the game.
Yeah. Final world, World 7. Here we have Chaos Core. And this world's going to start off with Conveyor Rope Clash, I believe it is. So the mechanic of this stage is going to be we have these conveyor ropes, some of which push the Kongs super far forward rather. Other ones are going to slow you down backwards. So you want to spend as much time as you can on the ropes that push you forward and spend as little time as you can on the ropes that push you back, all while dodging bees and these green barrel dudes called nakas. There's all sorts of really tight jumps that you have to do while keeping up your forward momentum. Gonna do a little wiggle there. Here, we're gonna take a damage boost, swap to Kitty, get him ready for the next stage. Slight D-pad release to get the bees in the proper alignment. We're gonna do a couple jumps and make our way to the goal. Very nicely done. And now we have RNG Caverns, aka Creepy Caverns. This stage, we're gonna go solo Kitty for the same reasons as before. Solo Kongs load into the barrels faster. The gimmick of this stage is we have these ghost barrels. They're going to spawn and despawn in miscellaneous directions. Unfortunately, this RNG can either be on your favor or it can really give you a hard time at the end of a potential PB pace run. Not a whole lot you can really do about it. So far, RNG hasn't been too bad. Let's see what we get here. Very nice. That barrel tends to be first try pretty often. And there's also a couple ghost barrels that will always spawn the same way. You just got to make sure that you dodge them because they'll launch you directly into an enemy. First try on that is not very common, so that's actually pretty sweet. Here we're going to jump up these green barrel guys, make our way down. Going to try to grab Dixie and jump into that barrel. Here we're going to team up and throw Dixie. You might be wondering why we do that. It allows Dixie to load into the barrel faster, and it saves exactly 1 frame. So we go for it. And we're going to do a really
Time
precise
save is time save.
Exactly. Yeah. Save the frames. Do a super precise moonwalk there, and great ending, great stage. And yeah, so 7-3, Lightning Lookout. This is one of the most infamous stages in the game. We're going to be dodging these lightning bolts that are crashing down while trying to keep moving forward. The lightning is sort of a pseudo RNG. There's an invisible target that is going to be predicting the movement that Beto's doing. So whether you're running or rolling, the lightning is going to adjust accordingly depending on your speed. And there is sort of a pseudo RNG element to it. Sometimes it'll roll and it'll displace the lightning like it just did there. So you just kind of have to be ready to adapt. Really scary stage when you're on pace, but there's certain routes that we can do to, I guess, mitigate the RNG the best that we can. And so far, so good. There was one little hiccup in the way the RNG handled the lightning, but other than that, Beto's handling it perfectly. And we're going to utilize damage boost to skip these walls of red bees. And damage boosting and breaking barrels also resets the lightning timer. A little early there. Mm-hmm.
It's a scary stage.
It is. Losing a run to this is a rite of passage for sure. It's a really tough one. It's probably the toughest stage in the late game for sure. Okay, I think we got it. All right, nice. Safe and sound.
Heck yeah, you love to see it.
Heck yeah. So this stage is pretty fun, also kind of infamous. This is Coin Dozer Clamber. So these little pink dudes are called the Coin Dozers, and they are charging straight into you with their massive shields. And if the Kongs touch them, they're going to get pushed super far back, most likely into a pit. We can jump on them, roll off of them. Just got to be really careful that we land directly on top of them. The hitboxes are a little jankier than they might seem. But yeah, so far so good. Nicely done, nicely done. Oh, yep, okay, but we got it. We recovered well. And cool, just gonna take this section safe. Nice, nice. Good backup, great backup. And 1, 2, 3, and that's it. Yeah, really good backup there.
Yeah, I got a little scared for a second, but we managed to finally do a decent backup there.
And so final stage of the game, another infamous level. This is Poisonous Pipeline. Similar to the purple smog at the end of the DKC2 K-Rule fight, this purple water is going to reverse your controls. So left becomes right and right becomes left. Up and down are still the same, but kind of got to be ready for it. Going to do a really tight squeeze through those fish to grab on guard. On guard, the swordfish. And then we're going to super dash, make our way up these lurchins, super dash again. And yeah, the reverse controls aren't as tough as they might seem. Like casually, I remember like just being like really frustrated by it, but I think after a couple runs, runners get used to it pretty quickly. All right, gonna take damage at the end here to get Kitty ready for the final boss. All right, so just like Mechanos, we have a rematch with Chaos. So here what we're gonna do, we're gonna run over, grab this barrel, throw it to Chaos's face. We're gonna wait here on this side, we're gonna team up. When Chaos's head is shooting towards the ceiling, we're gonna team throw over this way. What this is going to do is it's going to trick the game into thinking that we are still on the right side, and it's going to spawn the barrel over to the left, allowing us to get a quick hit.
Am I losing my marbles, or did he not have eyes and teeth before? Because I'm pretty sure those were not there before.
Yeah, he has a couple different head accessories.
Why does he have teeth now?
Yeah. And oh, the curtain pulls back, and it's K-Rule this whole time. I should have known. So yeah. In this game, he assumes the form of Baron K-Rulenstein. Baron K-Rulenstein. His weak point is his jetpack. So we are going to be pulling these levers at the top, and then as fast as we can, throwing these barrels into his jetpack. Just dodging him as he flounders around the arena. And yeah, just hitting these cycles as fast as we can. The fight's pretty scripted, but it is still kind of a scary fight. We're going to be going for a couple strats that have pretty tight windows. And if we lose Dixie's ability to glide makes this fight a lot faster. So having to finish it off with Kitty can be a little scary, but this is a strat we're going to be doing called Task K-Rule. It's a 6-frame window. Yep, perfect. So we're going to jump over, pull that lever, and then within 6 frames, jump back over to the left. And that's going to get us a really early spawn, saves about 6 seconds on this fight. Then run back over, grab the barrel again. We have 3 hits left until time. Time is coming up really soon. So 1, 2, and not yet. We're going to grab a coin and time. GG.
GG!
Yeah, that's it. That's Donkey Kong Country 3 any percent speedrun. Hopefully everyone enjoyed the run as I did. And yeah, shout outs to the Donkey Kong Country speedrunning community. They are very welcoming, they are very friendly. If you want to learn any Donkey Kong Country game, or even the Game Boy ones, just join the Discord. Everyone will be happy to help you. And yeah, big shout outs to the community. And thank you so much for the commentary. Thank you, Black Heart Wings, for having me. And for the commentary as well on the run. I really appreciate it. I really enjoyed it. And everyone at GDQ staff really. Left wanna say something?
No, I don't really have a whole lot to say. I mean, I think DKC3 is a really cool game. I think all the Donkey games are pretty great. Like Beto said, the community is really welcoming, really chill. We're always happy to have new runners. We have a wiki, dkcspeedruns.com. It's really, really intensive. It's a lot of knowledge about the Donkey games if you're interested in learning and picking them up, and people are very happy to help if you have any questions. Yeah, I mean, that's about it. Great run, Beto. That was super fun to watch, and thank you for having me on commentary, dude.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much as well.
It's been such a joy having you both here. You're both absolutely wonderful. Beto, where can the good people find you? And Laugh as well, where can the good people find you?
It's Beto calls across all social media. Just type exactly how is my nickname showing on stream. I'll be everywhere, so you can follow me there. And yeah.
And yeah, I just go by Laugh4, LAFF4. You can find me mostly on Twitch. Right now, I'm taking a little break from DKC3. I'm actually working on a 102% for DKC2. It's been super fun so far, but I'm sure I'll be back to DKC3 eventually. So yeah.
All right. Thank you both again so much. And thank you all so much for joining us here tonight. We are going to be taking a quick break. So again, friendly reminder, if you haven't already, stretch, hydrate, take your meds. It's late. Take your night meds if you need to. Get a little snack if you need to. We will be back after a very short break. Stay tuned, everyone. We've got more runs coming your way.
Bye.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the GDQmmunity Block Party. We are so excited to have you here as we continue showcasing a ton of runners from ASA, BAF, FF, LHS, and just so many friends, so many things to do. You're tuned into Hotfix. Thank you all so much for joining us. And our upcoming run, I'm really excited to shout out because we get to go gambling. So let's go gambling with Chaffee playing Scritchy Scratchy.
Thank you so much, Jess. This is Scritchy Scratchy. This game is a roguelite involving scratch tickets. I will say this run is purely luck-based. We could be underestimate, we could be overestimate. Honestly, 25 minutes is my safety, but it is all luck. The category of this run is 100% round, so what this is, I have all skills unlocked, and the goal is to get a jackpot and a super jackpot on every single ticket, or kind of ticket, including our day job. I'll try to explain things best as I can. Things are gonna go fast, or we might slow down. We'll see. So we're gonna click play here, click prestige, and time will start when I click prestige again. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Thank you. So first we're starting off with 2 win, which is a match 2 ticket. What I did there is turn on a fan, and what this fan does, it's bringing tickets over to the scratching machine, and the machine scratches it, and our little buddy down here, Mundo, is claiming the tickets on our behalf. This is what happens when you have all your skills unlocked. We start off with bonuses instead of starting off with day job and a coin, basically. So now we moved right up to quick cash. I'm going to turn on my fan again. Here you see this little egg timer. The purpose of the egg timer is to make things go fast. And as you've just seen, I just bought what we call the machine. For later purposes, we need to collect souls. And I mean S-O-U-L-S. I hope I spelled that right.
Not the shoe kind, it seems.
Not the shoe kind. And I also bought a trash can because there are certain tickets where we can lose money on. And with a certain skill tree upgrade with Mundo, Mundo can toss out those losing tickets for us, which will be very nice. And then at the bottom here, I bought a sticky mat. If we get a super jackpot, or if Mundo claims a super jackpot, he will slide it right on over to our sticky mat so it doesn't go all over the place. And I'm going to start cleaning tickets just so we build up some money. Looks like we got a jackpot on sand dollars. And also on the left side here, we see upgrades. We need to buy our luck. If we don't buy our luck, we're going to have a really bad time. As you can see here, each ticket has its own chance. The more luck we buy, the more likely we'll win. But the thing about super jackpots is that they're not affected by luck. So as you see here, this little blue diamond looking thing, we only have a 0.1% chance of getting it on this particular ticket. It ranges from 0.1% to 1% depending on the ticket. So it doesn't matter how much luck we buy, we need to be lucky in order to have a chance at a super jackpot.
You noted that there are some cards that lose you money, but like typically like when you're buying scratch tickets, that like takes money because you don't win money. Is it actually like taking money from you, or are they just like non-winning tickets?
Oh, they take money from you.
Fascinating.
For example, here, Snake Eyes. If we get a 1 in any spot, we lose $4.39 billion. Oh, I should say, we're in the billions already.
Hey, Chaffee. What?
Yeah. The latest ticket we just unlocked costs $2 billion each. And I definitely need up my Scratchbot strength. Because the later we get into the tickets, we need to build up our strength for the Scratchbot, or else it's not going to have a great time scratching.
I do like the little lucky cat when it syncs up so it looks like it's passing the tickets through.
Yeah. Gotta have more money, more souls for reasons. We'll see you later on. I'm also gonna bump up Mundo's speed. We have the chance to upgrade Mundo, and we definitely need to upgrade as much as we can. Oh, this is a super jackpot. Let's hope. Yes. So we can. We'll see that part later. But now that we have a super jackpot for sand dollars, so every time we get a super jackpot on a ticket, it's marked with a blue star, and a regular jackpot is a gold star. Regular jackpots, I'm not worried about. They are affected by luck. So I've never had a ticket where I had a super jackpot, but not the regular jackpot. So I'm not too worried about not missing regular jackpots. It's the super jackpots I am worried about. Oh. Yeah. And yes, we can lose on super jackpots.
How did you go about starting to route this?
So I saw this game on the front page of Steam, and the thing is, scratch tickets are kind of special to me in a way because they remind me of my great aunt who passed like over 10 years ago. So like this is something we bonded over. And just seeing this, I'm like, oh, you know what? I might like this game. And then 20 hours later, I 100%ed it. And I'm like, I need to do more. I need to show off this game. I don't know how many people I convinced to buy this game. But it's a lot. And this game is less than $10 Canadian. I don't know what that is in American. But I'm assuming like $5 American, maybe.
There's a bit in there, I think, when it's like it's $7, that's basically $5.
Yes, absolutely. We need to up our luck again. We're also gonna upgrade our scratch machine. I'm not worried about scratch machine capacity. something I'm normally not worried about in these speed runs. I'm also going to bump up our spell charge. What the spell charge does is I'm going to buy a lot more. We have this little book, and we can just click this little book, and it fully scratches the ticket. I'm also going to bump up our coin strength, because if I don't bump up my coin strength, the spell charges will not work. Yeah, so later on in the game, you need to bump up your coin strength, or else you're not going to be able to scratch the tickets.
I will say you've convinced all of chat. I have not seen a message that's not that you have already convinced them, or they are all like they are in the process of purchasing this game.
It's so good, and honestly, like it only took me 20 hours to 100%, but like this game is fun to run. The world record is like 12 minutes, I believe, but you have to be really lucky to get the world record.
It is called Scritchy Scratchy, so that does make sense.
Yeah. So we're gonna move on to our next ticket. This is the last ticket catalog, thankfully. And if you ever want to keep track of like how you unlock stuff, it's this little progress bar on top. So the more money you make, and every time you fill the bar, you unlock something new. Gonna make sure the fan is still charged.
I love the different designs of these tickets coming in.
Me too. Yeah, don't forget to upgrade your Scratchbot strength. Very important. I'm also gonna upgrade the egg timer here, which actually just speeds things up. Oh, come on. I will take that. We can skip that now. Actually, we can do this now. And this is the subscription machine. It automatically buys tickets for you and sends it over to Mundo to claim. And we're out of money for that, so we're just gonna quickly that. I will happily take that. Let's max out the strength. I think at this point we can go back to booster packs. Gonna do a little bit more buying speed. I don't do the full. I don't buy it fully just because the table can get quite crowded after a bit, and it's actually slower in a way. And now what I'm gonna do is perform an exploit. Did not do a good job showing that off, but I will take that. So what this exploit is, I don't have a name for it, but I started claiming tickets from Mundo's pile, and if let's say there's a super jackpot, what it does, it prompts you to do the super jackpot, but Mundo sends a second one over, basically. So it's basically a duplicate super jackpot chance. I didn't get to show it off there, but let's see if berry picking will let me show it off.
We're basically just overloading the menus with...
Yeah. The game gets a little confused and sends us a super jackpot twice, basically. I'm gonna actually up the buying speed again, just because I'm a little too fast for it. And also, this game has great accessibility features if you have like wrist issues or hand issues. I'm playing this game just in like the non-accessible way, but of course, if you have problems with your hands, and see, we got the prompt for the super jackpot, and we also got the duplicate at the bottom. We're gonna move on to thrift store next, and also feed the machine. For reasons, I guess I clicked on Mundo's pile as soon as Super Jackpot happened, so we're gonna move on over to the Christmas ticket. I don't want to say anything about the luck. I will jinx it.
I think that might count as talking about the luck.
Yeah. Knock on wood.
True.
Yeah. Next, we're moving on to bank break. I'm gonna feed the machine once more. Might as well try to claim these super jackpot tickets for extra money. This ticket is nice when it comes to the super jackpots because it's the one ticket that has a 1% chance and not like a 0.1 or a 0.2 or a 0.3. We have an actual chance with this one. Actually gonna up the bind.
Your number's been going up quite a lot. I think we've had a lot of chances this
Yeah. I'm gonna up the bind speed again because I'm actually too fast. I'm too fast. Gotta go fast. I will happily take that, and we're moving on to the bomb. The bomb is also what ticket we can lose money on. Basically, if we uncover a red LED, we lose money. But otherwise, you have to match two LED colors. So, like, green is a jackpot, etc. Oh, that was
This category is 100% round, but like, what does that mean? What are we trying to accomplish here?
We are trying to get a super jackpot and a regular jackpot on all tickets. So you see, like, bank break. We got a super jackpot on that, so it's highlighted blue. We want all the tickets in our catalogs to be highlighted blue, and then we proceed with the ending. This ticket has a 0.1% chance at a super jackpot. One. I will happily take that. Next, we're moving on to Snake Eyes. Gonna feed the machine really quick. Also, just get that one. And you might see here when Mundo gets a losing ticket, he just tosses it out in the trash like a good boy. We love Mundo in this house. But you have to get that upgrade. That's the important thing. You have to get that upgrade.
We're just raking in money, except for on these ones when you're doing like the self-click mini game. Then,
yeah.
Okay. I'm learning so much about gambling tonight.
So much money, so much gambling. I am going too fast. I normally don't go too fast. I will state for the record, I normally don't go too fast for this. But we did get a super jackpot for Snake Eyes, so we're going to move on to Scratch My Back. Scratch My Back is another ticket you can lose on. Basically, we scratch this turtle's back, and if we get a plastic bag, we lose money. So I'm not going to actually claim that, even though we got a jackpot on it, because we would have lost $50 billion. But at this point, we're at 37.8. I'm not a math expert. I don't know what DC is.
I am a math expert. I don't know what that means either.
I'm glad we're in the same boat. All I know is that's a lot of zeros.
Cat says it's Decillion.
I'm going to assume a lot of zeros.
Yeah, probably a lot of zeros.
How many zeros? I don't know. Someone in chat say. Oh, fun. Also,
it is someone showing up unrelatedly, but I do like, in response to you saying how many zeros, somebody did just do the honk emoji. Like, yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot of zeros. We just got super jackpot on Scratch My Back, and since we did get super jackpot on Sand Dollars earlier, I am not. We're skipping that. That is done already. I'm just going to quickly claim that. Oh, that's why things have felt so slow. I missed an upgrade on the bottom, which switches things to warp speed for the egg timer. So now things are going extra fast. This is Lucky Cat, another ticket we can lose on if we get a basically a dead rotting fish. We lose money, but I'm not too concerned about losing money at this point. Come on, Mundo, give me a super jackpot.
I also just love that you were like, oh, we're going slow. And I'm just watching everything happening on the screen. I'm like, what do you mean?
I'm like, why am I catching up to these tickets? I normally don't catch up to the tickets. And it turns out I forgot to upgrade warp speed. Come on. Please. Actually gonna give my right hand a break and use my left hand for a little bit. There we go. Moving on to quick cash now. I'm gonna make sure we top up the egg timer and the fan. And also feed the machine. I think this is the last time we are feeding the machine. Oh, we actually ran out of money. That's... We need a... I did not keep an eye on my money. Right, come on.
We have been informed that Decillion, not that it matters anymore, because I think we're in like non-nillion or something like that, is 33 zeros at the end. We put Des in front, like Decillion, so you can start making more. So it might be like non-Decillion. Unsure.
Oh my God.
Chat will tell us more answers about zeros, and then I'll ignore them for a bit because it's funny, because I'm just watching number go up.
Yeah. You can get to a point where you can get to the scientific notations.
Oh, perfect.
It's very rare that I do it in a run, but it is possible. Thankfully, we just got a super jackpot on quick cash, so we're moving on to Apple Tree. Apple Tree is the first ticket you unlock where you start losing money. So that's when you have to, like, when you start playing the game, that's where you be careful. Because every time you uncover a worm, you lose money. Worms are bad in this game. I'm sorry, worm lovers. And we just got a super jackpot, so we're moving on to mini scratch.
Chaffee would not love us if we were a worm, chat.
Oh, I would. It's just not in this particular scenario. Yeah, I definitely need to do a little bit of money catch-up at the end of the super jackpots, but that's alright. Our luck is maxed out. Come on. You have a 0.2% chance. Better than most tickets. Come on. There we go. Oh, come on. There we go. Moving on to 2-win. Playing whatever money we can. Come on. And now we just have our day job left, which is washing dishes, and it's what you normally do start off with. But of course, since I'm 100% on lock, I start off with 2-win. And I will happily take that. I am gonna quickly do booster packs so we can build up some money, because we definitely need some money.
while you're working on your day job, I'm doing a silly segue. Chat, if you're looking for something to do during the day, from September 13th through 19th, Flame Fatales 2026 will be live. And if you want to volunteer for the event, all creators can apply to become an ambassador, and community members can submit to volunteer during the event by July 19th. Visit gdq.gg/ff for more info.
Yes, apply, please. And I'm on backup. I'm proud of that. I'm on backup.
I'm so excited about that, TBH. We're in the era of Chaffee, and I do enjoy that we're not really kicking it off because we have been started, but like featuring Scritchy Scratchy is good.
And also, everyone, I'm so sorry. We are going to do the final chance ticket. This is a speedrun strat. Every time you scratch this ticket, you either win or you actually die. And in order for us to have one extra soul to sacrifice, we have to sacrifice Mundo.
No.
I am so sorry, chat.
Oh.
Oh. Okay, before I was even able to explain, I will take that. Normally the number go down here, but we got a third try. This guy's like, don't claim it, let me claim it. We're gonna claim it. We worked hard. We're just gonna quickly scratch away this ticket. Whatever. We're gonna scratch away the table. We don't need the table. Table? Do we need tables? I don't think so. We can eat off the floor. This room? We don't need this room. I don't think we need this room at all. We don't need rooms. We need to live outside. We need to breathe fresh air. We need to touch grass. And you know what? Look at that, and look at that beautiful, beautiful city skyline. Actually, no. This is the result of capitalism. Let's get rid of it. We don't need capitalism. We just need to touch grass. Everyone needs to touch grass. Doesn't matter if you're a capitalist, doesn't matter if you're a speedrunner. I stand by that everyone needs to touch grass. We don't need the grass, actually. We just need the beautiful sky. Let's get rid of grass. We don't need the grass. Look at the beautiful sun. We don't need the sun.
Wait,
Time,
no.
time will be coming up when the sun goes away. Time.
GG. Hey, Chaffee, what?
I don't know. I love showing off the ending of this game. It catches people off every time, and I just love it. The story of this game is that we're down on our luck and doing our day job, and we start scratching tickets for a corporation.
Yeah. Chaffee, where can the good people find you on the internet?
They could find me on twitch.tv/Chaffee_. You gotta get that underscore at the end. I do a lot of randomizers actually, but of course I like playing games like this. I like to be lurker friendly, but of course if you want to join in on some friendly banter, you are more than welcome to. Or if you just want me to be your background noise, I would be more than honored to be your background noise. We just hit affiliate like last month, or just over a month ago, which is really exciting. You can also find me on Blue Sky, chaffee.bluesky.social. I'm fairly active in the Frame Fatales group chat or private Discord. Also, shout out Lady Arcaders. They are the reason why I got the start in speedrunning and also having, breaking out my comfort shell to audition for Frame Fatales, submit to Frame Fatales. So shout outs to them, Lady Arcaders mentioned. I'm actually going to cut my shout outs a bit short because I will be back on Hotfix. Sunday, July 19th, I will be opening day number 2 for the non-binary celebration with a Pokemon Emerald randomizer with Baron on comms. And I'm very excited for that.
I'm excited to see you then as well. And chat, if you're really excited as well for more Hotfix content, Reminder that tomorrow as well, we'll be starting again at 7 p.m. Eastern with Black in a Flash putting on BAF Olympics, members of the BAF community playing sports and other sports-related speedruns. But until then, we have one more run left in this community block party for y'all, so please, please stick around because we have a variety pack joining us for Catherine Full Body. See you soon.
Y'all weren't ready to see me on the channel, but it is apparently just a truth of being a part of GDQ. We have it as a running joke, but I guess it's not a running joke if it's true. Hey, everybody, I'm going to be your host for the rest of the evening. I am PT, and you are here watching the block party on Games Done Quick. How y'all doing? How we feeling? We're ready to play some Catherine, I'm pretty sure. But before we get into that, A, have you drank water recently? I can smell how dry your throat is. Go get some water. B, when's the last time you unshrimped? I can hear your spinal cord releasing itself. I need you to be better about this. But then C, just as a reminder to you, this is going to be our final run for the evening, but we're going to have some more stuff for you tomorrow with the BAF Olympics. Y'all coming for that, right? Y'all showing up for... I'm going to check chat. I just drank... You knew I was coming. They felt it in the air. They have PT sense. But yes, thank you for drinking water, unshrimping your back. And please make sure you tune in tomorrow for a BAF Olympics. It's going to be all black speedrunners doing heckin' dang sports. You may see somebody that you know on camera right now coming back to play some heckin' dang sports. It's true. I'm not playing Cuphead or Time Spinner. Weird, right? But that is my cue, apparently, that I need to stop talking because I need water and air. We're going to go ahead and swap over to a variety pack with Catherine. So, variety... How you feeling? You ready to shuffle some squares around?
Yes, I am. Hello, everyone. My name is A Variety Pack, and welcome to this speedrun of Catherine Full Body Story Normal. Now, this game has been shown off in GDQs in times past. I believe it was the Babel run, which is the procedurally generated version of this game. We're going to be playing the story mode, which is a little bit more linear, a little bit more memorization based, but much like my run at GDQ 2025 for Valhalla Cyberpunk Bartender Action, the intent of this speedrun and this particular showcase is to show that it is very much a really good way to get into the habit, the mindset of speedrunning. This game gives you a lot of the basics. It gives you the right, shall we say, basic input strategies and instincts for speedrunning. So I will show off all of those as we get going, but I think it is time to get going because there are many things to explain and not too much time to do it, quite honestly. So as soon as I hit yes on this difficulty menu, we can go ahead and get started. So here's our countdown from 5 to 4 to 3 to 2 to 1 and go. All right, so this is Catherine Full Body. It is a very, very interesting puzzle game. Full of anime and 3D modeling and most notoriously very difficult block puzzles. We're going to be playing this on the normal mode because that's what I remember playing when I was younger. And I wanted to get into this game because this game is actually quite difficult, even on a casual level. So I wanted to get a little bit of revenge on it. And there's a level that's coming up that you'll see that you may be familiar with if you've played this game. And it's going to be absolutely destroyed, and I can't wait for you to see that as well. So if you are unfamiliar with the gameplay of Catherine, we are going to be playing primarily as Vincent Brooks, who is our harrowed main character in this particular game, and he is going to be pushing and pulling these blocks. Now, you can do that by pressing the A button and going up. Now, when I said that this is a very beginner-friendly speedrun, what I mean by that is it gets you into the idea of optimization, despite the fact that there are many possible ways to do this. So you'll notice that I have been pushing blocks in such a way that keeps me in one line, particularly the line that I'm currently standing on. The reason for that until this point right now is because I want to make sure that all of my actions loop around to that point so that I'm not wasting any additional movements by going one block to the left or one block to the right. We want to make sure that all of our movements can be changed together in one linear plane. And so we're going to be continuing that general mindset as we continue to the end of the first level.
So one of my favorite things about Catherine outright is kind of what Variety Pack is talking about with it being, it feels and reads and looks like a very simple block puzzle, but there's a lot of optimization that has to be had in trying to figure out how to get up to the tower as fast as possible, because as we go through levels, you're going to start noticing that the levels aren't nearly as kind as what we just saw, where it's like, hey, do you want to learn how to scoot some blocks? You're going to see a lot of things like blocks falling apart, blocks exploding, blocks having spikes. But before we get any further into that, we should also kind of get into how, by the way, this is a not quite, but kind of sort of dating sim? Question mark?
In a sense, yeah. We're going to be playing on the story normal mode, so it doesn't really matter what ending we get. We could end up with Catherine with a K, Catherine with C. Actually, not Catherine with an R. We're going to be doing everything in our power to not get that particular ending. But in this little section here, we're actually going to be introduced to the several kinds of mashing in this game. There are 3 kinds of mashing: the A-B mashing, the A mashing, and the A-B mashing, the B mashing, and then the cutscene mashing. We have seen instances of all 3 of those in this little time that we've been playing this game so far. Whenever we have dialogue between characters, I'm going to be doing A-B mashing. You just saw me do it there. Whenever we have a narrator prompt, we're just going to be doing B mashes. And whenever there's a cutscene, we're going to be hitting the start button, and then subsequently the Y button to just make sure that we skip those cutscenes as fast as possible. We just did a texting little prompt there. Nothing too interesting about that. We just want to make sure that we are using the menus properly. Menuing in speedruns is actually fairly difficult sometimes, and it can be a little bit unintuitive. So for example, the first one of those, we wanted to do 3, then 1, then 1. Instead of going down 2 prompts to hit that 3, we could simply go up 1 and sort of do a little bit of a wraparound and hit that third option. So 3, 1, 1, and then for the second texting prompt, we have 2, 3, and then 1. That will ensure that we only have to input 3 lines of dialogue for each texting instance instead of 4. Additionally, it means that we have to see the least amount of text possible before we actually move on to the next sort of mashing instance.
Also, I love the creepy sheep because it's your nightmare phase. So I guess you're supposed to be sleeping, but with sheep like these, probably not.
Mm-hmm.
Probably not.
All right, so now we move.
Go ahead.
So we're moving on to the Prison of Despair now, and here we're going to see an instance of the B mashing. This little exclamation point prompt is one such instance of a narrator in cutscenes. So for the narrator cutscenes, we will be mashing just B. Again, that's only for narrator cutscenes, and anything that is like a menu or some sort of fourth wall breaking sort of very gameplay or tutorial text. Whenever we have interaction between characters, we will be doing A and B mashing so that we hit A to basically spawn the entirety of the text box, and then B to skip past it. Whenever we have a cutscene, which we've seen many of thus far, we're going to be hitting start, and then we're going to be hitting Y. You'll notice that I'm also pushing 2 blocks at a time. This game has one interesting mechanic where if there are any number of blocks in one given line, you are able to push all of those blocks provided there isn't a permanent stopping block, a dumazid block as I like to call them. I'm sure they have a more proper name, but essentially it means they can't be pushed by any means. So this is the confessional we're going to be entering. If we were doing the Rin endings, the questions to these prompts would actually be very important. But because we're just doing the story normal endings, we just need to get to the end of the main game. So I'm always going to be selecting the left option. So I don't want to see anyone in chat judging me for my answers and using them to holding that information against me. I do not, in fact, only care about good looks in my partner, but I always just select the left option because it's a flick of my pinky to the left side of the joystick. It's just a little bit easier of an input.
Mm-hmm. I also love all the, you mentioned how this is all just very anime. I love how if you ever play this game, casually chat, the actual animatics and the engagement of Vincent is so out of control, and he's a character, but.
Indeed. Now, one of the most important I guess mechanics in this game is that you can hang off the side of blocks even if there is a block that would typically block your progression just by virtue of it being on top of you. We don't have to worry about that, so we're going to be using this ledge mechanic as much as possible. Additionally, as you're seeing here, we have multiple instances of items in this game. Items have various uses. One of the most important of which is this create a 3x3 white platform. In the original Catherine, not the full body version, I think you were only able to create one singular block. I guess they made it a little bit more casual friendly in the update for the full body in 2019, and thus they have let us create an entire 3x3 block around us instead of just one. There is one other item that we're going to be using fairly frequently whenever we get a chance to see it, but we haven't quite gotten there yet. Let's just get ourselves used to one thing at a time, shall we? Again, answer doesn't matter here. Life begins, life ends. It does not matter. The only question that I want to ask, maybe the mods can put a poll up, is the final question of this game. It doesn't even matter. I just wanted it just for entertainment's sake. Do we wish for a life of chaos? Yes or no?
I feel like with this chat, we know the answer, but who knows? Maybe they'll surprise us. Also, considering who you have on the mic, I feel like you're at a disadvantage, but maybe, again, who knows? Who knows?
So this game has several bosses, the first of which is Catherine with, I believe it's called the Fists of Grudge, which is just, I don't know why they decided to be so coy with it. It doesn't really matter. Catherine is basically a non-issue, a non-threat in this particular level. She's just too far away and she's too slow to really do anything. Her main power is to change certain blocks into cracked blocks, but because we're going to be speedrunning, there really isn't too much we have to worry about in terms of the cracked blocks taking place. Cracked blocks, if you step on them twice, will break away permanently, and you have to deal with the repercussions of that, but we don't have to really worry about it in this case. We picked up a 3x3 white platform block there and used it immediately. Now, there are a couple ways you could have gone up there. You could have used that bell, which turns all immovable blocks or any sort of cursed block into a standard block, and then moved some blocks that way. You could have formed a standard staircase by pulling one out, but using the white platform block there is actually the fastest possible option because it gives you a platform on your current height plane, so you don't actually have to worry about going back down and then around and then pulling another block and then going back up. So it's a very minuscule amount of time save, but like I said, this game is really, really good for getting you into the idea that there are certain optimizations that may feel superfluous, but sometimes those are the trickiest things to learn. And I remember when I was speedrunning Valhalla, there were so many things that felt like it was optimal, but there's just like a little bit of extra time save. If you use this drink instead of this drink, it's literally by frames it's faster, but it is faster. And if you really want, it's not a crazy long run. It's probably around 30-ish minutes if on a good day. And for that reason, everything counts. Everything counts. You've seen the Mario speedruns, the Mario 1 speedruns. Every single frame counts. And this is a really good game to get yourself in the mindset of that if you don't want to leap directly into something that's so intimidating and prolific and, shall we say, infamous as Mario 1 or Zelda or anything like that.
I was going to ask a question from chat, but they answered it. But then I do want to ask for just the knowledge of everybody. So story mode, all of the levels are just the same. There are no auto generations. Is there any modes or anything in this game where you can get randomized levels?
Randomized levels, no. But if they are very, shall we say, sensitive levels. We'll see that when we get to levels 7 and 9 as we come up. Currently, however, we are on level 3. This is the torture chamber. It is filled to the brim with these trap blocks. If you stand too long on a trap block, it will spring gigantic spikes into you, killing you instantly. Obviously, we're going to try to avoid this, but we are actually going to try to coax some enemies into these trap blocks, as you'll see in level 3-2 coming up. These sheep that you're seeing around me, again, they look like they're acting in a very RNG way, just sort of running around and flailing their arms about. But everything in this game technically can be done on one RNG seed if you play it absolutely perfectly. And because this game isn't super, shall we say, It isn't always the most intense in terms of having to do skips. There are, in terms of movement necessarily, a lot of it seems to be buffering and a lot of it seems to be on rails a lot of the time. However, there are many instances where just messing up one little movement can change your entire, not necessarily an RNG seed, but like a sequence that the enemies and the blocks will go through. Like I said, we'll see that a lot more in late level 9, but the sheep that you saw, we know exactly where they are going to run. If assuming we do everything correctly and everything properly, the sheep will run in the same exact positions every single time. So we can use them actually as backbones for a lot of our strategies. You'll see this particularly in level 5 too. Keep that one in mind.
So someone in chat kind of had the ultimate answer to your question already of do you wish for a life of chaos? Yes, no. And the response was, well, it depends. Is it on the left? And I feel like this is very fitting given, oh, that was a good little plant there. Also, that looks like those spikes do exactly what they intended.
Yes, for that sheep in particular, this is one of those big things that you need to get used to when you start speedrunning. The idea that you need to waste some time to save more time down the line. We could potentially not wait on the block that we were waiting on and have the sheep stay alive, but the problem is the sheep is very finicky. The sheep will get in our way and he will waste more time. So what we do is we wait on the block that we were standing on, wait for the sheep to run towards us. We know because of the very specific enemy behaviors in this game that the sheep will turn to look at us, and because the sheep stood too long on that little block, he will in fact perish to the spikes instead of us, and then we can run up unimpeded. I think someone who's answering a lot of questions in chat is Crispy Hanako. They are probably the undisputed GOAT of running this game, particularly the story levels. I've come around as a bit of a poser as of late, but they have tons of world records in this game, and as well as the original Catherine, and you should certainly check them out if you find their answers informative.
I see too that they're like even talking about the different types of sheep and how aggressive they can get. They also answered about the babble mode, which is, as a person who enjoys roguelikes and things that I just cannot control, appeals to me, which is a wild thing to say in a game where you're running from weird bosses, spikes, sheep, grabbing trophies, I think, which always reminded me of Bayonetta, and I thought that was really weird, but that's okay. I like Bayonetta too. But maybe we should talk about what just happened on screen.
Yeah, so this is the Immoral Beast, probably actually one of the tougher boss battles. All of these hearts will reverse our controls, which isn't actually that bad because we're speedrunners, we know what to do. What the actual problem is that they can actually freeze us in place a little bit. So we want to make sure that we are running to the proper positions. Hopefully I don't get hit by this. I didn't, that's good. This means that I can grab this and hopefully dodge all of the hearts that we don't have to actually get hit by them. The issue is that they'll stun us a little bit, and if they do stun us while we're standing on a trap block, the trap block will kill us. So by using a little bit of a safety strat there, I was able to avoid all of the hearts and avoid having to get my controls reversed or having to get stabbed by spikes. That certainly is not in our purview for this particular showcase.
I would hope that we don't need to get stabbed by spikes, considering if it's an insta-give, then that means that is time lost that we are not using for later in any way, shape, or form to get time gain. Makes perfect sense.
I should mention to all of you, if you have played this game, you are absolutely going to want to watch this next level. This is 4-1 coming up. It is the first level of the Inquisition, and it is one of the coolest stages in the speedrun. It is an actual trick instead of just an optimization, and it, like I said, this game gives you just enough to like really feel like a mature speedrun, even with a lot of basic properties to it. And you'll see exactly what I mean here. You might have thought to yourself, oh, well, if it's a block puzzle game that sort of comes down over time, then surely you can use that in some way. And the answer to that is yes, you can. And I'm going to show you exactly how. You can't do it on every stage. You can only do it on 2 stages in the regular game. But those stages are so cool that they're absolutely, for me, almost as someone who's played this game when I was younger, it is almost worth it entirely just for those 2 levels. Basically, we're going to be bringing the entire house down.
Ooh.
Level 4-1, the Inquisition, is quite a difficult level casually, but what we're going to be doing is, well, you'll see exactly what I'm going to be doing. Basically, the block tower wants to come down at a plane that matches the furthest possible block to the forward position, the furthest block in the forward position. What we can do is sort of tease it out a little bit. So that's going to fall, and the next section of the wall is going to want to fall directly on us, but we're going to tease it out a little bit. We're going to pull this block back out, let that fall back, and then when we hear an audio cue on the sheep, we can take a ride on I just missed it by a little bit, but we can take us one more trip on this spring block, and that is level 4-1 completed.
Oh, that's clever. Because, yeah, I saw as soon as you were talking through it. So I've never actually played the Catherine games. I've always watched them and I've always thought they were super interesting. And they always had appeal to me because I played this little PlayStation 1 gem called IQ Intelligent Cube. Not quite Catherine, but definitely a game where you push squares around, and the objective with it, instead of trying to run from your relationship woes, because Vincent, as chat has noted, is kind of a piece of garbage. In IQ, you're just trying to see if you can solve the puzzles and land on the, for lack of better phrasing, winning square in as few moves as possible. And so as soon as I saw Catherine, I was like, oh, this is right up my alley. And I actually have Catherine full body, and I knew that it was like the follow-up / remaster of Catherine, and that they changed a lot of things within the game proper. So it's always fascinating to me to see all the ways in which you have to optimize movement, and then you are staying super duper duper tight in that alignment that you were talking about, where it's like everything you want to do, you want to try and keep it in a straight line. But I'm going to stop talking and let you talk, because this is my favorite boss because of how ridiculous it is.
Yeah, so this is the child. It's possible that you're actually thinking of another boss that's coming down the line. This is the child, though. Basically, there's going to be these energy blasts that he's shooting at us, and we want to avoid them at all possible. There's not really too much to say in terms of actually climbing this tower, except that we want to be a little bit judicious. We do have an undo button, which is very forgiving, but obviously the undo button wastes time relative to just performing this run properly. So we're going to take great care to let those shockwaves pass us before we go. The main thing to mention is the introduction of this new item, which we will be getting almost every single time we see it. This is, I don't exactly know what to call it. It looks like an energy drink, almost maybe like a protein shake, if you'd like. Basically what it does is it lets us catapult up 2 squares instead of just 1. We're going to be using that for whenever. It's very, very useful. It gets us out of tight binds. It also lets us just path things out in the speedrun a little bit better. It lets us route things a little bit easier because we have access to a little extra jump, a little extra power boost, if you will. Something that I didn't mention also that maybe would have been warranted is the this game's edge mechanic. Now, when a block is directly on the edge of another, connected by its by one block's topmost side connected to another block's bottommost side, the gravity does not work properly. The block does not necessarily fall down, but it will be connected by that edge. This is effectively the game's core mechanic, what makes this game really, really interesting as a speedrun or even as a casual experience. We're going to be using this mechanic significantly to make sure that we have just enough space to perform the more quick maneuvers of this game.
And on that same tangent of the, I know chat's going to make fun of me for saying it, but I'm just going to call it what it is. On the tangent of the edging mechanic, it reminds me a lot of like rules and whatnot in Mahjong, and how there are certain tiles that you cannot move because it is hitting on a certain edge. And I think that those two are like very, very closely related, except for in this case, you can use it to your advantage to kind of force blocks to stay in place and function as a step. Because you'll look at it and see the entire time that you're making kind of like pseudo staircases with that mechanic. And it allows you to go up on a diagonal much more quickly. As opposed to if there's nothing touching it, you'll see that the block will shake and it'll just fall straight down.
Right. That's interesting. I've never really thought of it that way.
I play a lot of block puzzle stuff. It's a problem. However,
yeah, we are coming to the 5th level of the game. This is, I believe it's, what is it called? It's going to tell me right now, actually. The quadrangle, that's right. It is every gamer's favorite thing in the universe, an ice level. Luckily, we know exactly what we're doing. The mechanic with the ice blocks is that if you move left or right across any sort of any, I guess, successive connection of blocks that are ice, you will slide across all of them. Luckily, we know exactly what to do to avoid them and how to use them best to our ability. The main thing that we can use to avoid the detrimental effect of these ice blocks is to do that sort of ledge hanging mechanic that I was mentioning earlier. You're going to be seeing it coming up here in just a little bit once we move up here. The tower is going to be coming down. We need to stand in just a particular place. You're going to see exactly what I mean after I push these blocks away. The tower will come down. We'll just form a standard staircase, pull out this block to get up as well. And surely it's in this level. Yes, it is. Or maybe not. Maybe it actually comes more in effect. Oh, here it is. So yeah, in order to avoid having to slide off to our doom, what we can do is basically hang our way around the side to sort of skirt the normal effect of the ice blocks.
Excellent. And yeah, like the ice levels, just there's a few instances you can see that you're sliding across a little bit here and there, and it's kind of absurd. And it's probably, yeah, it's a good reenactment of all the reasons you hate ice levels. It's true. It's very true.
Yeah, in the casual playthrough, it's exceedingly easy to accidentally just forget the kind of block that you're on and plummet to your death. Luckily, this game is significantly more, shall we say, it's nicer to the player. I believe, and Hanako can correct me if I'm wrong. To my knowledge, if you fall to your death in the original Catherine, it is immediate game over. You have to start from the checkpoint or start over from the beginning. In this game, however, it takes one of your undos, effectively your lives. So death equals the reduction of one life as opposed to just death straight up, which is nice, but the undo mechanic is actually going to be used for significantly more powerful things in the future.
And
So
really fast before you get into the next level too, I just wanted to say thank you to everybody who's watching and chatting along with Games Done Quick. Thanks for checking out the stream and chatting. I'm glad to see so many new faces coming in here saying, I don't know what I'm watching, but I like it. And you're really enjoying the commentary as well, which is delightful to hear. Just remember that you can always expand that even further by sharing the channel with your friends, sharing it whenever we put our Go Live posts out there and everything, and just letting everybody know that, hey, there's this cool channel where we're watching people play games really heckin' dang fast. And sometimes we slide across ice blocks that have babies chasing us with these really big sheep that just insist on being in the way and then falling down. Yikes. Imagine sliding off.
Yes, we absolutely do not want to do that. You'll notice that this is actually a really good time to mention it. You'll notice every so often I look up. Now, I know I'm a speedrunner. It may look like I'm doing something really awesome and cool by doing that. Perhaps it may seem like I'm causing the tower to fall down faster. Unfortunately, this is not the case. Looking up does no such thing. It simply is just a look up function. It does not make the tower fall down faster. It does nothing of the sort. It is simply there to be a little bit of a fidget toy for the speedrunner while we're just going through the episode every now and then.
And someone has a question in chat. I'm sure Hanako is going to answer it as well for the people who are not watching the channel but reading along. Do higher difficulties make the blocks and puzzles harder? So does it make it fall faster, or what is the difference in difficulties?
Yes, the difference in difficulties, yes, first and foremost, the puzzles are actually different. They do make them ever so slightly harder. In a speedrun, it doesn't really matter because we know what everything that's going to happen anyway. The main thing is indeed that the blocks do fall faster underneath you, so it is easier to die on harder mode. There's also remix mode in the full body mode. In the full body version of the game, which adds these new sort of connected blocks that are also very interesting. I have never done a playthrough with the connected blocks, but I'm sure I'll get there one day. I'm sure I'll be good. I'm sure I'll get there one day.
I believe in you. And just to add it for people who are just listening to the channel, fun fact from Hanako, in full body there are 192 unique puzzles.
I did not know that.
If you're someone like me that just likes a good data pool, that pleases me to know as well. But it looks like we're on another boss level.
We are on a boss level. This is Catherine Part 2, effectively. her main attack is actually going to be summoning these ice balls down, basically an avalanche of sorts. They're not really going to be an issue here, as you can see. We're just fast enough to pull that block out so that we don't actually get hit by that icicle. The avalanche doesn't actually do very much, but okay, I got a little greedy there, and that is okay. What are we gonna do here? Let's go ahead and pull this out again. I got a little bit greedy there, I'll be entirely honest. I thought I could be fast enough, but I should have just been a little bit more judicious with my movement, but no big deal. We're basically at the end anyway. What I should have done there, I was in the middle of talking, I forgot the strat, I'll be honest, was the ice avalanche balls, I'm not exactly sure what to call them, the ice balls, for lack of a better term, they look like they're just one big, massive hitbox, but in fact, they are two separate hitboxes that do operate separately. So what you can do is wait for one to pass, then run over it to avoid getting hit by the first one by being later than it and being earlier than the second one. So that's what I should have done in that one instance, but I got a little greedy, thought I could get that block a little bit faster than I could. But I guess my hubris was on full display. I'll be entirely honest.
You know, I think that comes with the territory of being a speedrunner, where after you've practiced and done stuff for so many times, there's always that one magical, humbling moment where it's just like, I know this puzzle extremely well. And the game is like, this is where we cook them. Let's get them.
Yeah, part of being a speedrunner is being comfortable with the fact that there will be some tricks that you just take for granted, and those tricks will come to bite you. It'll just happen. That's just part of the learning process, and just part of the speedrunning process, even post-learning.
I'm pretty sure for people who have done just many categories, many games, I know you were on here before on Hidden Heroes doing BioShock Infinite, for example. There are some tricks that, like, in practice, you'll be able, like, oh yeah, I can nail it. And then when it's time to go do it, it's just that moment of being like, I have forgotten how all buttons work.
Absolutely. All right, we're coming up to the 6th stage. This is the clock tower. And it introduces a new mechanic to us, which is the bomb blocks. They aren't really going to be too much of a hindering force, with the exception of maybe one time. But we're actually going to use that one time to our advantage. You're going to see that in stage 6-2 after this one. You're also going to be noticing here in 6-1 that we're going to be doing sort of a more complex version of the thing that we did at the very first stage, where we tried to stay in the same, I guess, horizontal plane for as long as possible. We can't pull blocks from this one, so we have to go over one to make sure that we push this one over instead of the one that was directly in front of us. Otherwise, the left side would have fallen, and we wouldn't have actually been able to ascend via the left side. Remember how I said that we know exactly how enemies are going to move? We're going to be doing that right here. Because we know that enemy is going to slide over to the right, we can take advantage of that fact and sort of crash into him at just the right time where it is advantageous to us. It allows us to simply move over to the back of the stage at a very advantageous point. It's like the perfect point for it to happen because it lets us continue along with the puzzle. So like I said, we know exactly how every enemy in this game should move, provided you do everything properly. The hard part is doing everything properly, of course.
And I feel like that's the case with almost any speed run, especially once you start getting into high-level speed running. It's one of those things where, as you're learning to speed run, you have your cozy strats, and then when you start feeling the hunger for, I need more time save, I need more shave, I need more of it, that's where it starts getting really into those technicalities, really into a lot of that focus, and I forget what you said earlier, because words are hard and time is late and fake. Basically just the rhythm of practicing and playing the game over and over and getting used to those core mechanics of basic speedrunning, menuing, and what have you.
So one thing I should mention about the little energy drink that we have in the bottom right is, I guess first things first, you saw me go out of my way. You saw me literally go off the beaten path to get one of them. That's how powerful they are. The second thing about it is that because they're so powerful, you would think that we would just use them in every single instance possible, right? We only get 3 uses of them, however, so we want to make sure that we're using them in the most expedient places possible. This is where the beauties of routing come into play. you could use it immediately, but what if you saved it for something that was a little bit slower? Could you save more time that way? Here's one such instance. At the beginning of level 6-2, there's no way around it. You just have to make a giant staircase. But instead of pulling 4 blocks down as we would have to otherwise, we can simply use our last of our charges in this particular instance of our milkshake to just leap up instead of having to do the rest. I'm going to do something actually really interesting here. I just hit the undo button. The undo button is perhaps one of the most powerful tools in this game. What the undo button does is it undoes a thing. It does oh my gosh, it undoes an action that you just performed. Additionally, however, it resets the properties of the blocks that are on a conditional basis. So effectively, that block that exploded unexploded because I hit the undo button, which means that I was able to continue using it for the staircase even though it blew up. So the undo button, especially in the Rin levels, is really, really vital. We will not be doing the Rin levels in this particular run. That was accepted for this particular showcase. But for the Rin levels, the undo button is absolutely vital. You use it for the final boss fight of the Rin levels, which I wish I could show, but effectively, the final boss of the Rin levels, the close encounter levels as the game calls them, involves a fake ending. The game obviously does not want you to hit the fake ending, but with the power of the undo button, we're actually permitted to hit the fake ending, and it's not just a fake ending visually. The fake ending is actually a proper ending block. It's one of those like red velvety carpet ones that you see me get to at the end of every stage. But with the power of the undo button, we are actually able to hit that fake ending and trick the game into thinking that we completed the game, even though we didn't. So the undo button is very, very powerful in this game. I don't think it had this much utility in the original game. Again, Hanako can back me on that in chat if I'm wrong, but it's absolutely vital for a lot of the stuff that we do in this game, and I'm very pleased that it exists, both in terms of messing up things that I do wrong, in addition to being a very useful speedrun tool.
And that's very, very fascinating. I wonder if that's, well, it sounds like because you couldn't do it previously, I'm guessing it feels, I'll say, like that's intentional for you to just kind of, if you notice that, use it to your advantage. It feels that way. I can't confirm that. But according to Hanako, it has the same powers in the original game, but it was never as helpful.
That seems reasonable to me, yeah. All right, we'll be moving on to 6-3 now. Sometimes the game likes to throw you a bone with these very repetitive levels. 7-2, I believe, is another example of that. Basically, the puzzle here is going to be the same one over and over again. We need to use the hanging mechanic and hang our way across a line of blocks instead of just having to use the staircase that as you're seeing right now. As you're seeing right now, we're going out of our way to pick up more milkshake because the milkshake is just it's just
he's the one.
It's the MacGuffin of this speedrun. It's just overpowered, and it is central to a lot of our strategies that we use for routing.
Oh, I forgot about the ice blocks until you just went booty scooting, and now I'm sad all over again.
Luckily, the ice blocks are not actually going to play a major factor in terms of the slidiness. They're going to be present, and they will have some interesting workarounds that we have to implement, but they're never going to be as horribly dangerous as they have been in the past. So I'm actually going to tell you something right now. I just made a mistake. I did something that I'm not supposed to do. I dragged the block out down below that you can't see anymore, and I went around and then climbed back up it. That didn't look slow at all, did it? It probably didn't look very slow at all. However, it was actually slower than what I was supposed to do, which is jump over the block and then push it over one to the right. If you need to hang, it always wastes a little bit more time. So this is what I mean when I say optimizations really do matter. It doesn't seem like it does. It doesn't seem like they do, but every single little frame counts. Every single little second counts. And even things that don't really look like mistakes, especially in a game that's as very linear and sort of pre-planned as this one. It's really nice to be able to definitively say, this was a mistake. This was definitively slower than something else that I could have done. Because I feel like in a lot of other games like Zelda, which I also run, or Bayonetta, which I also run, it's very often the case that you do something and you're like, I actually don't know if that was faster. I don't know if that was faster or slower. It could have been it could have been no difference for all I know. But in a game like this, where it is really good at teaching you the basics of being fast at something that's pretty predetermined, knowing what is definitively a mistake and what is not can be really, really helpful as a learning tool. This is the boss that I think you were referring to earlier. This is the child with chainsaw. The last one was just the child, but this one has a chainsaw, and it's going to be using it to great effect. Luckily, we have one final milkshake that we can use to bump up there, so we don't have to do a gigantic staircase. Use the edge mechanic to give us some extra space there. Push this double checkpoint block and give us, and again, we're going to go out of our way to get this milkshake. The first attack that he's going to do is to break off the entire right side of the stage. But the more annoying attack that he's going to do right now are these little mini saw blades that are going to be our arch nemesis for essentially the entire rest of the run. We're going to... okay, good. We're going to attempt to avoid them just by staying out of their path. And this is where I mentioned the actual benefit of the undo button. If there are any sort of boss attacks on screen, any at all, using the undo button like I just did will erase literally every single one of them. I don't know why it's so gosh darn powerful in for boss fights, but we definitely do use it. There's the boss fight against Catherine that comes up in level 8 that the lasers and lightning that she shoots are just a little bit too erratic for my taste, so I prefer to make sure that they are not going to be an issue for me at all. I'm going to be doing it again here. I don't exactly like these saw blades, so I'm going to just get rid of them with the power of my undo button.
And see, this is why I mentioned I don't know if it is or is not intentional, because something like that, you would think that it would just reset the saw blades too, but based on the way that you described it, because it's not in the, for lack of better phrasing, original instance of the game, it's just like, oh, just go ahead and erase those. And then I know that baby is down there in shambles, just like, I have to reload those. But I just want you to know, as well, Variety, in all the Catherine that I have watched over time, in all the Catherine I have consumed, I think I have always bypassed Chainsaw Baby. And I thank you for bringing this to my attention, because how absolutely demonic is that? Chainsaw Baby is wild, but that also looks like it's an annoying boss. Like, I can see people getting stuck on that for a hot minute, and kind of Hanako's talking about this too. Shout outs to frame data nerds, because for a game of this level where all the levels are optimized, all the levels are the same, and you can just go in and just test it out, I just know that there's a YouTube archive out there that is just absolutely mountains of information to be like, here's the fastest route, here's some alternate routes and how much time it'll add. And I think that that's super duper cool. And by the way, if you like this conversation that we are having right now, and you want to talk about more block scooting and more words that I won't say because y'all will like play on it, you can hop in our Discord and talk about it there, and then get a full schedule of all of our hotfix shows. !Discord if you want to hop in there and keep talking about Catherine after this. Maybe you even might see some of your new favorite runners in there. So we're still Chainsaw Baby
coming up. It's a very odd artistic choice, but I like it. We are coming up to level 7, which is home to probably the most. There's a word for this that I can't think of off the top of my head. It's a word that it requires the most stamina. A lot of the levels are very long. A lot of them require a lot of memorization just because of how long they are. Do I have to do this? Do I have to pull this out? Luckily, each of them has a nice little heuristic that I like to use. For example, in 7.1, the heuristic is always pull the first block that you can, with the exception of the last one. You'll see exactly what I mean here. This level likes to present us a lot of different variations on the same tower. For the first 3 instances of this tower, what I tell myself is that you need to just pull the first block, and then the rest of it sort of just clicks in my head. And that's another really important thing for speedruns as well, just having your own personal heuristics for how to learn and figure out these things. Obviously, a lot of communities have very specific, I guess, visual cues or audio cues for certain tricks, but personalizing them can be really helpful, just because you're the one learning the speedrun. You should have a very clearly defined way that you will remember these things. It's like school if it was more fun, and you get to learn yourself.
It's the kind of school that you actively frustrate yourself, and it's like, but this is by choice, and that makes it that much better.
I think speedrunning is... I'm sure that you had this experience when you were in school where you were forced to take notes and you didn't really know what the heck you were doing. You were just taking notes because the teacher told you because the teacher told you that it was a good thing to do. And while the teacher is correct, taking notes was in fact a good thing to do. Never in education is one size fits all, and I think we all know this implicitly. So I think being a speedrunner and being able to immerse myself in a type of learning that promotes idiosyncratic and unique learning styles is really, really cool, and something that really kept me in this scene all these years later since I started.
Yeah, I feel like kind of touching on that a little bit more when it comes to learning a speed run, and I feel like that's something as you just get more into hobbies and stuff that you like to do yourself, the more invested and interested you are in it, the more inclined you are to do things like, I want to take these notes, I want to do this frame data, I want to watch this stuff back, because you are actually incentivized by your own interests as opposed to, well, if I don't do this, I'm going to flunk.
Yeah. Especially when you have...
Go ahead.
Sorry. Especially when you have such supportive communities. I can count on 0 hands the number of speedrun communities that I've joined that have not been very inviting and welcome. That is to say, there have been 0 instances of that. Most communities, I think, out there in the world for speedruns are very, very, very supportive. And I know that there are probably a lot of viewers here that just came from SGDQ 2026. And for those viewers, I say, pick one up. Really just try it. I think that it presents a really unique learning opportunity. And if nothing else, it'll teach you how you learn. And I think that's probably the most important personal growth tidbit that speedrunning can present you. And I am, as a teacher myself, I'm fascinated by that.
Ooh. I didn't realize that you were a teacher as well. Not that we don't need to get into the personal details of what it's fine. I'm just very fascinated by that because I used to teach on top of that. I used to teach Photoshop and Illustrator at the college level, so I'm always for the best way to explain stuff. And people who have worked with me here at GDQ, who have talked to me at SGDQ, who've talked to me in chat, will tell you that I'm a very descriptive person, and I want to make sure that you have as much detail as possible because I want you to be successful. So, sorry, my ears just perked up at that a little bit. This big man is in the way. Please move. Sorry. I just saw him. Was like, what are we doing? I've also been trying to watch all the options that you wind up getting on the left side. And what I think is very fascinating about that is it isn't trying to do the moral thing of side A is correct and side B is correct. I see your little meter kind of teetering back and forth because there's some answers that are like, this is a good answer to make. And then there's other ones that's like, oh, nope, you're still a jerk. Never mind. You're actually a jerk.
Yeah. When it comes to the Rin endings, which I will not be doing today, the Rin endings do actually require some specific answers. And it's always heartbreaking when you are at a late stage of the game and you just miss one of those questions, and that's essentially just run dead right then and there. It's a little annoying, but it is technically just your fault. There's no one really to blame. This is a good time to mention one very interesting mechanical feature of this game. Typically, let's say that Vincent is only facing one block. If you press the A button, Vincent will automatically turn to grip that block. When there are, however, multiple blocks in front of you, the game lets you grab onto the block that is closest to you, the one that makes most sense, particularly the one in the direction that you are currently facing. This can be really annoying for this level and for these Doomazid unmovable blocks that I'm currently climbing. Effectively, what those blocks do is they cannot be moved under any circumstances. So if you are facing one of those blocks when you intend to move another block, it can be really annoying because you'll grab onto the block that you can't move and waste a little bit of time. the safest option to avoid that is to hit the B button. The B button will reset Vincent's, not his position necessarily, but it'll unlatch him from any block that he may currently be on. So by doing that, you are given a little bit freer reign of which block that you are currently wanting to sort of grab and manipulate. It's very subtle. It doesn't even necessarily save time. In fact, it probably loses time because you're adding one extra input and losing 1 or 2 frames. But I am personally the kind of spinner that prefers safety over raw speed, and I am a fan of consistency. So I will personally, even though it's not optimal, take a little bit of a hit in terms of the frames to guarantee me, I guess, a more smooth and consistent speedrunning career.
It's one of the things I like to talk about too when people say, I don't know if I want to do a speed run because I don't want to be competitive. Fun fact, you don't have to be competitive. You can do the speed run as you would like it to be done for yourself. I make that a very clear barrier for myself. I love the speed runs that I do. Most of them, I have no interest in being like top 10 and whatnot. I just like being able to play the game fast.
So, I mentioned a while back that there was a level of this game that made me want to scream. It is the reason that I wanted revenge on this game. If you've played this game on normal mode, you absolutely remember this puzzle. This puzzle is deceptively difficult. The end of the stage is literally right there at the very beginning, but it provides you very little movement options to be able to complete it. So as a speedrunner, being able to blow it, just blow through it, is just, it's so cathartic. It is cathartic in a way that words simply cannot describe.
Just looking at it from a very cursory glance, there's very, very few movement things that you can kind of take advantage of, but there are crack blocks and there's problem blocks. So it's one of those puzzles where you have to figure out, working with what you have, the classic of anyone who's probably worked in some type of customer service job. You need more stuff. Too bad. This is what you have. Make it work. Oh my god.
We're coming up to the boss of level 7. This is the Shadow of Vincent. Effectively, just an auto-scroller. There are obviously optimizations that you can do. It'll present to you all of those optimizations, but effectively this is a story boss for the most part. It will begin with one optimization that we can do here. There are 2 paths to get down here. I prefer this path. Ooh, never mind. I actually did not do that correctly. So I'll be losing a little bit of time here. If I had done that properly, I would have been able to be on this block by the time I was able to move again instead of 2 blocks away from that. Just a little bit of a misinput with the B button.
And I also want to highlight how it's been a couple of times that you've kind of flipped to the back, but then there's also moments where in this level in particular we just saw it, you are operating on what is the backside of the level without having to flip it back, and the knowledge there is actually kind of out of control because I am someone that I have to see everything that I'm doing, so I know casually it's just going to be me constantly throwing the camera. Nope, I don't like this. Never mind, I'll stop talking. This is a lot.
Yeah, so you'll notice that we're actually... This is the level that I was sort of alluding to with regards to the ice blocks being a factor, but not necessarily a dangerous factor. We need to make sure that we don't slide into these black hole blocks because they will instantly kill us. So we just need to be a little bit careful by moving to the sides and doing that wall hanging mechanic that I was talking about before. Fun fact, wall hanging is... Hanako can wrong about this. I do tend to utilize wall hanging when I can, and it doesn't interrupt any other. Gosh, what is going on with my controls? Any other interaction with the boss.
While we have a fast moment, I just wanted to let you know that the chat poll did complete, and chat said they in fact crave the chaos.
They crave chaos? All right, I'll keep that in mind.
Yes.
All right, so that takes us to the end. Yeah, that wasn't really much to that. It was pretty scripted, all things considered. There is, I believe, one more attack that this boss can do, but we're actually so fast that he does not get a chance to do it. So He does have an attack which is turn the screen dark, but if there's anything you know about speedrunners is that darkness fears us. We do not fear darkness. We know exactly what to do at all times. We are familiar with the inputs. Darkness will not impede us. It'll only make us stronger.
I don't know how much I agree with that. That level was terrifying. I hated every second of it, actually. Also, just for people who have asked about the plot of the game, yeah, at this point, there's some decisions being made. The entire plot at the super high level, you are a creep that is dating someone that you're supposed to be marrying, and you introduce yourself to another Catherine. So there's multiple Catherines. There's Catherine that you're engaged to, and then there's Catherine that is not the one you're engaged to, and that's where I'm going to leave that. And then in Full Body, there's also Catherine with a Q. I don't know anything about her. I just know her name is Catherine with a Q. And that's the story I know. Choose your Catherine wisely.
Speaking of which, we are actually currently, spoilers, we are currently fighting the other Catherine, the one that tempted us to cheat on our partner. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that was entirely my bad. I let Catherine get a little bit too far away from me because I was in the middle of thinking about commentary, which is entirely my bad. Basically, you don't want to get too far away from Catherine here, or other demonic Catherine will, in fact, kill her, which is obviously really slow. So this is another part where the undo button comes in big handy. I'm going to be using it to make sure that Catherine with a C cannot use her big lightning attacks because they are very dangerous and can hurt both Vincent as well as Catherine with a K. Yeah, so this is not the most optimal level of all time just because I was focusing on something else, but that is no one's fault but my own. Generally speaking, this level is pretty scripted. I'm going to use the undo button again because I don't want to deal with some broken blocks. Oh, that's the other thing that the lightning strikes do. They make blocks be turn into cracked blocks, and Catherine's steps do in fact count as a step, so we don't want to have Vincent and Catherine step on them multiple times, otherwise the block will break and Catherine with a K will not have a safe path forward at that point. I believe she's okay here. Yes. There is a mechanic where you can tell Catherine to wait with an X. We don't typically like to use it, but you know, there are some times where it is in fact optimal, like there. Alright, so that could have been better had I not let Catherine with a K die twice, but you know, what are you gonna do?
I was say it sounds like what you do is you hit the undo button. And you just say that no one saw that. There was actually a blackout on the screen. I don't know if anybody caught that. It's just kind of a weird tech issue that happened. So I don't think we saw any deaths.
No, yes, of course.
I don't think we saw any.
Yeah, I think it was actually Catherine with a C. I don't think Catherine with, I could be wrong about this. Catherine with a C. I don't think it was that Catherine with a C killed Catherine with a K. I think it was that it was too fast. I was too fast and let the stage fall down. I'm not exactly sure what the issue was there, but it was something to that effect.
This
All
is
right.
fair. This is very, very fair.
We are coming up to the final level of the game. It's going to be the Chapter 9 levels. They are very, very difficult. Every single one of them is extremely difficult. So I might actually call for some quiet time depending on the level. In particular, chapters 9.2 and 9.4 and the final level are exceedingly difficult. You might have remembered me saying that there is no real RNG in this game, provided you do everything perfectly the same way every single time. And then I made a joke that you have to actually do everything at the same way every single time. For 9.2, 9.4, and the final level, that is really, really, really hard. So there are some, it's possible, it's entirely possible that I'm just gonna have to scrap and just make it work. Hopefully it doesn't come to that because, I mean, it would make for an entertaining showcase. I don't know if it would make for the most informative one, but we'll deal with the hand that we get.
I believe in you.
Thank you. For level 9.1, if you remember level 4.1, the one where we brought the house down, we get to do it again. And it's going, this one is actually a lot more interesting than 4.1. And if you thought 4.1 was interesting, you're going to love this. We're going to be bringing the house down a lot more this time because the stage is so much longer and there are so many like small components of the stage. We're going to be bringing down the right-hand side and then the left-hand side. And we're going to basically have the rest of the stage connect to this one block that we're currently standing on. We need to be fast to bring this around so we can push it one forward. So the plane of attachment is as far forward as humanly possible. We're going to have 4 of these tower segments fall down. None of these will attach to ours because they're on the wrong horizontal plane, so our vertical plane should be just fine. This is definitely...
I'm sorry, just that sheep wasn't what I expected.
So whenever we start to hear the narrator call on us that we're doing very poorly at the game, that is when we can start to push and pull the block forward and back, because we don't want anything to actually attach to this furthest block, or we will be in big trouble. I believe there is one more after this one, and we can time it so that we don't have to push any more blocks, but we might do it the safe way just in case. Okay, yes, I did it the safe way. We needed to push one block out, but that's fine. Ideally, you wouldn't have to push any blocks out and a perfect staircase would have been formed. But this is a marathon, and I do not want to have to restart any stages if I can avoid it.
This is very fair. This is very, very fair. And before we get into your quiet time, I do want to remind everybody, if you are enjoying this and you want to see your speedruns on this channel, just remember that you can, in fact, submit your runs to gdq.gg/hotfix. And if you want to see when we're doing more cool stuff like this, and maybe even keep an eye out, pencil it in for yourself, when you want to watch some more cool runs, you can just check out our schedule on gdq.gg/hotfix. Watch more stuff, do more cool things, engage more block pushing. But I know that you said you need some quiet time for 9-2 here, so I am going to bite my lip, let you introduce the level, and then do your thing.
Yeah, 9-2 it's not tough. Mechanically and input-wise, it's not actually that tough. The issue is that you have to really do the same thing every time. You can't let Vincent stop for basically any reason. You'll notice that there are now monster blocks that are available. Monster blocks are these really disgusting-looking blocks with these mouths on them. The mouth blocks, they appear to move randomly, but that's not actually quite the case. The mouth blocks move in a very specific sequence of movements depending on which blocks are pulled and where Vincent's current position is. So we need to make sure that Vincent is following the exact same path every single time without fail, or these monster blocks will absolutely ruin our day. Currently, they seem to be doing exactly what we want them to be doing. So there are some superfluous blocks that we need to pull out, just because if we didn't pull them out, there would be further monster blocks down the line that would give us some trouble. So this monster block here tends to be feisty sometimes. Hopefully it's not going to be an issue for us now. Alright, very nice. Sometimes that monster block can accidentally lick us off, and I'm not exactly sure what causes it, but everything seemed to go very nicely. And because we were so diligent with our pathing, we are given a very, very easy path to the final escape block, as opposed to a very difficult one where we'd have to, like I said, scrap to try to figure out what to do.
And for those of you who are saying those mouth blocks are unsettling, let me tell you, the Atlas Library, you will see some things. If you think those are bad, I recommend you never play Persona.
Yes. Hanako is also correct. Monster blocks were entirely random in the original. Catherine Full Body is actually really interesting because the pattern that I described, the sort of set seeds and the set sequences that they fall into, were applied to Full Body only. The full randomness of the original does make it a very interesting little hiccup for runners at the very end of this game. But for us, we know how to control them, and it's a really fun issue of routing as opposed to necessarily doing the run. 9-3 is difficult for an entirely different reason. It's just a little bit hard. It's long and hard to remember. We're going to be doing another 3x3 white platform block. Ooh, really? That's interesting. I have not messed that up in quite a while. So why I'm failing there is because if blocks don't have an edge to connect to, they will fall. With that particular instance, though, it's really, really odd because we were able to walk on something, even though it should have technically been falling. And that's the reason that we were able to do that is because we were just really fast. 3x3 blocks that are intending to fall will stay active as a place that we can stand on for a little bit. So we used that function to skirt around the edge of that tower, as opposed to having to build a staircase as we typically would have to. That's unfortunate that that happened. Like I said, I haven't messed that up in quite a while, but in practice, in initial practice, it was indeed quite finicky. Something interesting about forming these staircases is that we actually have to wait for these tower portions to fall. If we pull them a little bit too fast, what happens is that the staircases, we basically form a new edge that wasn't there prior, so the tower is going to fall in a really unnatural position. Also regarding enemies, I said that we know exactly how enemies are going to move. We also know how to manipulate them for that reason. This weird red-maned sheep is going to be a thorn in our side if we don't push him off. So we want to wait here just a little bit to make sure that we knock him down as we climb up and hang off the ledge. Like I said before, a lot of speedrunning is understanding when small time losses are acceptable because they save more time later in the future. That is definitely one such instance. We're waiting there to push the red-maned sheep off is certainly helpful and more helpful than the strategy that you might assume to be faster.
You know, just looking at it and watching along as you're playing it too, because the strat where you're going a little bit slower, so to speak, you can see that he's also kind of like copycatting your movements. So it's almost like you're trying to bait him so that you can't get the push and just make sure that you're safe the rest of the way.
Exactly. All right, now we're coming up to 9-4. 9-4 with my very, very safe strat should not be a problem, but it has certainly been a problem for me in the past, which is why I developed this extra super safe strat for marathon and run purposes, quite honestly. Like I said, you can just sort of go for it in speedruns. You can just sort of do the optimal thing, but I am personally, my style of speedrunning aims more towards consistency. So I will take the extra super safe strat just because it allows for just runs to be completed. I think doing runs and completing them is actually fun, believe it or not. So I like to get myself to a point where I can do that. I will need a little bit of quiet time here just because it is, just like 9-2, one small mistake can absolutely make this stage completely unviable. Basically what we're trying to do, okay, how should I frame this? This stage has a huge problem, and that problem is that the stage does not form correctly. By which I mean the portions of the stage that are falling down don't exactly behave in the way that I think the developers perhaps intended. So what we're going to do here is stand on this monster block and just look up. I need to make sure that the blocks are falling correctly before I start moving up this tower. The reason for that is because if I was a little bit too unjudicious with my movements and just sort of moved up without a second thought, ooh, that's interesting. Hopefully that doesn't mess me up. It shouldn't, but I'll keep that in mind if that's the reason why this level fails. If I was not judicious with my movement, what would happen is that the final portion of this tower would not form correctly, and it would be effectively impossible to complete. Obviously really, really bad for speedrun, and I have done everything in my power to make sure that that does not happen, but because of that mistake that happened, I don't know if I'm going to be in any amount of trouble. I don't think I will be, but 9-4 has a way of really being a problem. I'm seeing some blocks fall in the background, so I think that means we're good to go. Yes. So you see how all these blocks are in a nice grid for us to climb up with the staircase? If I had not moved in the way that I had, what would have happened, unfortunately, is that indeed the blocks would have been in a completely unsolvable position, and I would have had to start the level over. Thankfully, we did not get that here, so we are still pretty good in terms of quality of marathon showcase. No huge mistakes, just some minor ones. Is it not impossible, Hanako?
Making you climb up to then turn around and have to climb down is some of the most demonic, basic, get screwed puzzle mechanics under the sun. Because
it's very demoralizing, isn't it?
Yeah, like you get locked in and they're waiting for you to keep pushing up and go into a black hole, or clock that you need to go down and keep pushing down and go into a black hole. That's actual evil in game design form. I will be installing this game and start playing it now.
So this is what you all voted for. We truly wish for the excitement of chaos. Thank you very much, chat, for your input.
I don't know, as someone who has a lot of chaos, I don't think I agree with this. But I only report on the will of chat.
Of course. So we have 2 final levels in this game. The first one is against Thomas Mutton, and the second one is against Doomazid, the namesake of those unmovable blocks that I was mentioning earlier. The Thomas Mutton fight is not particularly difficult, but it is probably one of the most difficult stages to do in a way that is consistent, in a way that permits that sort of philosophy of do it properly the same way every time and the game will not harm you. It's just really, really tough for that particular mindset. Let's see if I can manage this. One of the big issues, as you're seeing right now, is that Thomas Mutton does this thing where he changes the blocks on a whim. The other thing that he does is aim a gun at us, just a straight up gun. For his neutral special, he wields a gun. And that can be problematic because it can take away blocks that we might be using to climb. Sometimes he has really good aim and sometimes he has really poor aim, like what you just saw. We want him, obviously, to have really poor aim, which thankfully he is being very kind to us. That was not the right block, but that's okay, it doesn't need that much time. We're gonna pull this block to the right and just continue up. All right, thankfully he is not being mean. Don't shoot the block that I'm on. All right, we're good. We can pull this block out into a staircase. Oh my gosh! If he had broken that block,
that was actually a little scary.
That was actually a little scary.
Yeah, I was watching along with that. Did you kick that? What are you?
Yeah, he's being a little feisty. He's being a little mean. I pushed the block that I wasn't supposed to, so I used the undo button for its intended purpose, which is to correct a mistake. Thankfully, not that big of a deal. Right, we're at the top of the segment of the tower. So hopefully he doesn't break any of the blocks on the staircase that I'm currently making. Looks like he's... Ooh, that's actually not good. I'm going to actually undo to make sure that that does not happen. That would have actually been terrible. Kind of like the Trot with Chainsaw fight, I am using the undo button as a way to prevent the boss from doing any attacks. It is very safe. The only issue is that it's pretty slow, so you don't really want to do it in like high-level runs of the game, but you know, specifically for a marathon showcase, as well as just getting to the end of the run, sometimes the undo button can be your best friend.
And shout outs to you specifically for knowing how to even read some of those inputs and whatnot as they're turning the camera on you, because I can see the camera turning and he kicks and you're safe, and I'm like, yeah, this will be the one I'll be fried on for a hot minute.
Oh, you think that's bad? We're on the final level of the game, actually, and the camera movements are they're just brutal. So this is definitely one where I'm going to need quiet time to finish, because there is so much happening on screen all at once. We do have a determined path that we want to take, but like I said, it can be really hard to do everything exactly the same every time. So I will do my best. I will do my absolute best, but Doomazid is definitely one of the most difficult stages in this game, if not the most difficult stage, just because everything changes so much. But here we go. Here is Doomazid. You can rock out to the music with some cat jams if you so desire. We're going to be doing a bit of a save strat here. This milkshake, we are going to pick it up. It's technically not required, but it's so useful if things go wrong that I just always elect to pick it up, even if I'm way ahead of schedule. Use the spring block to jump up here. Pull this in out, push these in so that we can pull this out using the edge mechanic. Push that out to do the same with this block. There's a little bit of an interesting interaction with the blocks coming up here. Basically, we want to give ourselves access to that spring block that you see up there, but there are a lot of blocks impeding our way, so we need to make sure that we're pushing all the blocks out of our way so that we have access to it so we can pull it up. Otherwise, there'd be some staircase mess that we have to deal with. use that wall hanging mechanic to get all the way to the other side. And now here is where stuff, this is where it becomes real. I'm going to need extreme focus here. He is going to inflict something very similar to what Thomas Mutton did. He's going to inflict us with Curse. Basically, that means the blocks will change whenever we pull a block. Thankfully, we do have a predetermined path for this, but the camera changes, like I said, can be pretty brutal. Wait for the 54 step counter, pull one out. Then you're going to come up here, pull one out to the right, then pull this one out. The one more pull to the left should become a spring block. That's very good. Pull this one out, and then head up the stairs to the right. After you head up to the stairs to the right, we want this tower to fall just a little bit so that we can get a spring block when we pull the entire staircase out. Move one to the right so we don't have to deal with these trap block. Pull up the staircase, and we should be on the second stage here. Ideally, this block that we pull out does not leave. Good, it stayed in position, so we have access to another spring block. Coming up to the right-hand side of all of these monster blocks, we're going to do a bit of some very odd and seemingly redundant inputs. We're going to do that. We're going to pull this over twice, so there we get another spring block. Spring blocks are obviously the MVP of this run. We're going to pull this out. We're going to pull it back, push it again, and then pull it back yet again, so we have access to another spring block. And we're actually going to wait in this little section here because we want him to use this attack. This is actually really good. He's going to start summoning meteors down at us. And this is a really good time for the meteors because we have a really tall tower here. And to avoid having to make a gigantic long tower, we can just use his curse against him and turn that one block into a spring block to avoid having to build the entire tower. I don't want to toot my own horn. This was a perfect Doomazid. I never get a perfect Doomazid, so this is a really, really awesome time to get that perfect Doomazid. Everything else is pretty much smooth sailing from here. I'm just going to be using all of my milkshakes that I did not have to use because everything went perfectly. And it's smooth sailing until the end of time, which is coming up in around 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and time. Ugh, that was a lot of chaos, but I am so happy that I got perfect Doomazid on this showcase. That is so phenomenal. I'm so happy about that.
Oh my gosh, that looked like that was a lot going on too. And especially just like with the knowledge of knowing that when he randomizes the blocks, it's not true random because it's going to go into a certain time or a certain kind each one. So it's just like, okay, cool. Just keep making me spring blocks. That's fine. Oh, look, another spring block.
That is basically the entire, I guess, ethos behind the routing strategy for that level is get as many spring blocks as you can, so you have to deal with as little as possible. And it's a really, really cool strat. It's really, really interesting to see it in practice. The main thing that typically goes wrong is that one block that I pulled just before the second half of the level, it retains its monster block properties and moves away so that I'm not actually able to get onto the spring block, so I do have to use some of my milkshakes there. But thankfully, everything went perfectly. I have no complaints about that last level, which is very, very rare for me to say.
Well, for those of you who want to watch that level back, just remember too, you can do that on YouTube. We have all of our stuff on YouTube. You can watch this back on YouTube to see what a perfect level looks like. Because if there's anything I know about speedrunning, getting the perfect level live, oh, you're cooked. You're not going to see that again for at least the next year.
You're not
Real
wrong.
life RNG is going to step in on that and say that's enough of that. Well, thank you so much for this showcase. Again, I love watching Catherine runs. I love watching Catherine as a game, but I think it's because it's the STEM student in me. If it has math or blocks, I'm probably there. So I am always going to be pulling up for Catherine and just telling people about how if you want to know about the plot of Catherine, the only thing I can advise for you is please just go play it. It's trying to explain it does no justice. It has 9,020 spoilers. Please just go play it. Can you tell the people where they can find you and some of the other stuff that you do?
Yes, I've done a variety pack, _variety_pack. I stream at the Twitch handle of the same name. I have a YouTube channel where I post some video game arrangements that I make every so often. I speedrun this game, obviously. Bioshock Infinite is probably my main game. Bayonetta, Skyward Sword, Valhalla, lots of other things. I live up to my namesake. So if any of that sounds like your bag, then you know where to find me. Thanks very much for having me.
Of course. Thank you so much for joining us for the block party. What a way to end the block party with a block
I
game.
know, right? I thought that was really, really funny.
Was that intentional? I think it was
I have no
intentional, and
idea.
I was just slow to the punch because I definitely didn't clock that until I said it out loud. It's like the block party with a. So thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out with us this fine day. We super appreciate you giving us your time, your effort, your energy, and more importantly, if you just got back from SGDQ, probably you're extremely low energy to come hang out with us for the block party. Just a couple of quick things before we head out of here too. There's a lot of stuff going on with GDQ. We have some submissions open for Flame Fatales. Do you want to volunteer for Flame Fatales? Help them out with their stuff. Them's open. Do you want to be an ambassador for Flame Fatales? Dims is open. And just as a reminder, anyone can be an ambassador. That's right. You stream and you want to help raise money for Malala Fund, you can be an ambassador. Yes, you. I'm talking about you specifically. And then we also have some new submissions that just opened up tonight, or rather today. Time is fake. It's a flat circle. But if you are going to be joining us at PAX West and you want a chance to put one of your games on the stage, there do be some submissions open for that. You can submit your run for PAX West as of today. Today, that's right. It started now. I would recite to you what the end date is, but I don't remember it off the top of my head. You would think that I would, since I'm the person that's helping plan it. You have 2 weeks. It's whatever 2 weeks from today is. That's what I know off the top of my head. But I have been PT. I hope you've all had a fantastic time here at the block party. We are going to go ahead and toss on some SGDQ reruns. That's right. If you didn't make it to SGDQ over the course of this week, where we raised $2.4 million for Doctors Without Borders, you can watch back some of those amazing runs that helped us hit that goal right here as soon as we're done. Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out with us. Make sure you tune in tomorrow for BAF Olympics, along with some words are hard, Express Lane. But until then, I do say ta-ta.